his projection, it was based on his scientific knowledge from what he's studied. Okay, so he talks about nanotechnology, he talks about artificial intelligence. So if you want to learn about artificial intelligence and nanotechnology, you're going to look up who are the leading people in these fields and what do they say. And if you look up people like Werner Vinge and Ray Kurzweil, in Ray Kurzweil's book, it definitely says that our entire genetic code will be turned into machine intelligence, and it'll just be like upgrading by wearing sunglasses to keep your sun out of your eyes. It's the same little cleverly worded phrases that you guys like to repeat.
Okay.
He also says,
but that's Ray Kurzweil. Do you see anything in Jacques' material that suggests the machines are going to be rewriting our genetic codes?
Have you heard Peter Joseph mention that Ray Kurzweil is one of, he really likes Ray Kurzweil. He's read his books. He's one of his inspirations. Did you see the Where Are We Going lecture where Peter Joseph stood on a stage with the giant singularity is near chart right behind him, straight from Kurzweil's book? I think you have. And I think that, Neil, you're very good at carefully wording things or tiptoeing around things that aren't pleasant. Instead of, you never actually address what I'm saying.
I'm addressing it right now.
Okay, so go ahead. Have you seen the singularity chart behind Peter Joseph when he's on stage talking about the resource-based economy? Have you seen it?
Have I seen Peter Joseph say that machines are going to rewrite our genetics? You see, this is the issue. You're putting words in their mouth and thoughts in their head.
He said that the singularity is going to happen. Peter Joseph has a sign of the singularity. When you research the singularity, the theories of the singularity say that's going to happen. So just because you're proving my point that they purposely avoid saying things that are unpleasant.
No, I didn't prove anything. I didn't prove anything. You're making things up.
Have you read about the singularity? I'm not making things up. Have you done any research into the singularity, Neil? Have you ever read anything from an artificial intelligence expert who talks about machines and the singularity rewriting our genetic code? Have you?
Please.
Okay, well, how about the fact that the entire book talks about individuality?
Answer the question.
I am answering the question. I read Jacques Fresco's book. I don't need to read the other book. That's the whole point. You're making associations based on nothing.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yes, I do.
AI and the singularity.
Please, one thing.
I don't need to read any of that.
Please.
No, hold on a second.
Please.
You don't need to know about artificial intelligence to advocate it at being in control of all decisions.
Because I know what the artificial intelligence has been asked to do. I know what the artificial intelligence has been asked to do, and it hasn't been asked to rewrite anybody's genetic code. Individuality is mentioned like 30 times in the book.
In the book, it says the machines will reach the point, in Fresco's book, that once they evolve to the stage of the intelligence where they can rewrite their own programming and write their own programs. He's talking about the singularity there. That's when it's the exponential growth of technology and the machines take over. They're talking about runaway AI. You don't know what runaway AI is because you haven't researched it.
You mean it's the science fiction of runaway AI?
No. Well, if you want to call, do you think Bill Gates knows nothing about computers, technology? Do you think Bill Gates knows nothing about that?
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Please,
because on the back of it has something to do because on the back of Kurzweil's book where he talks about runaway AI.
I don't care about Kurzweil's book.
Okay, well, he talks about runaway AI. So you think it's science fiction, but what I'm saying is Bill Gates says that he's the best person I know at predicting the future of artificial intelligence. So do you think Bill Gates is a science fiction author? Do you think Bill Gates is a science fiction author? See, yeah, you tap dance around things. You don't answer.
I am answering you.
Technology.
You're making things up.
Do you know about Moore's law?
You guys should let some other people speak.
Do you know about Moore's law? I'm not making anything up, and that's you lost this debate because you just saying I'm making the stuff up. You have nothing to say about this. You don't know anything about runaway AI. I think it's hilarious.
I've already explained to you.
Do you know about Moore's law?
It doesn't matter.
Exponential growth of technology, Neil?
You know what I know?
If you guys
okay, I'm muting you now.
You should go to a different channel. To be honest,
do you know anything about the exponential growth of technology?
Please, can I just say one thing?
I want you to answer the question. Does he know anything about Moore's law?
Please,
does he know that it exists and that it's not science fiction?
You're not giving time.
Am I making up Moore's law? Am I making up Moore's law? Does it exist? Is it real? Or is it science fiction?
You're not giving time for other people to speak.
I would like Neil to answer this because we already had a challenge.
Please.
He's muted you,
Please.
dude.
Please, the thing is, you're mentioning names that bring up theories and studies about and how technology will evolve. I will say to you again, in the past, the physicists that were studying the possibility of man being flying anytime, they said that it wouldn't be possible. So, and you today have the airplane. Please
You've done this,
have
buddy.
Zeitgeist movement members don't
I've
understand
said
anything, so they
this,
just
I've
repeat
said
what
this,
they
but
hear
he's
verbatim.
for please, you're not letting me finish. I've said this
Because you're just
before,
repeating
and
what
I,
I've heard a billion and a half times. I
you
used to
know,
be in
you
the
know what?
music
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, you're repeating.
And you're doing the same, mate. You're doing the same because you've done the same questions to many people here. So I'm just repeating myself because I'm seeing you don't understand the point.
Okay.
The why I'm repeating.
Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, let me go ahead and address the point here because he seems to think he's won some kind of debate. As I have pointed out to you repeatedly, you're basically reading from other people's books and then associating that with Jacques Fresco. You don't have any evidence of any of that.
He's not here, is he,
Okay.
anymore, V?
No, he's still here. I just revoked his talk power because I'm tired of him interrupting me. Okay, so
Actually, I revoked it.
okay, I was clicking on it too. It's fine with me. Now, in any case, let me get to my point. Okay, you don't have any evidence to back any of those claims. You're making basic assumptions. What I know from reading Jacques Fresco's book is that individuality is mentioned roughly 20 to 30 times in the book, that there is no violence, force, or coercion, which you claim in your own YouTube comments later is irrelevant because of this stuff that you think is going to happen based on AI. Then you're now talking about what Bill Gates may predict about what AI is, even though that's all theory. It's not relevant because it has nothing to do with what AI is doing now. And it also has nothing to do with any fail-safe systems that we would put into any kind of AI, okay? We obviously are not going to design AIs to take over our lives, especially not when you look at the rest of the philosophy involved. So the kind of what I'm getting across to you, this is why people are telling you you're projecting. You're inventing things and then trying to hold us accountable to them. And that's not conversation. You know, that you think that you're winning a debate, but all you're doing is creating a straw man. We don't believe in the idea of machines programming our brains or taking over our lives or any of that. Okay? You have invented this science fiction nightmare for yourself. There's no evidence to go on any of that, considering all of the other information that's in The Best That Money Can't Buy that makes it abundantly clear that we do not advocate what it is that you're talking about. You just brushed that off in the debate on YouTube, but that's an extremely relevant point. You're just trying to pretend it's not happening because it doesn't suit your paranoid agenda. So that's it. That's the crux of it. You know, you can go on saying whatever that you want to say. You can raise your voice a little bit more. You can interrupt people. You can try to bully them, but you're not winning this conversation.
To say that I'm making this stuff up, that I'm paranoid, is a straw man argument for the fact that you have to understand about artificial intelligence. If I'm reading a book, for instance, that says, well, we're going to have artificial intelligence, and I don't really know what artificial intelligence is or the exponential growth of artificial intelligence, how am I supposed to understand what I'm actually reading? So then you have to research artificial intelligence, and that's what I did when I was a member of the movement. I researched artificial intelligence, and I would think that, Neil, since you're, you know, so prominent in this movement, that you would have done some research into artificial intelligence. And if you know, which you never answer my question, that Moore's law is a science fact, and Peter Joseph has addressed this in his lectures, that Moore's law is the exponential growth advancement of technology. And at some point you reach what's known as the singularity. And he had a big chart behind him about the singularity in his Where Are We Going lecture. And so I saw that, and I'm like, well, what's the singularity? So I researched the singularity and found out that, you know, and I heard Peter Joseph mention Ray Kurzweil and the singularity in his podcasts before. So I bought the book and I read it. And what did it say? That machines will, once the singularity is reached, that they're just basically be self-improving themselves. They're going to be improving themselves. It's going to be a runaway. It's going to be a runaway. Hold on. It'll be a runaway phenomenon that no human will be able to put a fail-safe on, because it's outsmarted humans at this point. And this is not science fiction. This is not. No, wait. Let me finish. Let me finish my train of thought.
But we've heard all this.
Okay. Well, obviously Neil didn't. And if he
No, I heard you.
has,
I already debunked what you said.
You know, you didn't. You think you might have, but you never addressed any of this. You just said that Fresco doesn't specifically say any of this, which is one of my points, that the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project spew lies, misleading information to trick people into agreeing with these ideas. They don't tell them the whole story. They tiptoe around inconvenient aspects of what it is they're asking. So Peter Joseph has a sign of the singularity behind him, but he doesn't tell you that the singularity, the leading researcher of the singularity that he himself
You're repeating yourself again. You're repeating yourself. Do you have any new information to add?
Yeah, the fact that you have not addressed, this is not new information, but I want to make this point clear. You have not addressed the scientific fact that Moore's law is demonstrated in reality. And if that trend continues, as has been demonstrated up to this point in all of technology, the exponential growth, that this trend will continue, and that at some point you're going to have runaway artificial intelligence, which you called science fiction. Okay? So I would like to ask you, how is that science fiction, and how am I making this stuff up?
Venus, let him ask his question, please.
So I agree with you that there are futurists out there, whether they're pro-free market, pro-Muslim, pro-Christian, pro-anything. There are many futurists out there, including myself, and I don't really agree with the Zeitgeist movement in total, especially the implementation. But I do agree that later on, you know, computers will advance. And I know about Moore's law and the fact that computers are doubling every, I believe, 12 to 18 months in power. And it's going to peter out in about 20 years, I believe, with the current technology. But are you fearful of this? I mean, you're fearful of the technology taking over, but I mean, that's not specific to the Zeitgeist movement. That's going to happen in a free market system or any other system. So we all agree that you're fearing that computers will take over your mind, okay, and that might happen. But that has nothing to do with whether or not you believe in the Zeitgeist, because it may happen in that system, might not, but it's going to happen. It might happen in the current system we have. So why are you dwelling on that?
Well, I've already addressed that question before, but my answer to that is that in the Venus Project, in a resource-based economy where decision-making is allocated to machine intelligence, okay, for resource allocation, and all these machines are linked in, and there's one big central computer, and all that stuff that comes and entails with Jacques Fresco's own projections of how things may be in the Venus Project. The development of this type of technology would pose significantly more of a threat, and also the fact that people who grow up in this type of society, the Venus Project or the resource-based economy, will likely embrace the machines when they decide, when this happens, when the singularity happens, they'll want to evolve, quote unquote. And that's what I'm saying is
more
I embrace
speculation.
technology, and I'm not part of the movement. I mean, there are a lot of people, and I believe in you know, I like money just as much as a lot of other people. And there's a lot of people who are technical nerds who love technology, and they're not part of the Zeitgeist movement. So I don't understand why you're pinning all this burden on one movement in the world. I mean, there's a lot of people in different walks of life that love technology. I mean, look at the iPads and the people who are clicking away on Blackberries forever, all day long. I mean, they're integrated into their Blackberries. You can see it all over the place. Cell phones.
Okay. I'd like to answer his question. No offense, but you know, like I was asked this, and I'm being told that I'm avoiding it or tiptoeing around it. And the reason I haven't answered it is because I've been interrupted like 30 billion times. So let me go ahead and talk to him. Okay. And
Bowie did one.
Okay. The point that I already gave you is that no technology will be employed contradictory to the Venus Project principles in the society that we suggest. And that means that no technology is going to be robbing anybody of their identity. You suggest Moore's Law. I know what Moore's Law is now that you've given me the context, but Moore's Law just suggests that computing power increases, and that's because we're increasing it. Moore's Law does not, in any fashion, ever suggest that that's ever going to happen spontaneously on its own. And you're telling me because Bill Gates predicts that automatically means that it's going to happen the way he's suggesting it is ridiculous. Until then, it's just paranoid theory. And there's no reason that we cannot put fail-safes into any system that we install in anything that we're using it for.
Bill Gates predicted that 64K was enough memory to satisfy everybody's needs.
I'm not talking about what Bill Gates predicted. I'm saying that he said that Ray Kurzweil was the best man he knows at predicting trends in technology. In the fact that, Neil, you're saying that there's no way the computers will ever get out of control because we could put fail-safes in just shows the fact that you haven't researched artificial intelligence. If you just read Werner Vinge, okay, read some of his articles you can read free online, or any of the main people talking about this out there, the main researchers and thinkers, the leading people in these fields, they all admit these are problems that can't be avoided. Once it reaches a certain level of technology, if it's rewriting itself, for instance, if it's rewriting itself.
Yeah, but so some of us agree with you, but what's the relevance with the Zeitgeist? I mean, our society is moving in that direction already.
Let me address that. This is not the only reason why I'm against the Venus Project. It's just one reason. But this, I said from the beginning, 3 hours ago, that this was a threat that's in all systems. It can happen at any time, anywhere. But the Venus Project has no laws. Okay, you can't just ban a certain level of technological progress. So if it's going to happen in the Venus Project, which is the only law in the Venus Project is the emergent nature of reality. If it's seen as a scientific progress, emergent nature of reality, it's not speculation to say that these ideas might be embraced by the Venus Project Society as a whole. And the fact actually that a lot of people on here seem to embrace this stage of evolution, that's from my talking to a lot of you, that just proves that I'm right. The people who advocate this type of system are more likely to accept it. But in an American constitutional way, we could potentially ban progress of technology up to a certain point. I'm not talking about we shouldn't have computers that can have conversations with us. I'm just saying that we should not create something that we can't control.
Okay, but the world's bigger than the United States. I mean, you've got the whole world. Are you telling me that you make a law in the United States and China and Russia? I mean, what technology has ever been banned globally? You name one or two that I can think of cloning humans, but they're doing that in some areas. The United States does not pass laws and govern the whole world. So what about Russia, China, all these other technologically advanced countries?
Guys, this is a tangent. Okay, I still have to address this point, and as I've already put it across to you, it's common sense. There's no reason we would install any system that is unpredictable into any critical system. That's just basic common sense. It's not complicated at all. You wouldn't put something that was that advanced into something if you honestly believe in the theory that it's just going to go rogue and do whatever it wants. Obviously, nothing. If people wanted to experiment with something like that, it would never be networked to anything critical. This is just kind of a duh factor.
No, well, if you create it, the only way to create this type of technology is through the invention of nanotechnology. So Proteus, I think, said that Moore's law will taper off in 20 years, but the general consensus is that nanotechnology will arrive on the scene to bridge that gap, to keep it going on. So you can't create artificial intelligence on the level that I'm talking about without reverse engineering the brain, the human brain. That's not possible without the use of nanotechnology to get inside the brain, So if you know anything about nanotechnology, and if you're talking about, even if the idea that the nanotechnology super intelligent robot was created but not linked up to anything else, it wouldn't matter. That one little thing would run away and we would not be able to control it, and it would just create things. It would create things out of, absorb matter and just grow out of control, and it would assimilate. It would potentially assimilate the processes of everything else. Excuse me. So what I'm saying is that even though I'm not saying we could ban this technology worldwide in the current system or in the Venus Project at all, but in America we can make the law, and that would at least give people a fighting chance, okay? And in America, you would have, if we kept the way things are, or moved to a free market society like I'm talking about, people would be less willing to embrace becoming robots. All right, that's just what I gather from it. So at least give us a fighting chance where we have control of our resources. The machines haven't been plugged in, and there's not these big machines that distribute all the resources. The power is still with the people to control their own destiny, not in the hands of machines that have been compromised.
Japan is actually in the forefront of technology as far as robotics. I mean, you got to look at Japan. I mean, the United States has some things, but I mean, it's not. It's going to be in Asia that you're going to see this dominating. So, I mean, Japan is the country to look at as far as robot technology at this current time, I would say.
Well, it should be debated. This subject should be debated. It's one that's dear to me, not just with the Venus Project, but all over the place. I can only control or have an effect on what happens in America because that's the country I'm in. I don't believe that we can police the world, but I do believe it's an issue, and that when I read about the Venus Project, and I did research for it for 2 years, and I followed, read all these books that were recommended and stuff like that, all this information came flooding in, and I don't think I'm just making things up. Like Neil says, I think my concerns are valid. So when people say, well, you're just talking about giving control over everything to the machines, that's a common question that gets raised when people hear about the Venus Project, and you people, generally say, well, no machine has ever got jealous or jumped off the desk and killed somebody. You use these straw man examples that are not exactly what, they're just not based on the reality of the discussion, the debate. So my point is that the Zeitgeist movement is disingenuous and misleading with the answers they provide.
And your point is wrong. We've already been over that. But regardless of any of the other,
something when he hasn't, and that's a trend I noticed from Neil. Neil likes to always say, "We've already covered that. I've already debunked that." When you never really did.
Yes, I did.
I'd just like to jump in here and make one comment.
Okay. I just went over this with you. We're not going to install any technology that would just decide to be autonomous on its own in any critical system. That addresses your point. So the idea that you have that AI is just going to run rampant is ridiculous. If we wouldn't put in any kind of system that we can't put fail-safes on in any kind of important position, then what are they going to do? That's the whole point. It's not hard, to be sure, to install systems that you have control over critical systems. It's that easy. I already addressed you. You can repeat that I didn't like 30 billion times because you don't like the answer, but please explain to me then, what's your answer for that? You just think that eventually calculators are going to decide they're going to rebel, and they're going to plug into the personal computers, they're going to decide that they're going to rebel, and then eventually we're just going to have a whole bunch of machines that, get up and autonomously start attacking people? Because that's the only way what you're talking about would work. That's why it's science fiction, because we don't have to install systems that we don't have control over in critical systems, period.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again to read Werner Vinge, the writings of the people who are talking about artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, the people who understand it, Neil, because you could say that it's very easy to create fail-safes and switches, but you don't really know. I mean, that you're speaking from a point of ignorance, to be honest with you. And I'm not trying to be rude there, but I mean,
I don't have to read those books to understand the basic designs in which you go into when you're making a machine. You put the circuits in, and it has in it what you put in it. It's that simple.
You're talking about emergent. You're talking about emergent programming. Okay, that's current technology. I'm talking about technology 50 years from now. Okay.
That you predict that doesn't even exist yet.
Not that I predict, but that the leading minds in the field of artificial intelligence and nanotechnology are predicting will exist.
Wait, hold on.
I mean, it's going to happen anyway.
So where do they? So at what point in their prediction do they put that we're going to put these kinds of self-emergent programs in critical systems? Where do they say that?
It doesn't need to happen that way. All it has to do is being created, because once a singularity occurs, it's a runaway train that can't be stopped. It's just going to keep exponentially improving itself without any human to be able to kind of, you might be able to put barriers up or walls. It'll work its way around it once it's been created. The only way to do it The only way to stop it would really be destroy it. But if you're talking about destroying a super intelligent nanotech thing that can basically do whatever it wants to matter or anything, it's gonna be very hard to stop it. It's gonna basically be like it's like for instance.
Wait. Venus, what would be the incentive for? Let's just say you're right. What would be the incentive for a machine to do this?
To self-improve itself.
And what
sounds
physical
like a human being to me that we currently live with.
What kind of physical systems are just going to allow it to improve itself? That's the whole thing. Obviously, we decide whatever any AI goes into. Why would we give it the materials it would need to decide to go rogue and kill people? You're just saying that it's just going to do it as if it's going to achieve godhood or something. It can't change its physical form. It can only do what we give it, what we equip it with.
But look, he's talking
about nanotechnology. If you know about nanotechnology, it can change its physical form. It can create things. It can create its own things.
So then why would we put a system that is unreliable, and why would we equip it with nanotechnology?
Look.
And even if we did, why wouldn't there be fail-safes in place to ensure that none of that could ever happen?
What is he talking about? Okay, can I just say something? He's talking about even if we only test it, right? We only test the singularity and it's working good, you know. The program can still adapt and be silent until we go into the era of technology that it's basically being said, as the Venus is talking about, the implants, the other stuff, you know, to give it a wider control over the system because it's so good. But then once it reaches that level, it can basically self-activate because it was decided as it is in the past. And what do you do then? Once it's once it has been bypassed all the critical safe systems and you cannot stop it, you know, what do you do then? I think that's the question that he needs the answer.
But you're proceeding from a false assumption.
We live with that threat every day right now with all the people that are close to the big buttons that are going to blow up the world with nuclear warfare. I mean, we're not talking about something that doesn't exist. You know, these are threats that exist today in different form.
Please.
I understand that.
I'm finding Venus going redundant on the same issues because he mentioned the leading minds of this project. And I remember again, the leading minds in the past failed on prediction. Please do not predict.
Come on.
Okay, so the critical question that I asked that got glossed over is, you know, and the example I just gave in the chat is these AIs are only going to have whatever we give them access to. So obviously, if we have a system that we can't predict its outcome as far as to what it's going to do, we're not going to give it the ability to, you know, use nanites to, you know, to take whatever form we want. You know, every machine starts with whatever it is that we give it. That's why I use the example of my PC. I could stick this, you know, super uber advanced self-replicating whatever AI in my PC, and it's still limited to doing only what my computer can do. It's not just going to spontaneously become nanotechnology.
But V, that's what he's saying. That's the claim, is that these AIs will spontaneously decide to do this without any inclination at all.
I don't think he's saying that. I think he's saying the base code. Sorry, wait. I think what he's saying is that they can build up a knowledge and a base to continue an expansion with a view to some sort of future revolution.
What I'm saying is you can't, when you're dealing with super intelligent AI, okay, there's no way to achieve it without nanotechnology. As I said, I mean, so yeah, you could withhold resources from a artificial intelligent machine, and it would be stuck in the box, and it would only have access to what it has access to. I mean, maybe I'm for that type of artificial intelligence being allowed to be made. It should be debated by people who are much smarter than me. But when we're talking about
exactly, you just said it right there.
Right, but when we're talking
what's
about
your level of engineering expertise?
Let me finish my train of thought, then I'll answer that question. What I'm saying is that super artificial intelligence, will only take place when you can reverse engineer the human brain. And that takes nanotechnology. So to create such a machine, you would have to create it with nanotechnology. Now, to Neil's point that why would we make this? Why would we do this? Well, I'm not saying we should. I don't think we should. It's not a good idea. But in the Venus Project, where the only law is the emergent nature of reality, everything's based on this concept that we're constantly changing and adapting and things like that, and finding new things, and it's much more likely to be embraced. The creation will, and anyone who stands in the way, from Fresco's own writings, mind you, I know Fresco's not the end-all say-all of the resource-based economy, so don't respond with that. But what I'm saying is that in Fresco's own words, you shouldn't. Any people who would want to be against this would be ignorant. He says it in his book that they're ignorant.
It's more likely to happen with scientists that actually know the hazards of it than politicians in a monetary system where they fight each other.
Yeah, scientists would be working on their scientific progress. There'd be so many scientists in the Venus Project. People would, naturally drawn to.
Why the hell are we listening to this? Why are we all listening to this? That's my question.
The Venus Project itself is a theory. Okay, it's just a theory. So I could say everything that you have to say, Neil, is a theory. But I'm actually trying to debate it and not just try to derail the conversation and cover up unpleasant things that you can't really respond to.
I already responded.
You don't respond to anything.
But your response was, I already responded to your response and showed you that your response about how you could put a super intelligent machine in here, but if it doesn't have access to things, it doesn't need to be a nanotech.
Okay, no, this is the response you made. This is the response that you made. You said people may be more inclined, okay? And it's bullshit. It's a theory you just made up on the spot. And then you're acting like we're all just supposed to address that as reality.
Almost everybody in this room that I've had this discussion with at some point and over the last several hours has said, and either in the chat or to me.
Hold on. Stop. I'm not going to let you project on everybody in the room either. Okay. All right, hold on a second. All right. Now, show of hands, is there anybody in the room who likes the idea of computers reprogramming their DNA and taking over their brains? Anybody interested in that?
The way you put it is
okay.
Your own little way.
No, that's what you said.
No, what I'm saying is...
I was the only one who actually advocated that, and I thought that it was a good idea. I'm the only one.
There's a couple other people in the chat. There's a couple other people in the chat who've said it, and I can look through and see it, but a couple other people have said it. But the thing is that Fresco says in his book that people...
Individuality? No force and coercion?
Well, Fresco said that people who fear these types of changes, man merging with machine, are ignorant and they shouldn't fear it. And that people who resist cybernation, it won't matter because cybernation will prevail in the end. That it's a natural progress of evolution. That's what he says in the book. So I'm just talking about what Fresco said.
Hibernation.
Yes, and there's a big difference between installing a cybernetic enhancement and a computer taking over your DNA and reprogramming it.
Even if people don't accept it willingly, which I could argue that from everything that you guys believe in and the culture that you guys would be creating, it would be viewed as you're just standing in the way of scientific project. I'm not saying that's a fact, all right? I'm just saying that from the direction you guys seem to be going and the things you seem to be advocating, it's a much more real possibility than, say, in America where we have things like God and Christianity and human families and stuff like that. So Fresco says individuality, but you have to look at his terms. He says in the book also that many people would be uniform in a lot of their beliefs. So he says individuality would exist in some sense, but the general consensus of the people through their conditioning or whatever would be to not stand in the way of scientific progress, to not stand in the way of evolution. And it makes no sense. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not projecting anything. I'm just using what Fresco has projected, what his views are. And since he created the idea of the Venus Project, I mean, just to explain all that away in a nonsense sentence that I'm just projecting or making fantasies up is just
You just admitted. Hold on. You just admitted that you don't know that it's a fact, and that you're assuming that we will be more likely to embrace that based on what you feel. You can't prove it. It's just what you think.
No. Based on the education that many people in the Zeitgeist movement are given through these movies and through these lectures. It's educating people, okay? And through these discussions, and I've listened to you too through your via radio, and you have this whole train of thought. The Venus Project, exactly. The Venus Project is a train of thought. You have to understand a train of thought, and it's an ever emergent train of thought. So once you understand that the law of nature is the only law, and you go forward with that, like in the Zeitgeist orientation guide, it talks about all these things. If you go along with that mindset, you guys are. It's not a gross assumption on my behalf to say that you guys would be more inclined to accept merging with machine as the next stage of social evolution. Okay, especially with the many arguments I've had with members of the Zeitgeist movement who've shown me that they've exhibited those types of mindsets.
Can I just ask a practical question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's more likely to kill you right now? Some sort of human-made disaster or robotic artificial intelligence? If you had to answer that seriously and think about it for a minute, what's more likely to kill you? Your own government, some corporation dumping toxic waste, some natural disaster that could have been prevented if we were paying attention, or artificial intelligent Steven Spielberg robots?
Well, I believe in the freedom of the individual, the freedom for us to govern ourselves, and with that freedom comes many risks. All right, it's way more likely that right now this building could just collapse if I could just die inside of it, or I could just get pneumonia and die. I have this cough. I mean, maybe I'm getting pneumonia. I could die. I'm not paranoid and afraid about the machines taking over my mind, as you guys like to put it. But what I'm saying is that on an intellectual level, when you guys are talking about delegating decision making to the hands of artificial intelligence. Well,
yeah, you're tiptoeing around the question there, Venus.
A man-made disaster is a more likely cause of death to me right now than artificial intelligent machines that won't exist for 50 years. Yes. Did I answer your question?
No, you didn't.
Was the question, let me understand the question, was the question, what's more likely to kill me? Super intelligent robots or man-made disasters?
You answered the question.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't actually get that. It was almost like you gave an essay answer, but the person who asked you the question was so disgusted with your answer he left. And as far as like engineering experience is concerned, I called Doug Millett while all of this was going on, and he's also, an engineer and is actually very satisfied with the fact that any AI subsystems that we create can have fail-safes that are installed in the physical realm that will deal with any kind of problems that may ever arise. But it kind of comes back to the same point that I made earlier, that we're not going to hand these systems the ability to destroy us. If, they're unreliable, unpredictable, or all the things that you're predicting are true, obviously that's not something we're going to hook up to our food production systems or our environmental systems. It just goes without saying.
Well, my point was that you don't need to hook it up directly, that it could take over those systems. And I'm not saying that it would just decide to turn on, because all right, let me tell you, I'm not saying it would decide to turn on humanity. I'm saying it would improve itself exponentially, okay? It would have the intelligence of the human brain at times 1,000. All right, that's what I'm talking about when I talk about super intelligence, the singularity. This is pretty much what it would take. And it would exponentially improve itself. It would create its own programs and stuff and have the ability to make its own conclusions and think. And if it's nanotechnology, which it would have to be to have this level of intelligence, and I'm not sure if your engineer friend is familiar with nanotechnology or the theories of runaway AI or strong AI or the singularity, he may be familiar with what current AI is. That's not what I'm talking about. So if your nanotechnology super robot intelligence and you start running away with the singularity exponential growth situation, it would very easily be able to just absorb all these systems and grow out exponentially, maybe at the speed of light, as Ray Kurzweil suggests in his book would be possible at a certain point. So there's no amount of fail-safes that you could put into it.
You still haven't answered my point. You still haven't answered my point at all. It's not going to have any physical ability to network with our systems unless we give it to it.
No, it would be able to if it's writing itself, and if it's smarter than all the gathered human intelligence of the entire planet, and it's writing itself, rewriting its own code, it will figure out.
Is it going to create itself a body?
Yeah. Do you understand what nanotechnology is? I mean, do you understand?
We're not going to give it nanotechnology.
It can only reach that level of intelligence with nanotechnology. See, you have to have nanotechnology in the equation to create this type of artificial intelligence. Now, if you're saying nanotechnology, artificial intelligence is banned in the Venus Project, then I rest my case. Are you saying that it's banned?
That's not what I said at all. Okay, look, even with nanotechnology, it doesn't give the machine the ability to replicate its own nanites or to change those nanites either. That requires physical manipulation. That requires actually doing things in the real world. It can't just will these nanites into existence that are going to suddenly give it abilities that we didn't give it.
The nanobots could actually build their own nanobots by creating using the matter around it to build these things. I mean, it's just like imagine like an oil spill spilling out across the ocean. It would be like that. It would be like machine, but instead of oil coming from the ground, it would just be the machines just multiplying like rabbits.
Give someone else.
Can I say something?
Okay, well, if Peter Joseph has the theory of the singularity right behind him at a speech, then I'm not just pulling this stuff out of science fiction novels. I'm these are things that I was told about through being a member of the Zeitgeist.
Have you tried talking to Peter about why he had the singularity behind him?
Yeah, actually, if I can say this real quick, if you don't mind me asking, I actually looked that up a bit, and he states why he puts that up there. In fact, he's showing the progression of technology through history to the singularity, but his point is to show how technology progresses through history from the Stone Age to the fire, etc. That's his entire point. I took the time to get that up real quick, and that's what he's using it for. All right, he's not using it for the idea of saying that, oh, we're going to create the singularity. He's just using it as a model to say that, hey, technology is continually progressing. That's it.
Right. No, I agree with you. I've never. What I said was when people were saying what I'm talking about is fantasy or science fiction, I was pointing out that the singularity was behind him, that he himself advocates or embraces the idea, at least, of the singularity, and that he has shown it that it's actually a trend that's measurable through science throughout history. Therefore, it's almost self-evident that I'm not just making stuff up.
Hey, guys, hold on just a second, Proteus. I promise I'll shut up after this. Why don't you ask Tank Top? Noel, why don't you tell him, since you know Peter?
I think he finds the singularity interesting, and I know that he's tried to talk to Ray about it, and actually I think he tried to get him to appear in the movie, but I don't think he thinks that it's a foregone conclusion. And I think there are a lot of assumptions that the person who's making the primary argument is making. Basically, he's assuming that there will be self-aware, intelligent machines, and that they will be able to adapt and progress independent of humans, and that humans will not be able to make corresponding adaptations without some sort of loss of identity. And there are just so many assumptions in what he's saying that his argument doesn't really hold any merit, but it's also only tangentially related to the Zeitgeist movement, because the singularity is just one thing that Ray Kurzweil has talked about, and it's not directly related to an automated system for managing the Earth's resources, which is what we're talking about.
Okay, well, let me respond to that in that I'm not assuming things. I'm raising points that are made in Ray Kurzweil's book. Okay, Peter Joseph as you said, respects Ray Kurzweil, wanted them to be in the movie and such and such, and talks about a lot of the things that Ray Kurzweil has talked about. In Fresco's book, he talks about a lot of the things Ray Kurzweil talks about in his book. So there's a deep connection there, and I'm not assuming things. I'm just going on the best predictions made by Ray Kurzweil, who's one of the most respected men in the field. So it's not my assumptions, it's not my projections. I want to make that clear because it keeps on being said about me, and I'm just raising valid concerns that I've read through research. Okay, because I've actually read the book.
You're making statements about Ray Kurzweil.
Okay,
But their
so
assumptions about what would happen in the future. That's what I'm saying. You may be 100% right about what
I'm bringing to light the assumptions are being
you may
made.
be 100% right about what Kurzweil says, but all of what Kurzweil is saying is assumption that this is going to happen in the future and that's going to lead to that, and it's all speculation.
The question is then, do you think that Ray Kurzweil has the intelligence or the knowledge in the field of artificial intelligence and the singularity and nanotechnology to make these assumptions, and then would you say that he's not a credible source and his assumptions should be just kind of shrugged off as it's not realistic?
Go ahead and answer, Noel, and then we gotta let Proteus go.
They're assumptions, which basically they're hypotheses that need to be tested and demonstrated, and that's all they are. And he's qualified, and they're good ones, but that's all they are, and we have nowhere near the information we need to test any of the hypotheses.
Okay, well, I'll just point out one last thing, that progress is being made in the field of nanotechnology all the time. And the Venus Project itself is just a hypothesis as well. So there you go.
Okay, can I say something now?
Please do.
Please.
Okay, so I would agree that yes, in the future, there's going to be an integration between humans and machines, or bio and mechanical and electronic devices. I mean, they're already working on that. Pilots can move instrumentation in an airplane just by thinking. So I mean, that's already here. But right now, you don't need a computer with a super intelligence to manipulate the world. Like right now, what you have is a bunch of people in boardrooms making decisions based on information coming through the internet, through all kinds of supercomputers, doing calculations, war simulations, productivity simulations. So the world is being manipulated by very, very smart, possibly dangerous, self-serving people using technology already. You don't need an artificial intelligence to screw you over. You've got bio intelligence screwing you over right now, using computers for information.
Okay. Is Venus still here?
Yeah, I just put him back in the queue, so when he gets ready, he can request talk over again.
Okay.
He just has a propensity to interrupt, and I think people deserve to get their point across without being interrupted.
That's totally reasonable. What I wanted to clarify is that the assumptions that you did, for example, it was a huge assumption on your part as to what Peter's motive was when he put the singularity behind him. And as was just revealed to you by two different people, that it's not what you thought. You also made a lot of assumptions about what you think Jock means by integrating machines and man. And I've asked you to point out where in Jock's work it says that any of that's going to happen. And you can't, because it doesn't. And it doesn't because of the fact that that's not what we're shooting for here. We're not shooting for becoming slaves of machines. We're not shooting for machines enslaving us, obviously. We're shooting for machines, perhaps enhancing our lives, but no matter what, it will be within people's interest as to whether or not they want to do it. Cybernetic enhancement, things of that nature, it doesn't need to be this big evil thing that you're making it out to be. I'd love to have some cybernetic feet. I'd have heel spurs. It'd be great if I didn't have to, feel pain if I'm on my feet more than 2 hours. Does that mean that they're going to rewrite my DNA and take me over? No, you see, this is where you start to get into the realm of like dark science fiction. Thunder asked you the question that was very relevant as to what their motive would be, and he's like, well, all about, it's all about improving themselves. You don't even know what motives they're going to have. And just like anything else, this is one of the other things that that Doug pointed out. You're giving the machine what you give it. This is something that you just You keep saying that the nanites are just going to be able to, materialize whatever it is that the computer wants, and there's a lot of assumptions in what you're going on. And the funny thing is you're getting really upset, and you're going on all these rants. You're making humongous assumptions on what you believe the motivations of certain people are, and what you think people will embrace. And it's all based on a theory of a theory of a theory of a theory of a theory. And you're freaking out about it enough that you're willing to jump on people, interrupt them, yell at them, declare that you're beating them in a debate, etc., etc. And your whole debate, as you've already admitted, like, I'm recording this conversation, and like the main part that I'm only even going to need is a brief YouTube clip stating with you admitting that you don't know if this is for sure, that you're not saying it's a fact, but that you have a feeling that we are going to be inclined to do X, Y, or Z. Okay, and then you also are going on the fact that Ray Kurzweil is predicting this and predicting that, and therefore it must happen. Well, scientists have been predicting a lot of things. They don't always come out the way they do. I can tell you what's common is that we're the ones creating the machines, and we're not going to give them anything that they can hurt us with. You never gave me any kind of satisfactory answer. You're saying, well, the nanites could do this or the nanites could do that, assuming that we're just going to give the computer nanites that it can do whatever it wants with. That's the material issue here. And I went over it with you, and you just kind of ignored it, because you're doing your tiptoe thing that you're accusing me of, which is that the machine is only going to have the capabilities that we give it. Period.
Okay, well, wait. Let me address it. I would suggest, since you already admitted in this conversation that you haven't read anything about nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, singularity, subjects. Okay, you've already admitted that, so I could just use that quote to debunk the whole argument, because you don't understand.
Wouldn't be relevant.
You haven't researched it. Because
it wouldn't be relevant.
Okay, so it's not relevant to understand the singularity when debating the singularity. Well, I don't agree with that. So I
understand that it's a theory.
Okay, I understand that the Venus Project is a theory. Okay, so anything you say about the Venus Project is
it's not the same thing at all.
It's not even a theory.
Okay, we're not writing theories that are based on the idea the machines are just going to randomly decide to reprogram us or take over our DNA. That's a crazy theory.
It's not a crazy theory. It's just a theory from the leading mind in the artificial intelligence, which is something that's
right. But the Venus Project is based on an awful lot of science that we already have, not what we think nanites may do.
It's also based on the emergent nature of reality. That's why when you said that I misinterpreted why Peter had the singularity chart behind him, no. I was just pointing out that he had the singularity chart behind him.
Insinuating a motive.
Sorry, you projected.
No, you did.
You projected what you believed I was insinuating.
I'm sorry, I really have to interrupt you here because you're being full of shit here. You're being full of shit. You stated before earlier that that Peter is showing the singularity and therefore he's not telling everyone the truth and all this stuff and whatnot. You said that right before VTV even came in here, and you repeated it verbatim when VTV was here as well. You're just ignoring. What you're doing is that you're backpedaling. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, voice of reason. No, you're incorrect.
Actually, he's not.
Actually,
he's not incorrect. He's not incorrect.
You made a claim that Peter Joseph and the Venus Project is disingenuous.
Let me qualify my statement. All right. Let me explain to you. All right. You are disingenuous. All right. So what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is that he had the chart behind him. When I said that, it was to show that I'm not making stuff up. That Peter Joseph knows the information that I know, okay? And that he put it behind him to show that this is what's happening. As a chart to show the exponential growth of technology. And I said that, made that statement to defend my stance that my concerns had validity, all right? And here you guys are trying to twist it. And when I said you guys deliberately mislead or carefully word certain statements to tiptoe around certain issues or answers to give disingenuous answers.
Venus, I'm sorry that you're claiming that we actually know about these issues that you're projecting here when we actually don't. I didn't even know about many of the things you talked about, and you're calling us deliberately
again.
Yeah, what you're doing here is that you're claiming that we deliberately know about these things. No, I didn't even know about the issues you're doing. In fact, I PM'd you like 2 times already to ask you to give me the names of the books so I can read them and check them out in the library. I PM'd you that 2 times already, and you still haven't answered me. So please, could you just PM me the book, and could you stop projecting motives that don't exist?
Can I say something?
Let him answer
kind of
first.
feel like
We
what?
muted him. We muted him in the middle of the conversation so that one of them would be able to talk. I didn't do that to prevent him from being able to answer. Let him answer real quick, and then I promise you can go next.
Okay.
You have to remember there's like 30 people in this room, and it's really hard to have a conversation this way, but we're doing our best. So I got to unmute this guy, and then he can talk, and then we'll go again. Just please don't go on for an hour, Venus. Thank you.
Okay, well, he interrupted me. I just wanted to finish my point. I was defending what you guys had said, that when I say you guys give disingenuous answers, I qualified that with an example. The example I gave was, say, when I say, when someone says, oh, the computers are going to take control over the decision making, that's a valid concern. That's explained away with a disingenuous answer. Well, when you use a calculator, is that making the decisions for you? Or when you drive your car to work, is the car in control? You trust your life in the hands of computers all the time when you fly in an airplane.
Please define disingenuous. How is that disingenuous?
Because it's not addressing the point that's being, the concern that's being raised. It's explaining it's an attempt to explain away the valid concern with a straw man argument, and therefore it's disingenuous.
The point is that by making that statement, you've essentially acknowledged that that it's not a valid concern. It's no more a valid concern than my concern that my thermostat might decide to turn my furnace up to 3,000 and kill me.
Well, I disagree, because I'm not talking about a thermostat. I'm not talking about a thermostat. I'm talking about a super intelligent nanobot. Okay, so it's not the same thing. It's a straw man argument. Okay.
I happen to agree that we should not debate nanotechnology when only one person in the room actually researched it. But it still doesn't make the difference that there is no relationship between what might happen, what hazards might happen from artificial intelligence, and the fact that it is more likely to happen in the Venus Project, just because Jacques Fresco doesn't want us to stop technology, which is an undefined term. I mean, what does that mean? Does it mean that everything that we might happen, we must use without any, just completely recklessness? We have to use stuff to not stop technology. We're not gonna, take any measures. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's a lot more insane to believe that it will be used wisely under the guidance of politicians in a monetary system.
Well,
before you start on that, I would like to go ahead and ask you again to just give me the books that you've read on this subject, really. Just give me as many of them as you can, really, or just give me the links to the Amazon, and I'll see, like, if I can get them from the library, because this is like the second time I've asked you in the chat and you haven't given me. All right, I really want to know what you're talking about. I truly do now. Okay, so please do that.
Okay, I would recommend reading The Age of Intelligent Machines by Ray Kurzweil, and The Singularity is Near, which is from the same author. There's also a book by Hans Moravec, Transcendent Man or something. No, that's not the name of it. I forget the title, but it's Hans Moravec. If you go look him up, he's also one of the leading thinkers. And I would also recommend reading any free articles you can find, any of the free articles you can find on the singularity, regardless of who's written about it, because you can find certain people who are theorizing, well, how do we stop the singularity from going out of control? And a lot of times these authors, these thinkers, will debate each other in their own articles. And there's no consensus. There's no consensus. So I would recommend reading Vinge Werner for a very good take on the subject as well.
Venus.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of things that you.
Hey, hold on.
So could you just
voice. Let La Corazanza go, because they've been trying to talk this whole time, and no offense, but you've been able to talk. Let them go.
Are you concerned about mankind's integration with machines because it might affect you on a spiritual level?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat the question?
Are you concerned about mankind's integration with machine because it might affect mankind, if you like, on a spiritual level? I'm just trying to get a base for the pros and the cons, if you like, that you're presenting. I'm trying to get a background of where you're coming from, basically.
Okay, well, my concern is that humans will be replaced by machines. Okay, because when Fresco says in his book that over time, through evolution, lots of things are replaced over time by the next stage of evolution, and that the human transition into giving them machines, the decision making is a process in the next stage of evolution, and that the merger of our of man and machine intelligence combined is the next stage of evolution. So he says that in the book. So and when I read Kurzweil, he says that the upgrades will take place to the point where we will be machines, and he argues that we'll still be human because it just depends on what your view of human is. But as far as I'm concerned,
sorry to interrupt your train of thought there, but taking away what it says in the books and other people's opinions, how do you see it going? I mean, are you personally concerned on a spiritual level of the things that are to come or could come? I don't speak for the Zeitgeist, by the way. Are you really worried about machines taking over in a physical sense or in a mental sense or a spiritual sense?
I believe that there's no problem with having a robotic hand. All right, if you lost your hand in the war, that's one thing. But when your entire mind has been turned into a computer, you're no longer human. I mean, when your entire body has become nanobots and you're now flying through the cosmos assimilating matter, I mean, there's nothing human about that. So in my viewpoint, this merger of man and machine means the end of the human race. It's nothing on a spiritual level, although a lot of people would object to it on a spiritual level.
What about people
So
like
do you think on that? Do you think
do you find them human?
Then in that case that having a resource-based economy would further that agenda, or do you think that a free market would be, just as quick to reach that level of technology?
Can I go after?
What I can break that question down into a very basic question, which is, just because this technology level may be reached, does it mean that a resource-based economy is the bringer of that, or could it possibly be met in a free market as well? So in which case, what's the problem?
Okay, in the Venus project, you're delegating decision-making to artificial intelligence, to machines. The machines will be running resource allocation, farming, all sorts of things, transportation. Everything is rooted around these systems, these cities that are just self-sufficient, almost robotic in every sense of the word, living quarters. So, and all the resources of the planet are linked together, and you control it and monitored by the machines. So you're putting a lot into the hands of machines. Now, what I'm saying is, in a free market, a true free market, I'm not advocating the current system we have, but in a free market, under the Constitution, you wouldn't have that level of centralized control. Therefore, the risk of infiltration of the computer systems would be less disastrous if they happened, and the advancement of such technology, at least in our country, could be banned, giving the people a chance, a fighting chance for the human race to survive.
Let me just
really condemn them to this rock and see how things go.
please, can I just make a point on here? Many people talking about nanotechnology, but if you understand what nano technology means, it goes for the molecular manipulation, which means they can create molecular for molecules that you use on your own body, or you can produce another substance such as metal. Okay, that's going for nano, and both ways you can use nano. So having a look at this, you're talking about exterminating the human race because we will stop being human, but actually with nano, you can just recreate your own self. And being recreating your own cells is not changing human life, it's just new cells. Okay, I guess we have an agreement here because you understand that's nano. And you can also see that there's already been created artificial life through composing DNA. And we don't have the machines you're talking about, and we are already creating artificial lives, completely artificial lives by DNA manipulation. So your worries are on the hands of the people that are already studying DNA manipulation. So it isn't more likely because this system already created that.
Well, if you're saying that becoming a machine nanotechnology is the same as biological nanos, is different. I mean, the machine part would take over, eliminating the biological part. Therefore, you'd no longer be human. I'm not sure if I totally understood your point, but I think that's my reply. I'm not really sure.
Please.
Universe wanted to go.
I can show you the link
and you
of
tell
the
me
article.
you can point right at it.
All of the new cities will be a university in essence. The center of the city, the nucleus, will house an electronic computer which only controls the weather, water purification, the atmospheric conditions, that is, it controls air contamination systems. The computers do not, I say it again, do not control people. They maintain safety, they oversee the environment, maintain ecological balance between animal life and plant life. All the machines do is control the physical entities that comprise the environment.
So, I guess Jock must have made that up or something. You know, or, oh no, I forgot. He reads all of Jock's books, so therefore he has the ability to invent what Jock thinks.
No, if you listen to what he said, is that the machines would control basically the environment around us. And I never said that the machines would control people. Okay, I said that people in the Venus Project would merge with machines, and that I said that I qualified that the machines would likely not see this as turning on the human race or controlling the human race, but offering the human race upgrades, improving themselves. It's just evolution. It's natural. So you're creating straw man arguments by projecting falsehoods into what I'm actually saying here.
You just projected all kinds of falsehoods into what was just said. He just said that computers won't be controlling people. Then you invent the assumption that machines will offer us upgrades and that we'll take them. That's why I said you're writing fiction and then trying to say that that's provable or even what we suggested. You were just given what was suggested. Machines do not control people. Period.
Making upgrades available to people through cybernetic implants is not controlling people, okay? But it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that people won't willingly accept it. And B, there's no guarantee, as I said before, the singularity problem, that the machines won't just decide that it's in our best interest, not controlling people, but just it's so smart at that point that it knows what's better for us, and anyone who objects is just ignorant. So maybe they'll just be left alone, okay? Maybe they won't be forced into assimilation, but everyone else will go along with it who agrees that it's a good idea, and then they'll just start using resources in a more efficient manner by absorbing the resources. And then people who don't get absorbed will just die because they won't have anything. And you're not forcing anyone to join, but you're leaving them no other alternative but to die or join.
Okay, so hold on. I mean, so let me provide you an alternate that has just as much basis in anything that you've said. Is that we could voluntarily decide to augment certain parts of ourselves, and the machines coexist with us, in doing exactly what it is that Jock has said that they're going to do, and everything is fine. That's just as relevant an idea than what you're talking about. So the difference is what I'm suggesting is actually based on what Jock actually says, not what other people have said that you've then invented a story around.
Okay, I read the book, and in the book, Fresco's book, he says a lot of times, well, maybe it would be better if humans were more like machines. And machines are never hurt anybody, only humans hurt other people. So obviously he has a tendency to view that machines are better than humans in a lot of ways, many ways, and therefore when we merge with machines, as he suggests in the books, on offer us upgrades, it would be upgrading a whole lot.
Hold on a
One
minute.
sec.
You're assuming that we're some sort of Jack Fresco fan club, that we're going to accept anything that Jack Fresco says. I understand that Jack Fresco came up with the research-based economy idea, but it does not mean that we need to think like he does. You know, he made a great idea. I follow it great. But we don't need nanotechnology making decisions for us. We only need, you know, a simple computer deciding how to control the weather, how to grow the plants, and that's it, because it's too boring for people to do it. You don't need to have a super Tron mega computer up there, you know, controlling the whole universe. You only need to automate stuff. That's it. I don't know why you're implying that we're going to get this cybernetic arms are going to do that. If people do it in the future, well, that's their choice. That's what they did. But I don't see that happening any soon either.
It's also just as likely that people could get their augmentations that aren't going to do anything negative. That's just it. It's like, it's just as likely that everything will be just fine. Actually, you know, I'm tending to feel that that's more likely, but than it is that what you're suggesting is going to happen. And that's why I said that, you know, you said that a few times in the book, and then you paraphrase. I'd like to have exact quotes based on anything that you're going to suggest that Jacques Fresco thinks, or is saying, or is representing, because I've already seen a tendency on your part to try to take things out of context and then backpedal on it later. So please provide quotes that back up what you just said, that Jacques Fresco thinks we need to be more like machines, and that therefore means machines should be reprogramming our DNA.
Okay, let me just go to the restroom. I'm going to look through this book. I know I saw it here just a minute ago when I was looking through it. I go to the restroom, I'll come back, I'm going to read you the quote.
Translation, I'm going to think up of a story to present.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, leave that kind of stuff to the chat. I'll read it there and chuckle, but don't put it on the recording, because this is all going on YouTube out of context. You know that.
Yeah.
So
Actually,
the problem that I have with his argument is, you know, he's saying that in trying to tie the two things together, somehow these machines, because they are controlling the allocation of resources and environments, that's going to give them substantially more power than if in a free market system these machines just evolve somewhere else. So they're going to be self-aware machines that are able to completely subjugate humans, and the fact that they control the crops is going to somehow, you know, that's going to be the thing that makes them evil, whereas if we didn't let them you know, plan how to plant crops, you know, then we'd be safe. They wouldn't be able to take over because they don't have that authority.
And also, the quote they use is actually, I looked up just now, in regards to page 62, the downsizing of the gods and whatnot. What he's basically saying is that AI will eventually supplant antiquated notions about gods and demons. As our own powers increase, there will surely be a corresponding decrease and humankind's tendency to seek answers and solace in religion and superstition. Nature of the gods take thousands or millions of years to accomplish the slow process of evolutionary change. Modern technology can instantly reproduce all the information of recorded history. With advances in nanotechnology, we may someday be able to instantaneously arrange matter into any desired configuration. Re-engineering of genetic code may enable us to reduce or eliminate genetic diseases and defects, and even reproduce organs, bones, or tissue that is less likely to fail or be subject to disease. Our relationship to the space-time continuum could also be modified, yada yada yada. He goes on to that part as well, and that seems to me to be clarifying that, you know, we're not talking about runaway nanotechnology or singularity. We're talking about like using nanotechnology to treat us good, to make sure that it helps us and advances us and whatnot. That's obviously what he's saying, you know, that kind of stuff. It's just strange and weird that he's going on that. And he took one particular point out of context, and I noticed that he also that he also didn't address the quote in the middle, actually. But yeah, that seems to be what he did.
Please, I will ask to Venus to share its recording after, because I would like to hear this conversation all over again. And if you could do that, I would appreciate.
He's probably going to
Jack
post
Fresco
up on
says
YouTube
it very
anyways.
clearly. Go on, Voice.
No, I was just going to say he's probably going to post up on YouTube anyways.
No, but that's an edited version. I want the full version. If you can share with me, I would love to have that.
This has been recording for about 3 or 4 hours now, so
it's going to be a big file.
Yeah, but I wouldn't bother to wait to have it since it's full. If he doesn't matter to pass me the file to a torrent or to a mega upload file, something, I would appreciate.
Jack Fresco says on page 7, in the introduction to The Best That Money Can't Buy, he quotes, well, I quote in here, but for the first time we have the capability, the technology, and the knowledge to direct those ripples. When applied in a humane in there, the coming cybernetic age could see the merging of technology and cybernetics into a workable synergy for all people. It could achieve a world free of hunger, war, and poverty, a world humanity has failed to achieve throughout history until now. I don't see whenever he said that machines will replace people or anything like that. He's just saying that we will use the new tools that technology makes available to us and the new knowledge to actually better ourselves, to make everything more efficient, more easy. It's really easy to take those things out of context if you want to, but I don't really see the point.
Well, he does say that many organisms, biological organisms, have been replaced, and it's only the natural progression of evolution. And on like the same page or the next page, he talks about how computers are the next stage of evolution. Now, I'm just looking for these quotes because the book's really big, and I have these little tags, but nothing's highlighted. So just give me another minute.
Yeah, remember just what I said before. He might think that way. I don't think that way. You know, in my case, I want to remain all natural.
The thing is that nobody's ever going to force you to not remain all natural, and he feels that way very strongly. And in addition to that, this is where we run into problems, is that he's basically Jock makes a statement that man will merge with machines and be cybernated, but he doesn't detail it, and so this guy's like trying to write up details for it and then hold us accountable for them, even though it contradicts everything else in the book about individuality and freedom and individual choice and no coercion, no force. He just throws all that out the window, and instead we're supposed to read the version of the book that he's writing that's like merged with Terminator.
I like when in the quote in the stream I played before, he mentions, I repeat, they do not control people.
I never said that they would control us, but said they would merge with us.
Yeah,
which is exactly what Fresco says. Fresco says
Please,
they'll merge
please.
with us.
He's
There-
talking about
well, there
sanity.
is one
He's not
thing.
saying merging.
Well, let's say
He does say merging.
please, out and being afraid of technology merging with our lives, but I must say to you that if you're not aware, technology today is already emergent. If you take technology off on the creation of on the food supply that you have today on your fridge, you don't know anything about technology emerging on your life, because all of that food is created through technology because you don't have food supply enough, and that's a fact. And it's today and it's now. Anything you can go buy on the groceries use technology to be created. So that's emerging technology with human life. So you're afraid of something that already exists.
Hold on, Calvin's been wanting to say something or read something for a while. I don't know if it got read already.
No, Voice of Reason read it earlier.
Okay, Can I say something?
No.
Okay, so the technology, this marriage between the people and the machines, I mean, I view it as it'll be different for different people. Some will stay all natural. Some might put an implant somewhere, like Stephen Hawking. He's relying on, heavily on equipment right now because he doesn't have a lot of choice if he wants to communicate and live. He's like tattoos. I have no tattoos. Some people have one tattoo. Some people have tattoos all over their bodies. So probably cybernetics will be something like that. But also, too, I mean, if we have this kind of technology, as we progress, we'll be going into outer space. So it won't be just Earth. There'll be other colonies all over the place. So these colonies might actually decide to be strictly farmers, or maybe shun technology altogether. Some people will be living in space stations. There's even talk of NASA or people looking at altering our genetics so that the people who do travel in space can stand the radiation that's being emitted from the cosmic rays and the sun. So everybody will have different choices and different extremes. Some will abuse it just like they do alcohol and cigarettes in today's world. So I don't think it's a threat. I think it's an opportunity for a lot of people. And whether it's part of this movement or not, I think it's going to generally happen. I mean, history is showing that technology advances. Some technologies are good and bad at the same time.
Okay, so here's see, this is exactly proving my point, though, that people would view this as a benefit and be more ready to accept it in your circles, because you guys all advocate this resource-based economy, and he just said he views it as a benefit, which is what I'm saying. They wouldn't control us. That you guys would view it as a benefit and readily accept it.
Well, not all of it. I don't, like I said, I wouldn't implant things to control my mind. But if I was in Stephen Hawking's position, I would certainly utilize technology to benefit myself, right? To help myself. Not to control me, but for me to control it. I'm sitting in front of a computer right now. I control the computer, right? Some people hate computers. They don't want anything to do with it. That's their choice.
That's kind of the point.
If you're gonna stick with that point, though, you need to concede that people in the free market monetary system would view anything computer-wise that made money as a benefit. So if they could have an implant that let them trade stocks better and automated trading of stocks, they view that as a benefit.
Correct.
We've also seen that any kind of profit-motivated system will, in fact, create technology to further the profit motive, which is why they're already investigating how to do that with advertising. As something that the other gentleman from Israel pointed out earlier that you kind of glossed over, was that in the system that we're in, any system where there is a profit motive, technologies are being developed for that purpose already. We see it already in the advertising industry, minus the invasive stuff. Okay. And that's why we have to have a value shift, because the technology is going to happen one way or the other.
Here's the point you glossed over that I made before, was that I radically acknowledge that that's happening in any society, but that my point was that in the Venus Project it poses more of a threat. But here's a quote. Okay, here's a quote that you said you wanted proof of, that Fresco says that we'd all be better off if we acted more like machines. Okay. It's on page 96. If you want to get here, look out and look halfway down. It says, in defense of machines, perhaps we would be better off if people did behave more like them. Okay? So it says it right there.
Yeah, but that doesn't imply anything that you just said.
Right, that just says behave like them. That doesn't imply that they're going to be incorporated into our psyche somehow.
But another page would say that merging a man and machine is the next stage of human evolution. So this is what I'm saying when he puts the information out there, doesn't connect the dots.
I need to. He's talking about chapter 13, technophobia in a cybernetic age. That's the subject of the entire thing. That's what he's trying to point out there. That's all.
There's so many other points in there where he says, no, wait, my point, before I told you about the quote, Neil, that you wanted to see, I said that Fresco you know, said things like machines never hurt nobody, humans hurt people. Machines, you know, or humans are worse than machines, blah, 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 that we should behave more like machines. And you wanted a quote, and so that's it. And this whole chapter is dedicated to basically talking about how humans are irrational and machines are superior to humans. And then in the same book, he talks about man merging with
That's not the
machines to
context
enhance
of the
them.
actual chapter that's being presented, though. That's not the concept. He's talking
Something
about
that's said repeatedly throughout the book. It's something said repeatedly throughout the book.
Can I just ask again? I mean, it seems to me that you're concerned. I asked the question earlier on, but you debunked the question, but it still seems to be coming back to the same thing. And I think it may be a spiritual level thing. Are you really concerned about integrating with machines on a spiritual level? Do you think it might affect some sort of mental state or an orb, or you know what I'm getting? Do you think it's going to affect you that kind of way? Or are you just afraid of technology in general? I'm speaking for a guy who doesn't have a mobile phone, by the way.
Okay, what I'm concerned about is when humans stop being humans and become more like machines. And if you want to view that in a spiritual sense, I'm sure many people would agree that you know would feel like they'd be losing some spirituality or something that makes them human. Whatever makes us human is just our personal opinion. I mean, it's what we feel human is. Someone else's opinion of what a human is may be completely different than another human. But it's the individual's. It's the individuality, is what I say. If we all become machines that are constantly upgrading ourselves and things like that, it's going to be very uniform. It's not going to be very much
How do
humanity.
you view people on life support?
That's different. That's not becoming a hive mind nanotechnology super robot that assimilates
Are
the
they
universe.
still human because they need machines to stay alive?
Hive mind.
They're still human. Okay, well,
That's contradictory to every statement of individuality throughout the book.
it's a shared consciousness, and it's a shared consciousness. And if you read Ray Kurzweil,
And where does it suggest that we're going to have a shared consciousness anywhere in the best the money can't buy? I don't want to hear about Ray Kurzweil. I want to hear where it says that in any Venus Project material.
okay, so this goes back to how I say they give you information and use scientific backing. You know, they use these theories of artificial intelligence and exponential growth of technology, and they go for all that, and they use that to promote their Venus Project system. But then they don't tell you certain things that the same people who created these concepts talk about all the time.
Because we're not going to take on any of that. We're going to take what we want out of it.
Right, you ignore certain factors involved.
We're not ignoring anything.
You ignore and explain away certain very serious risks.
Not explaining anything away.
When people say that they what will happen when the machines merge with machines, okay, and the machines take replace our minds with machine intelligence, you guys say that's just science fiction. When in fact the technology that will make this type of stuff available is referred to in this book. Okay.
Yes, but it's not referred to in any Venus Project material because we're not ever suggesting that machines are going to take over our minds. It doesn't matter what's in Ray Kurzweil's book at that point.
Well, you're not suggesting it because you're focused on increasing your membership and misleading people with lies by omitting certain truths.
No. You're misleading people right now. No. Listen. The same computer that is used to make a missile can be used to make something else.
Hey, just don't say that again. You know, don't say that we're misleading people and that we're engaging in a debate with you on points. You know, if you're going to keep bringing up that bullshit, you can just leave because I'm done with it.
Excuse me, when people...
Guys, come on.
When people bring up these points, every time you get two-sentence answers explaining away those fears as irrational and that they have no basis in reality, when they do. And that's when I say, you're misleading people because you write off or avoid or just don't believe that these things are real, but they are, and you're advocating a system that leads directly down.
What we said.
I've told you, I'm not going to tell you again. Don't say that again.
Okay,
Well,
so let me answer the point, Venus. No, it's not. Okay, that's the whole point I was trying to get through to you when you started talking over top of me again. Was the fact that there may be certain aspects of Ray Kurzweil's ideas of what technology will be able to achieve that we will make use of. The reason you're not seeing anything in the Venus Project information about computers taking over our brains or our minds or our psyches is because we're not interested in any application of whatever Ray Kurzweil's talking about that would ever do that. Okay? It's not being misleading. No, stop. It's not being misleading. It's not lying. Okay, look. The same computer that is used to make a missile can be used to run the computer to automate a machine that saves lives. Okay? Technology does not take on a mind of its own. We apply it as we desire, and we don't desire machines to take over our minds. Period. So it doesn't matter that Ray Kurzweil is suggesting that the potential exists that this may happen, because that's not what we're applying it for. Period. And any suggestions that you make outside of that, a gun could be used to shoot a person or it can be used for target practice. But the fact that it could be used to shoot a person does not automatically mean that it's going to be used to shoot anybody. Okay? This is the relevant point. You're trying to make this really complicated. You're doing a lot of appeal to authority here on, well, you haven't read the book, you haven't read that. It doesn't matter, because none of what you're suggesting that Ray Kurzweil is going to suggest is anything that we're interested in as far as any applications of AI. It's not complex. You're trying to make the conversation far more complex than it is. We're not misleading any people. We're not scaring anything. We're not, making prepared statements or any of the other ridiculous nonsense that you have tried to pin on us this whole time. The motive is simple. We're interested in AI going so far as to automate systems in the same fashion in all the examples that he gave you that you're claiming are misleading. And the reason that he gave you all those examples, because those are all examples of automated systems running things according to what we need them to do. Okay? That's why those are the examples that we give. Because the machines are not going to be taking over our minds and running everything. Okay? They're going to be monitoring systems, and we will still always be able to pull the plug. It's obvious. And a lot of the rest of your argument is based on the straw man notion that we just want to let these machines do everything. That's where the problem, comes out of all of this. Is you've conjured up a science fiction story, you've tried to hold us accountable for it, and you then just outright insist that we're lying about it or something. It's like and then I remember the backpedaling, and I love this part, and I'm glad everybody else noticed it too, where you suddenly went from insinuating that the reason Peter Joseph had the singularity behind him was because he's all about this idea that the machines are going to take us over. And then when people called you on it later, you just kind of backpedaled off of it, and that's because it was all assumption on your part. It was all just straw man. It was all things that you invented. You didn't ask Peter what his feelings were on it, and then Voice of Reason told you what he got out of it when he inquired with Peter what he meant about it. And that therein lies the rub, man. You are projecting just ginormous amounts of data into this that's all based on your assumptions on what we're going to do, what we're going to want to do, what we're going to think we want to do, blah, 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 and it's all bullshit. Yeah. And unfortunately, you're just repeating it over and over again, and now it's just becoming a filibuster.
Neil, breathe.
That was it. I was done.
Listen,
has anyone in the movement done computer simulations or, like kind of estimated the resources on the planet and divided up between people and stuff? Anybody done any kind of attempt on number crunching the actual to try and see what was possible in that area?
That's difficult without the starting point of that what we have, because how do we do that? That's going to take a long time to assess all of the resources on the whole planet. And isn't that the starting point?
Yeah, the From Earth to Venus project that some of the development team people have worked on it's kind of an attempt to do that initial analysis of what kind of data you would need and how you would build a system to track the resources.
Yeah, because I mean, you have the annual production of many minerals and the agricultural output of many countries. So I was just wondering if there was any work being done on simulations.
Oh, wait, VTV, if you're going to put this up on here, I wanted to go ahead and bring this about. Remember when he claimed about, hold on, Dan, real quick. Remember when he claimed about, human beings being like machines? He was actually talking about the irrational fears of humans that they have towards machines. And then he goes on later on to address this quote, and that's when he transitions onto saying that these people should not have these irrational fears, and that's why they should not actually that they should be more like machines to get rid of these irrational fears. It actually starts on like page 695 and transfers on to that point. That's what actually he's talking about when he says that human beings should be more like machines. If you want, I can go ahead and just read it off if you want, so that I can that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's apparently what he's talking about, and I had to actually read the entire thing in context, because what he just did is he just quote mined Jacques Fresco.
Okay, we get it. Guys, let's not be condescending, okay, first of all. Second of all, it's worthy to note that V, before you came in, he was asked if he'd contacted Jock or Roxanne about any of these concerns, and he admittedly said no, not as of yet. So that's kind of something that's been suggested to him as well.
Well, all you gotta do is pick up the phone and call her.
Right, I said, just if you're really that concerned about it, why don't you send them an email or get a hold of them and have a conversation with Jock about it? Maybe it'll clear some things up, but that got kind of thrown by the wayside.
It's certainly more effective to just inject what somebody is thinking or whatever than it would be to, talk to the person. But give the guy his mic back so he can talk.
Right, let's not be condescending. That doesn't help. All right, Venus, go. Please keep it brief.
Let me just respond. And that, Neil, you said that, what I said was that you're just claiming that what I'm saying is irrational. There's no basis in reality. I'm assuming things and making up science fiction stories. And then your response to that was that, no, that's not what we're doing. And then towards the end of your response to me, that you again said that I was just projecting and making assumptions and assuming things and making up stories, science fiction stories. So in the same breath of your response, you just validated what I'm saying. So all I'm saying, all right, I'm not my goal here today is to not try to get you to admit that what I'm saying is going to take place, or what Ray Kurzweil thinks is going to take place. All right. My point is that when people raise concerns about machines being in control, these fears, these valid concerns, especially when you research machine intelligence, are not taken seriously by members of the Zeitgeist movement. You say, well, that's not what we're advocating. We're not talking about machines taking over you. But the fact remains that you're talking about developing technology where that would lead to just that. Okay, so all I'm saying is that when someone raises this point, which they always do whenever they see Zeitgeist addendum, you could say, well, that's a possibility, but we'll have scientists working on that. Okay, to overcome that problem. But the responses you get are never that, because you never want to admit, as far as that's what it seems to me anyway. I'm not trying to tell you what you're saying, but what I'm saying, it seems to me that you guys never want to admit that stuff because it doesn't quite fit in with you want to boost up membership for the movement.
Because that's bullshit. What you're suggesting is bullshit. We don't talk about machines taking over people because, as I already pointed out to you, we don't advocate technology that would ever do anything like that. Okay? And as you just said, hold on, no, and I want to clarify something. I want to clarify something. Don't interrupt me, okay? You just said would lead, and I just had to correct you like 30 times in the chat. Could lead, not would, could. You have a theory. You don't know for sure anything. You've already admitted that once before. You have a theory that AI may do this, and all of your doomsday scenario that you're creating is entirely based on even more theories, like them being able to reprogram their nanites to make more nanites, to be able to materialize themselves a body, to network into our systems that might do this and might do that. It's all conjecture. That's the point. You basically have developed this big doomsday scenario, and then you're asking us why we're not taking it seriously, or rather the point, you're actually assigning insidious motives for us not taking it seriously, because it's not our theory, it's yours. It's not anything based in reality as far as to what our goals are for AI. We have no need of anything that's going to rewrite itself and then therefore develop nanites spontaneously and then take over our system. That we don't have any need for that level of AI at all. All we need is a system that'll automate our production facilities. It doesn't need to do any of the things that you're suggesting. And you haven't given us any evidence that we absolutely must give these machines these powers. You're just saying that they'll kind of develop them on their own. And that's and you keep saying would. You see, the fact that you said would when you just went over all of this actually kind of points right back to what I was suggesting, is that you're treating this theory as if it's fact. And then you're trying to hold us accountable for your theory that we don't agree with. So until you can scientifically prove it, until it happens, you're all basing on happenstance at this point. That's the issue that's a real problem here.
We tried that. I mean, we a bunch of us tried that when I first came in, of explaining to him that he was projecting assumptions about things that haven't happened yet, and he would not accept that.
Well, we're not trying to hide anything. That's not it. And he's based. This is the other reason why. This is why you got Noel ticked off at you, is because you're creating motives. Do you have any evidence that we're keeping secrets? Do you have any evidence that that's what our motives are? No, you don't. You said, well, he's got a picture of the singularity behind him.
Just because we think an idea is not a good idea, which we don't agree with what you're saying, doesn't mean that we're trying to hide it. I mean, we just think it's stupid, and so we're not interested in telling people about it, because we're not really wasting our time telling people stupid ideas.
Right. What I'm getting out of all of this is the fact that technology will march forward no matter what economic society we live in. It's marching forward. Now, whether it kills us in the end or not, it has nothing to do. I don't think it has anything to do with what kind of a culture we live in, monetary base or resource base. So I don't understand, Venus, what your point is. I mean, you think your governments are going to protect you with laws to stop technology, but that's just, history doesn't tell you that. It marches forward regardless of what governments do.
Look, nobody in the Zeitgeist movement's advocating bionics, and we're certainly not trying to create some sort of accelerator race here. So I think you need to take a step back for sci-fi a wee bit. Maybe have a wee drink.
Please.
Let him answer, guys.
Just one thing, very quick. Just want to put here a link, and that link is talking about the artificial life that were created in a lab. So please, do not concern about robots, either concern about humans that can already control life. You're always rooting to things that didn't happen yet, and here you have a situation that already happened, and it's already being debated. So I rather prefer to see things that are actually happening and talk about them than the future that it's unpredictable, and I don't even know if I will be here. Thank you.
Actually, one other thing too, if you look at history, the Catholic Church made a very, 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 very strong push to stop science and technology. I mean, they were killing people left, right, and center in Europe to stop the idea that the Earth went around the sun, because they were afraid that peoples would change their ideas. So, I mean, would you like to have it back in that time? Would you be more comfortable if the Catholic Church or some entity were to push back science back into that kind of a way of thinking?
Okay, so I never said that's what I wanted. So that's your answer to that. Where do I begin? Hold on one second. Let me collect my thoughts.
This is one of the reasons why I didn't want everybody to respond to him, because now we're asking him to respond to what 7 people said.
Correct.
I didn't. I made a question. I just pointed the link that he can read about, and it's actually happening.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about technology. I'll read that link. I'll check it out because I'm interested in the subject. I'm not talking about technology that's available today. I'm talking about the technology that will likely be available in the near future. Okay.
So please, you have a problem now. Will you answer the problem now or the problem that didn't happen yet?
Well, I'm gonna look that link, but I would like to address what Neil said before. Let me just think for a second. Okay.
That's not efficient.
So basically,
Very little think and gathering thoughts.
okay, basically, you could say you don't talk about it, you don't admit that it's a possibility that this could happen, because you just simply don't believe it will. But what I'm saying is when you're talking about increasing technology for the betterment of mankind, and that everyone's going to be like these engineers in the future or scientists in the future, and that people will be naturally driven towards occupations in this area or just interests in that area because of the way society is. It depends on electronics and machines. You're going to have this increase in technology, and whether you think it's a stupid idea or not, I mean, the risk is there. Okay, I'm not going to say it's definitely going to happen. I'll concede that. But what my point was not to get you guys to admit that that's definitely going to happen. My point was that when someone raises these concerns, and you say like that's never going to happen, or that's not what we're talking about, it's just, to me, from where I stand, it's disingenuous when you're talking about creation of nanotechnology. Fresco talks about it. Peter Joseph talks about it. I'm sure you guys talk about it too in the Teamspeak chat. Technology, applications of what technology might be. That's a big part of what the Venus Project is, because it's a theory on what could be. All right, and to ignore
based on technology that actually exists. You're repeating yourself again. Would you like me to answer the question again?
I'm repeating myself because you repeated yourself, and I don't feel like my point was taken. So I'm just clarifying one last time. That you can choose to ignore certain aspects or risks, and you can deny them, but it doesn't mean that they're there. And that I get belittled all the time on forums or on YouTube, and many other people do, for raising these concerns to say, well, you just don't understand the Venus Project. You don't understand. We're not talking about that, blah, blah, blah. But
because we're not.
It's just that you guys choose to ignore certain aspects of the technology that would be utilized in your system.
Because we're not going to apply those levels of technology.
Well, who gets to decide that? Science. Science will decide what gets done. Scientific method will decide what gets done. And
yes, so please tell me, wait. Please tell me what rational scientific method decision would ever put us in a position where we're going to put one of these AIs that you project may exist in the future. Okay? What scientific method decision would ever put us... Hold on. Why would we ever do that? What logical statement that's going to come out of science is going to suggest to us that we should put a system in charge that we can't control? That doesn't make any sense at all.
That's what I've been asking way back. What would be the incentive?
Okay, I'll answer the question. All right. First, I'll just clarify that I'm not projecting this. Okay. I'm just agreeing with what Kurzweil has said. Okay, so if you want to say Kurzweil has projected it, then go ahead. But he is a man of high regard in this topic. Okay, so it's not me who's saying this. I'm just raising the issue. Now, wait. First of all, if everyone is a scientist, there's many ways that this technology could come about, even by accident. And you can theorize. I'm not saying it will come about by accident. All I'm saying is that it could be created by accident, or it could be created through the scientific method. They could say, well, we have the ability to make a super intelligent machine that may be able to benefit humanity.
Stop right there. Benefit humanity in what way?
By contributing a broader perspective on the analysis of the scientific method, because it's far more intelligent, it's far more capable to analyze more data.
Venus, can I have your opinion rather than one that you've read out a book? That would really help me understand where you're coming from.
But before that, let me just say one thing. You're just saying that we have to prepare ourselves for something that may happen. You're just saying the same thing that if you were saying like, okay, I'm not going to the street because I'm gonna get sunlight and I may have cancer because of that, because of the radiation of the sun. So please, sorry man, you're just projecting.
No, Minnie, now that you've said that, I'm actually really concerned. I don't think I'm ever going to set foot outside ever again.
When people just raise questions, concerns, and they might have a certain understanding of the singularity and technology, and they may be already thinking these things without hearing about the Venus Project. But if someone hears about the Venus Project, has the concerns that I do, and they raise these concerns, you're just saying, well, you're just projecting, you're just projecting. No, if you research artificial intelligence, this information's out there. So I'm not projecting. I'm just talking about what's possible. Okay, I'm just talking about what's possible.
No, the part of this that is projecting... Hold on, because we're running around in circles again. Okay, the part of this that is you projecting is where you suggest all that other stuff that is not in the best that money can't buy. That's when you're projecting. That's when you're taking it into fiction. Because unless you can prove to us that that's what Peter means or what Jock means, which you can't, because I've talked to both of them and that's not what they mean, it's fiction at that point. That's the projection. Period. You have to address that. You're essentially making up theories as to what you believe Jock means by it and what Peter means by it. And you made some associations, that are about on the level of Venus is the morning star. And you're not adding any information on that. You're dodging around that because that's the theory part of your discussion here, is that this is what Jock means and this is what Peter means, even though it's contradictory to, everything else in Venus Project philosophy. But that doesn't matter. What matters is your theory as to what you think they mean. That's the projection. Because unless it's in the best that money can't buy, it's not what we believe. Period. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to...
Not you, him, sorry.
Okay. You might not believe in the singularity, okay? Or what Ray Kurzweil says could very well happen. I'm not saying he said it will happen. It could very well happen. He seems to think it's definitely going to happen, but he can't say, no one can predict the future. But if you choose to believe certain things about technology and just totally just discount others and say they're science fiction when they're not science fiction, they're based on measurable growths in technology that can be demonstrated. And Peter realized that, and that's what I was saying, is Peter realized that it's not, that these charts that reach to the singularity are demonstratable scientific facts, and that's why he used them in the moving forward lecture. I never said that he said we should be machines, and I specifically said that you guys choose to or not include that information for whatever reason. But if you choose not to include that information, and then you say people who raise these concerns are just crazy, paranoid, and watch too many sci-fi movies, which is almost always the response I get, is just disingenuous, and that's my point. All right, I'm not asking you to
yes, I know you're repeating yourself again. The question that I asked you that you did not answer was, why would we ever be motivated to install a system like the one that Ray Kurzweil is proposing may happen into anything that could ever hurt us? Why would we ever do that?
As I said, it could be seen as benefit.
No.
Okay.
Don't conjecture. Give me a solid reason. Don't make stuff up.
This is my reason. If you need to
here, let me try. In a sane society, why would that type of aberrant computer behavior be allowed to even be perpetuated?
Okay.
Why?
Because if you're basing decision making on the scientific method, it would make sense to have the best analysis of all the information to come to the most cohesive scientific deduction.
Stop. The best is a subjective term.
The most accurate. Okay. You would want to come to the most accurate conclusion based on the what's the word I'm looking for? You would evaluate all the scientific knowledge that you have based on a certain decision. And you
which is a finite thing. It can only say we have this many of this, and that's where it stops. Unless more of it gets produced, it'll say we have X number of this, and it won't think about it anymore. It'll just relay the information.
Okay, hold on. I want you to elaborate on the critical point that we keep dancing around here. Okay, look. When would it ever make sense for us to put a machine in any position to harm us? Why would that ever make sense? Please explain that.
Because the prominent thought process in the type of society you guys are advocating is based on science, the scientific method, okay?
Right.
So,
and what in the scientific method is ever going to dictate that it would be okay to put a machine in charge of something that is unreliable, unpredictable, and could harm us? That's not scientifically sound. That's ridiculous.
Right, especially when it's being especially when it's being applied for social concern, that it's understood that that is the best social concern for everybody on the planet.
Look, for people who want the answer, want me to answer, you keep interrupting my answer. Let me answer, okay? And you don't have to agree. Just let me answer. So let me start from the beginning because you keep interrupting. I keep getting interrupted. I can't answer. Why don't you mute anybody else who interrupts? If you're basing decision-making on the scientific method, for resource allocation even, okay? And for social needs, relevant social needs, that's part of what these decisions are about. No one's being forced to anything, but social concerns are raised. And the machines will have decision-making abilities in those social concerns as well, not just resources. So how it would make sense for the scientists to decide that this type of machine would need to be created, or be in the best interest to be created, or it'd be okay just to create, would be they would need a stronger, more intelligent computer, like anything. Like, why would you need more than 1 gigabyte? Well, you need to be able to process more information. So, say it was just a raw process. Okay, it's not full of it. If you want to hold a certain amount of information on a computer, you need a big hard drive. So I'm just giving you one example that I could think of that would mean they would say, well, we need stronger intelligence. We need a stronger machine intelligence. So let's create one. We have the ability to do it. So why not create it? Now they might say, well, look, it could go out of control. Maybe we shouldn't do it. Okay. So are you saying that scientific progress will be halted at a point in the Venus Project when there's no conclusive data either way that this is the right direction to go? They're not saying that the machines will turn on us. I'm saying that the machine will act in our best interest and be able to process more information. Therefore, it would be desirable to create such a machine, especially if it means we can leave the planet. Say the planet is running out of resources, and we need to leave the planet.
Stop your monologuing.
The only way to do it is through the nanotechnology.
I want to just read something to you.
People interrupt me. You never mute them.
Well,
because you're repeating yourself again.
I'm giving you an answer. I never said before that maybe the whole planet's resources, we've used them up, and now we need to go into space to continue. And the only way to do that would be to create this nanotechnology. That's one reason. Another reason would be to process more information.
Please, let me give you facts. Guys, let me give some facts.
He still hasn't answered my question.
Let me give some facts.
You asked me why would scientists create this technology? Okay,
no, you did not answer that. You did not answer what I asked.
What rational reason would they have to put in?
Let me just give some facts.
No, the question is far more simple than that. The question was, why would we ever develop technology that could hurt us? That's the question. None of the rest of this stuff. Just answer the question.
It would not be seen as hurting you because it would be seen as a benefit. That's the answer.
By what?
Please, let me just give some facts.
If it's as evolution.
Can I? Please? Okay, when you're talking about finite resources, let's look at the definition of finite resources when we are talking about planets. Planets work around cycles, and those cycles have a production rhythm and a destruction rhythm. When you talk about sustainability, you're talking about the consumption that doesn't affect directly to the construction rhythm. So sustainability goes with the concerning of how long it takes to construct that again. So that ability of looking at the things in a sustainable way will provide us a way of living on our planet like eternally. If it wasn't our sun getting older and having problems, we could use our planet forever because itself is a cycle, and that cycle is renewable. That's why we call the energy renewable, clean energy, and all that stuff, because material is destructed at one point of the world and another point it's created. That's how the tectonic plates separated, because they are being created at one point and deleted at another point. Please, before talking about things that you don't understand, get the picture of all. Separate to bits, understand the bits the best you can, and then join them together and take another conclusion. The conclusion of the all. Okay?
I want to talk about, I want to read in the book, and we were talking about in the chat, but on page 61, he talks about a matter of designing the function of safety into the machine. And you keep raising points, not if the machines can reprogram themselves, etc. The point is, when we design machines, safety will be built in. And this is what VTV is saying. If we look at a machine and we say this is not safe, then we won't do it. And just like with genetics, and there's some talk about in designing nanobots, there are unlimited ways to design safety into things. There are things about with switching the chirality of molecules so that they can't interact with organic molecules. I mean, there are infinite ways. Anytime you design something, you can design safety into it.
Doug told me to bring up the 3 laws of robotics that are actually utilized, although they were an Asimov thing, they're utilized by all the scientists who are designing robots right now. And they cover all of this, is that machines will never be designed with that purpose in mind. It's illogical to do otherwise. And essentially, I asked you why anybody would ever design something that had the ability to do any of that. And you essentially created a story where we may think it's beneficial. But this is the part that just kind of falls apart. It's like I'm trying to grab sand and hold it in my hand. Your notion here, your story is just founded on false premises. And the concept that, especially because you said, well, science determines. Well, science exhaustively tests things before they're ever implemented, especially if they're going to have any level of the power that you're talking about. We didn't just start detonating nuclear weapons willy-nilly. We tested them many times, more than we probably should have. But nothing that has any level of power, even scientists in our corrupt society, know better than to do that.
Okay, again, I'm not trying to repeat myself. It just seems that points I raise are not absorbed or not agreed with, so then I'm asked to respond to something that requires the same answer, okay? But I'm not going to try to repeat myself. But if you asked me the question, Neil, what conceivable reason would there be to create this technology? And I had no choice but to give you a conceivable reason. And for you to say that I just came up with a story that's based on a falsehood doesn't explain. I answered your question. Whether you feel I answered it or not, I mean, that's the best way I could answer it. I outlined
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. You left the ending part off of it, which is, why would we develop technology that would hurt us?
Okay, and my answer to that was that I never said that these machines would hurt us. I said that these machines, I mean, they could hurt us, but I said that I'm not saying that. What I said is that machines could...
So then what's the danger?
They could decide they're acting in the best interest of the human race. That these decisions are in our best interest. Okay, for instance, if someone said to you, well, your brain can hold this much information. You put these nanobots inside you, it's going to enhance your brain so you'll be able to hold an infinite amount of information. Is that a benefit?
Well, since you're asking the rhetorical question, why don't you give the answer?
Well, I don't think it's a benefit, but what I'm saying is that's an example of how it could be viewed as a benefit, okay? Looks like Ray Kurzweil thinks this stuff is great. He can't wait to become a cyborg flying through the universe and assimilating things. He views it as a benefit. I don't. Okay, so that's my point. That's my answer, best answer I have for your question, really.
Okay, well, I think then what we have established over the course of this conversation, let's recap, because there's free market on the top of this, and I'd love to get into that. Okay, I want to go over here, just to kind of go over everything that we've been over, at least as far as I understand it. You have a feeling that, or well, at least so far anyway, you've stopped referring to the idea that we're being disingenuous or intentionally lying or intentionally omitting information. If that were our motive, we wouldn't ever mention Ray Kurzweil. If that's what our motive was. If our motive was to keep this information from people because we wanted to galvanize membership, Ray Kurzweil would not even be anywhere near the movement. We wouldn't talk about it. Maybe we'd even speak against it or say it could, for that reason. But we don't. The fact that you even found this information is proof positive that we're not being disingenuous. The reason we don't bring up the parts that are not relevant to the Venus Project is because they're not relevant to the Venus Project. That's all. It's not more complicated than that. There's no insidious motive, no disingenuous, no lying, period. Okay? If Peter didn't want you to know about that stuff, or that he was trying to hide it, he wouldn't have brought it up at all. This is one of the reasons why so many of the conspiracy theories about what's supposedly going on just don't make any sense. Because it's not in our best interest to do the things that you're suggesting. If this was some evil regime trying to hide information from you. Okay, so we've been over that. You still feel that we're being disingenuous or whatever. Okay, we've established that we're not going to agree on that. And you have a feeling based on the theories of Ray Kurzweil, and based on the feelings that you get from people who are here in the movement, that you feel that we're going to go along with this, and you don't think it's a benefit. You think it's perverse. I guess I'm losing one aspect here that is kind of important, which is that if nobody's making you do it, then why is it such a big deal? You've already admitted that maybe they're not going to be harmful. Maybe people will view it as a benefit. Being able to store infinite information in your brain or whatever. Well, if people want to do that, then that's what they want to do. Unless they're hurting anybody, who cares? That's the issue here. It's not one of my motives. I tend to behave, in a way that's very pure. I don't take drugs for that reason. But, if somebody else wants to do that, then that's fine. Unless it's harmful, who cares? That's like saying, in the same kind of technophobia that you're talking about, well, I could get an artificial heart, but I think that's perverse. So I guess I'm just going to die. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we've been over that you have these feelings and you have these concerns. I've explained to you the reason why we don't talk about what you're talking about is because it's not relevant to what we want to apply AI to do. That's the answer. It's not more complex than that. So, since we've been going around and around and around and around and around, and it's getting very unproductive, could you go back to what you were saying about how the free market would be a more beneficial system?
Yeah, sure. Just my one point. I'll touch on what you said. Okay. To me, to say to people who raise the concerns that I have raised, that which is said often by many members of the Zeitgeist movement. I'm not saying you did, although I feel that you did. But what I'm saying is that many times every day this topic gets raised in debates against the Venus Project, and the response is always seen too many Hollywood movies, or you're just making things up, you're just projecting things, when the concerns are based on
this is not a new point.
Oh,
what's the new information?
The new information is this. That to me, it's not new information, but it's my point that I'm reiterating one last time, and then I'll get on to the free market thing, is that to me is disingenuous. To deny a very possible scientific reality and call it fiction repeatedly all day long on the internet by Zeitgeist movement members is disingenuous. And that's it. Maybe they're not doing it intentionally. Maybe they just don't understand because they haven't read the books on the singularity. But that's it. That's why I feel it's disingenuous. And I feel that if you guys said, well, we realize that's a possibility, but we have solutions to prevent that from happening, then I'd be fine. And I wouldn't have come in here to say anything, but that's what that's what people never say it. Okay, people never say it. You're saying it now, but you still don't understand.
As Tank Top is repeating right now, page 61 of the book that you quoted out of context at YouTube answers your question. We do have fail-safes.
No, but what I'm saying is if you research artificial intelligence, you'll see there's a lot of dispute among the main thinkers in this field about the effectiveness of those fail-safes. Okay, and to say it like a fact that's very easy to put
Dispute
in
about a theory
is incorrect. It's actually incorrect.
Dispute about a theory.
Well, the Venus Project is a theory.
There's a lot of dispute about the nature of black holes, but we don't base our lives on the concept that a black hole might explode at any moment and suck us into into an alternate universe. We don't. It's a theory.
Well, the Venus Project is a theory, so the whole debate about the Venus Project is
Yes, we went over that too. No, the differences of the Venus Project theory is based on existing technology. What you're talking about is based on technology that you think other people think may come about. We could create a resource-based economy of technology that already exists.
The Venus Project could be implemented today, supposedly, with the technology we have today. But the underlying thought process behind understanding the Venus Project is the emergent reality of nature, and that science is always changing and things are always adapting, and we need to adapt with the technology. So it is related. I feel it's related.
And individuality is paramount and mentioned like 30 times in the book, and no force, no coercion.
But individuality is also defined in very specific terms by Jacques Fresco. That, is not necessarily what I believe is individuality. He says in the book people will be more uniform in the future because they'd all have understandings that are basically based around the same things. So that's to me is a loss of individuality.
Okay, so that's your opinion?
And Fresco's opinion on individuality is his opinion. Okay, so the free market, basically, more to the effect that under the Constitution of the United States, you can create laws to ban things that would be bad for people. You can just outright ban it. Okay, you can have a debate. You can say, look, no one can create this level of technology because it's bad. End of story. Right? Other nations might develop this technology. In that case, I believe they will. But in that case, I'm prepared to face a conflict when this occurs. Okay, but when the Venus Project proposes the whole world society, there's no more conflict. It's just there's nowhere to go. There's no opposition. That's just it. Once it's decided, and there's no segregation there.
You have never spoken to Jacques about the fact that if people don't want to participate in what we're doing, they can go do whatever they want to do?
I've heard that, and I've considered it, and what it comes down to me is that it's like saying, well, this is actually how the conversation started. We're getting back to the beginning of the conversation before you showed up, Neil. It was when you're implementing the Venus Project. To implement it as it's planned is you have to declare the world's resources as the common heritage of all mankind. And you just say that some of you say that, well, if you don't want to participate, you can go have your free market society and no one's going to stop you. Okay. Another more honest answer would be, well, if not everyone agrees and we can't claim all the resources, then we can't have the Venus Project. That to me is a correct answer. I don't see how the two could coexist at the same time. That's just what I see.
We don't have to rule them. They can live their own lives. They don't have to join us. There's just benefits if they do join us, more resources available. There may be nations that don't want to join us, but we feel that people basically, once they've seen the idea demonstrated, will want to join us. Okay, that's the actual stance. And when we say that we want to declare the world a common heritage, that's if everybody agrees with it. We're pretty confident that people will. If they don't, we'll continue to demonstrate what it is that we can do with the people who do agree with it. That's the theory. We don't believe in force or coercion, so...
Okay, Minnie wanted to go next, and then Calvin was next, and then Locke is next.
that subject, okay, on that subject, the thing is, he's talking about if we are a majority, we can implement it anyway. But the example he gave before, it was about he if if it was, for example, 100,000 people. That was his example, and how they would live if the resources finished, and uh, that free market system, and we have declared in the rest of the world an resource-based economy. How will things progress? And he gave an example like that. And you see, if they manage wrongly or badly their resources, um, they couldn't go and just take the resource-based economy resource. And he was saying, in making a point, that then he would be uh, forced to embrace the resource-based economy because the resources he had access to have finished and have gone. And what I proposed to him was the same question. How about a person that wants to live in a resource-based economy and and comes up to being the majority of the people, and they want a free market? And he said, and it's in the recording he has been making, that legally, as long as I go legally, which means I will be forced to live in the system he proposes, the free market, I could be on my resource-based economy. So I guess there's no point to going up here again because he already answered that, and there's a recording on it. And I sincerely hope that he can share that recording later with us without editing.
Go ahead, Colin.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to say, Peter and Jock have said many times that they do not want mindless drones swallowing everything they say without question. They want critical thought. They want people like you to disagree and raise concerns, but you got to do it from some level of rational thought and start with some common ground. And what have we proved tonight? We've proved that we both agree that a future where machines control humans is unacceptable. So my question to you is, why are you not in the movement to make sure that it doesn't happen? You got a legitimate concern, and we don't think it will ever come to that, but by all means, if you do, then make that your quote-unquote specialty, if you will, in the movement. That's just all I have to say.
Go ahead, Locke.
Does he not need to answer that question?
If you want to be here all night.
Well, okay. I suppose another question then
Go ahead, Venus, answer the question.
There's other reasons why I don't agree with the Venus Project anymore. This is just one of them. So I don't want to be in the movement because I just don't agree with a lot of things that it advocates.
Okay, go ahead, Locke.
When it comes to your concerns about cyberdyne, easy for you to say, cyberdyne, when it comes to concerns about making people into robots, etc., does a free market solution have fail-safes for this problem? And if so, what are they? And yeah, can't we just incorporate them as well?
I am so sorry. I missed a little bit of what he said. I want to make sure I have the question correct. It just if you could just repeat the question. I'm sorry.
I'll put it into chat for you.
Okay. I think that not necessarily the free market with solutions, but limited government based on the Constitution allows for some level of prevention of this problem. Not a foolproof prevention of the problem of cybernation, but at least for it occurring in America, it would go a long way towards preventing it by outright outlawing it, just kind of like cloning or whatever. So I understand it won't stop it from other countries, and that's why I feel it's a debate that should be taken seriously by people all over the world, and it should be discussed. And I would, advocate and urge for other nations to enact similar laws because they would see the sense in it. Now, the Venus Project, from what I've read and the understandings that everyone that Fresco says in the book and what Peter says, and just from talking from people in the movement, everyday people, they don't really see these as concerns. So I don't know how seriously they would take those concerns, and also that the fact that in the Venus Project many more people would be scientists, so you have the extreme more potential for this technology to be created by just pretty much anybody.
Okay, so that almost possibly answers the first question. So on the second question, which was as you saw, it was a three-parter. Sorry. Do you are these not issues that can be incorporated by a Venus project in a whole? I mean, if these are issues that you've got real concern about, should you not be here taking part in it and trying to guide us in the right direction so that we don't make these mistakes? Because
this is what I asked him, Locke, is why he is not contacting Jock about these concerns.
Well, I'll gladly talk to Jacques or Peter or anybody about these concerns. I'm all for that. My main concern is the way that the information is presented on the internet when people are recruiting. The way that these concerns are met with resistance from Zeitgeist movement members, the way they're just answered or explained away with just basic repeatings of a couple sentences that they heard from the movies.
Okay. If that is a concern of yours, bring it up to Jock and Roxanne or Peter or all three. They're easily accessible.
You don't think that it might have been prudent before you went making YouTube videos inserting the motivations in question that it might be a good idea to check with the source first?
Well, I see a lot of people from the Zeitgeist movement making videos and saying things in there that aren't necessarily advocated by the Zeitgeist movement. They put their own opinions and stuff in them too.
Right, but I'm not talking about them.
Okay, well, I was just making a video where it was my observations. To me, if someone is advocating the use of artificial intelligence with nanotechnology in the book, then I thought it would be necessary to and relevant to put some more information about nanotechnology, the dangers that those propose. And I'm making a second video to more clarify the point with using research from Ray Kurzweil and others to illustrate that this is not just me, making stuff up.
Okay, I don't really want to go back into that circle with you. My question for you in regards to the free market, you say minimal government. Now, will there be, and please just answer the question so that I can continue my point, do you refer to the idea that there will be elected officials? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Will there be any regulations about what people can do with their money in their interests of electing these officials, as in campaign contributions, ownership of the media? Will there be any regulations to stop people with large quantities of money from doing what they're already doing to bring about who gets elected?
I don't think limiting personal contributions to candidates is constitutional.
So in other words, okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
But I do think that it might be constitutional, and I don't know, but we should have discussions about it. That where if I'm giving money to a corporation because I buy their cars or something, they might have to be restricted in how they use that money. So therefore, that car company can't necessarily just give the profits they made when I bought that car to a political candidate. There might be a constitutional way to stop that.
Now, when you say Constitution, are you referring to the United States Constitution?
Yeah.
Okay. So you do not feel it is constitutional for us to limit the amount of money that any rich person might decide to give to a certain candidate. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Do you feel it should stay that way?
I believe that Congress would have the lawful ability to debate it, and if they saw the need to amend the Constitution, and as long as the amendment did not directly violate a statute in the Constitution that would prohibit such an amendment, that it could be rectified or maybe not. It would be up to Congress to legislate that.
The moment there is any legislation in any fashion whatsoever with what can be done with money, you no longer have a free market.
The legislation could involve how political elections would be run and limit the rules of political elections, not necessarily telling people how they spend their money. It just
Will they make it illegal for corporations to influence public opinion through the use of the media and campaign contributions? Because unless it does this, history has proven over and over again that it will lead to plutocracy, which is it's like a farce. You believe you have a representative democracy, you have exactly what we have now. And a free market would not eliminate that, it would make it easier. In fact, the reason we have that problem now is because we deregulated the media and allowed Rupert Murdoch to buy 70% of it. There used to be rules against that. In an absolute free market, there are no regulations whatsoever in any fashion of anything that anybody does with their money. And the moment you step outside of that, it is not a free market. The reason that we don't get rid of all those regulations is that it would be insane. Mind you, it's slowly starting to happen. And you want to talk about a dangerous philosophy, essentially what you're talking about is that money becomes the government. Anybody who has it is the government.
Okay, well, I guess I disagree that money can, commercials can influence people, but what I'm talking about is people need to be educated. Okay, so we talk about fixing the education system in the Venus Project so people will understand certain things. I'm for fixing the education system in America so people will understand certain things too. So if they see a corporation is funding a candidate or heavily advertising or trying to influence a candidate to get elected that they don't like the candidate for, they don't like his position, so they would just stop supporting that corporation, and that corporation would have funding problems.
Where would that education come from? Sorry to cut you off. Where would that education come from?
From the private sector.
You think that the private sector that is profit motive would not continue to do what it has already done and colluded with corporate forces to continue to ensure the plutocracy?
I think that the government has colluded with corporations to the detriment of society. And I think that if you are the parent of a student and you go to the school and you check out how the school is and what they're teaching the kids, it's your choice to put that kid in that school. So bad schools, which brainwash kids with crazy ideas of fascism and totalitarianism, would not have that many students because people would see through it.
And you don't think the corporations would perpetuate an educational system that would produce consumers of their goods to perpetuate their very livelihood?
I believe that some schools might, but I believe that it's also personal responsibility. Okay, I believe that a lot of people will homeschool their kids or instill values in their kids and teach them that materialism is wrong, and that's where I think I'm not saying that I'm religious or anything. I'm just saying that's where I think religion can play a part in that as well, and see the good aspects of Christianity and values and stuff like that, because they specifically address these things. So it's more of a values thing, and I think that's why kids shouldn't be taken from their parents and to these education factories where kids are brainwashed from a young age, and you should get the parents involved in education.
Okay, Dr. Carboni wanted to ask a question, so her mic is open.
Okay, I feel like it's not exactly on point with what you guys are talking about right now, but it seemed to me that the issue of artificial intelligence and singularity is a problem if we don't have the Venus Project's resource-based economy where everybody's value system gets upgraded to something that's more human and humane. So without it, the inevitability of the singularity and computers being programmed to to their advantage, or allowed to have their ability, the ability to program for things that are unpredictable by human mind capacity, is something that would be allowed or would be forgotten about, or unintentionally allowed. Whereas in the resource-based economy, a la what Jacques, I'm sure, is certainly in full cognizance of, is that people would have incentives that are are motivations based on mutual benefit rather than the benefit of the individual. We would have different lives. We would have different wants. We wouldn't want things that are so stupid and unrealistic and to the advantage of others or to the detriment of others. So we wouldn't create machines the way we do today that are to the detriment of others. We'd be creating machines to the benefit of all. And so too would be the machines in the future. So, want to go back to something that I can relate to, in Star Trek's Data, this is a machine that, considers the possibility of what really it means to be human. And that's an incentive that an artificial intelligent machine might want to have, because it's programmed to do such. So that's my input. Thank you very much.
I still just think that in the Venus Project Society, people embrace the idea of merging with machines more readily, and would see it as a benefit, and therefore its creation would probably go through. And this is, just what I think, just based on from talking with people in the movement. I mean, they may see it as a benefit.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I want to get a computer chip in my brain so I don't have to worry about remembering everything and even more things. I want to have the capacity to know so many things so I can really wrap my brain around it, who I am and how I can think about things in a collective way. So I'm game. I think it'd be awesome. I want to be in control of my little computer in my brain.
Well, then I guess you're just proving my point. Like, I mean, well, I'm not just talking about computer chip in your brain. I'm just talking about upgrading your brain exponentially with machine intelligence to the point where your human brain is no longer human at all. It's just machine intelligence. At that point, I think you're just a machine, and therefore you're dead. So if you
wait. See, that's where we get. That's where we jump through those stretches of logic where you're assuming that people won't put safeguards on themselves through whatever means. People are going to draw the line somewhere and say, okay, this is as far as we want to take it, because we understand that if we take it further, it could be detrimental.
Well, I want to take it a little different way. I don't think that having a machine that's so much more capable than I am, like my computer or my calculator, is making me less human. I think it's allowing me to be even more human. So I don't think that having a computer chip that can have memory that surpasses my capacity is going to make me less human. I think I'm going to become more human.
Good point.
Well, if it evolves to the point where people are replacing their non-biological brains, or with their biological brains with non-biological brains, and see it as a benefit, well, then I just think we're losing our humanity, and that's the way I see it. I mean, I don't think using a computer.
Excuse me, one more time.
I don't think using my computer makes me less human, or driving my car, or wearing eyeglasses to see better. I don't think those are the same thing.
I do, because you think that your biological brain is where your humanity is. I don't think that's where it is.
Well, do you think that this type of integration with machines is inevitable?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by this type of integration, so I'm not sure I'm going to answer it.
Okay, do you think that it's inevitable that man merge with machine?
To what degree?
Well, what you mean by merging with machine may not be true. Okay, so by asking me a question where I'm going to give you a yes or no answer, I think is your way of begging your question.
Any kind of merging with machine.
Hey, John, read the book Looking Forward. He talks about children, infants, having a computer chip implanted in the brain, so that it won't have to learn things. It will know things already, so that children can participate in research because their minds haven't been damaged by the environment of an emerging social design that needs to mature. And so we'll have the benefit of bright, inquisitive, youthful minds that will participate in research. So I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, we're going to have chips implanted in our brains.
Venus, are you speaking in the context, when you say merge, within the context of a cyber organic or a cybernated organism, whatever, that mixes the best of both worlds per se?
Yeah, sure. Any type of man merging with machines being embedded into us to upgrade our abilities. I'm not talking about prosthetic arms, or I'm talking about a little bit more technological than that. But to answer her to what she said is that if you insert a chip inside a child's mind like that, it will know what everyone else knows. Is that what you're saying?
It can't know what everybody else knows. It won't have experience. It will have a huge capacity for memory. Memory is not what makes you human.
The thing is that we already discussed that, and you're looking always at the same roots. You're talking about replacing. I guess we are not talking about replacing, but living together. Having the chip not to replace the brain, but to increase the brain efficiency. We're not talking about taking our organs to put mechanical organs. We are talking about implementing science to create tissue, for example, to restore organs. We are not recreating organs for in a metallic way. We are not putting machine. We are using technology to improve our own way of being.
Hi, Venus. I have a question for you from some of the comments you made earlier. You mentioned that you hope that the United States stays intact to fend off the future technology if it became dangerous to mankind and ready to go to war over it. Now, around the world, around the Mediterranean, they're currently shutting off the internet from their people. Now, what if the American government decided to shut off the internet in the United States because they felt it was people were protesting for higher gas prices and stuff? How would you feel about them deciding to control the current technology that we now have in the name of safety and security?
No, I don't think that that they have that. They don't have that right to do that. But I do think they have the right to limit the creation or ban the creation of weapons or instruments that could cause a severe amount of damage that are very uncontrollable. Potentially.
Venus, you're very naive. We provide the money for other countries to do that right now.
I'm against foreign aid completely. So I'm not naive. I understand what's going on, and I'm not advocating the system we currently live in.
Venus, so how do you explain USA having nuclear weapons?
I believe nuclear weapons serve a defense purpose, and therefore they
defense
just
on what?
Defense of the nation.
Defense of the nation, making dangerous for everyone. Okay, but the defense on nation on what specifically? You're defending from what?
Foreign or domestic.
Vague
what
fears.
domestic?
Okay.
The main problem.
Go ahead, Ron.
He can answer. Let him think about and try to answer for one time. A real answer. Yeah, answer me, please.
Okay, your question is why does the government need nuclear weapons to defend?
No, I asked why they have, not need, why they have, because it's not about the need, they already have. Why?
To defend against other nations.
From what?
From any situation, current situations, any threat, anything really that any attackers, invaders, anything.
Oh, so that's right for me to have a nuclear weapon to defend from anti-Venus project guy, okay? That is okay, just I'm defending myself, I'm preventing myself. That's okay for you, right?
I'm for the government providing defense for the people who can't defend themselves against other threats. So I mean, we might, we need weapons to defend ourselves. I'm just saying it would be used as defense, but those are controllable things. I mean, you can keep a nuclear weapon on lockdown and protect, keep it from getting into the wrong hands if you do it the right way.
Okay, who will decide the right or wrong way? Or right or wrong hand, sorry. You? Is it you? Do you have power on the person that is deciding?
Well, we have a representative government, and so
yeah. But do you have the power
our leaders
to stop
are
that person? Do you have that power?
Well, I have
Right
the
now,
power.
you can say that no one will detonate or press the button. Can you say that?
Well, I don't believe the system we have right now.
Yes or no, please. Yes or no.
Right now is not what I'm talking about. So the answer is no.
Please, yes or no.
Well, what was the question? Let me answer it right. What was the question again? Right now, do I believe?
Do you have the power?
Yeah.
To stop your elected leader to don't use or press the button.
I personally don't have that power to do that. No.
So why you defend that someone have to be with that power in possession?
Well, there should be certain procedures and laws as long as it's lawful. I mean, I don't think the president right now has the authority.
Yes, he does.
He does not have the legal authority. You could say in an executive order or emergency situations. I don't believe that those are legal and constitutional. The president doesn't have the opinion. It has any use of aggression or force or anything has to go through some sort of judicial process, some sort of overview, oversight. I mean, you just can't have one guy in a room with a button to blow up the world and just say he can do whatever he wants. That's not the system I'm advocating for.
Who creates laws? It isn't the government. Can you agree with that?
The people vote in representatives in their government who write laws, but those laws can't override or conflict with anything in the Constitution.
The reason that hold on.
Laws.
Let me get to the core of the issue. I promise I'm going to address what it is that you're trying to address with him, but we need to get to the very beginning of it in order for all of this to make sense. And to clarify, the authority actually does exist, and the reason the president has the authority is because we can't have a session of Congress to determine whether or not we're going to launch our nuclear missiles in retaliation against missiles that are coming at us. That's like saying I have to have a congressional meeting to fire my pistol to stop the person who's in the process of murdering somebody else. That's why such authority exists, even within the Constitution.
Okay, but see, if the president pushed a button, that wasn't the argument. The argument was he could just push the button. He never said anything about impending attack. He just said, do you think that the president right now would have the ability to just push the button? All right, he never prefaced it with an attack of any kind. If we're under attack, and there's a missile, a nuclear missile heading right towards us, and we have missiles we can shoot to intercept those missiles, and that a split decision has to be made with billions of lives at stake. Well then, yeah. I mean, there's always risks. I'm not saying that the system I'm advocating is perfect, just like you're not saying that the system that you're advocating is perfect. But I do believe that we should have weapons to defend ourselves. Otherwise, we would just be open to attack and have no way to defend ourselves.
He actually, as Tank Top is trying to point out to you, he has the authority to use it for any reason. The president has the authority to call on any of the military's arsenal for any purpose he sees fit. He would be called to task later and asked to justify it by Congress, but it would be a little late when you're talking about nuclear weapons.
Question. Don't agree with that assessment. I think that if the president did something like that with no reason, just said, well, we're going to blow up China now, and he pushed a button, and then have hearings afterwards. Well, what he found would be to have done would be crime punishable by death. That's almost like treason because he's putting the whole nation at risk.
And then what? The people that died on the bomb will relive? Will get live again? And then what? You kill him, and then what?
Well, in
How
the
about
Venus,
the people that die? Yeah, explain me.
well, I'm not here to justify the actions of a theoretical president who's bent on blowing up the
Okay,
world.
theoretical. I got you now. You're talking about theoretical. All this speech about the Venus project, it was theoretical on you talking about robots and they got intelligence. So if this is a theoretical thing that you don't want to discuss because it is theoretical, we don't have to discuss anything that you
No, we
speak
can
about
discuss
because
it.
everything that you've based on were theoretical and projections about the things we are talking about. So sorry, you have no more points on this because you already said it. It's theoretical, and this is something that you can make an action today, not
What I'm
tomorrow.
saying is,
So and you're just focusing too much on the tomorrow and forgetting that you today have many things to concern on. What are you doing to resolve these questions? You're not doing nothing. You're just talking about the robots that are coming that aren't here yet.
okay, look, if the president launched a nuclear weapon at another country for reasons that, who could only dream of? He was crazy. He decided all he wanted to see if he could do it. All right, it wouldn't be lawful. Okay? It wouldn't be lawful. It would be found to be unlawful. So, and that's part of personal responsibility. We elect our leaders. If we elect some crazy, unstable president, well, that's part of our personal responsibility. The government is run by the people. I mean, only a madman would get into power like that if people allowed it. And to me, I'm not advocating a system where everyone is taken care of and security is just paramount and freedom takes a back seat when security is. Well, no, exactly.
Freedom will not take a back place. It can't have freedom under existing system.
Well, in the Venus Project, for instance, I wouldn't have, say, the freedom. If I was a Venus Project member, resource-based economy member, I wouldn't really have the freedom to, say, build a giant building for me to live in because I like the idea of living in a giant building. Because it would use too much, the resources wouldn't be allowed to given to me because it would just be seen as, well, there's no real point. Here you can live in this.
Would you want to do that if you knew that someone would die if you did?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Would you want to build that giant building if you knew someone would die because you did that?
Well, this is what I'm talking about, where the system creates conditions where freedom is limited because you're
I'm talking about that.
You're taking care of
Greed
everybody.
is limited, not
So
freedom.
everything I do is based on what someone else, what someone else can do, and in the system I'm advocating, that's not the case. Everyone is responsible for themselves.
You're advocating, you've already said, we shouldn't do anything about anywhere else in the world. We shouldn't take care of anybody or help anybody out.
Right.
So these 40,000 people who died today around the world out of neglect and for lack of resources, you don't care about them.
Well,
Where's their freedom?
I know I care about them. I believe that people, charitable people, do a lot of good around the world for feeding the hungry. And I also believe that those people, in those countries, have the right to demand whatever type of government they see fit. Okay, so they can. I feel there's a certain amount of personal responsibility that charities can help alleviate suffering in those who are needy, but people ultimately have to decide, take charge of their lives and as some personal responsibility.
Okay, on another topic. You didn't live during the Cold War, did you?
I was alive during the Cold War.
Then you do remember the 3 times in 1 week that we almost came to global thermonuclear war by accident?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the Cold War was a result of a lot of circumstances. See, the system that we live in today, or lived in during those times, is not the system I'm advocating either. There's a lot of collusion, a lot of funding of an arms race going on by practices that I consider unconstitutional, illegal, and wrong. So those situations never would have been allowed to occur in the type of system I'm advocating for.
I think that your ideas are well thought out but two-dimensional. And I find that you are basically arguing for the status quo and dressing it up as if it's some new idea. I cannot support the existing system or any of the various uh, cartoonish prepositions that go with it that want to support it. So I exit from this conversation as being futile. Goodbye.
So to further up on what was being discussed earlier about a lot of the proposals that you were giving as far as to what was possible, we could further that argument by nailing down the fact that we just had a neoconservative president, and based on the things that I've read neoconservatives saying, they actually feel that our foreign policy should include conquering all other nations and setting up democracies, as that is the only way to keep ourselves secure. So, based on that premise, because of the fact that a neoconservative could get elected, and they have been elected, we probably shouldn't have a constitutional-based government that allows people to go to war ever, because that's what they'll be inclined to do. I mean, that's the evidence that we have. But that's the beliefs of those people. So that's kind of the statement that as to why that when you're suggesting that we may, if and why, when possible, might do something, this is what they were trying to get across to you. We have evidence that the constitutional system that you advocate can and will be corrupted for the purposes of individuals who are monetarily based. I don't have to make that up. It's provable and shown right now.
Well, yeah, our system could always be corrupted, but that's why it's about personal responsibility. Like I said, I mean, if you have people who are dedicated to and re-understand, the founding fathers' intents and the Constitution and non-interventionist foreign policy and the ideas of sound money and the ideas of liberty, and that's happening right now. A lot of people are rediscovering these philosophies, and if you can elect leaders who, are part of that philosophical group, I mean, adhere to those beliefs, you can prevent neocons from gaining any sort of power to declare war. Also, if you just erase all the laws that are written that allowed people, the president, to declare unconstitutional wars, and people realize that the stuff's unconstitutional, well, you can prevent these things from happening in the future. But the way it became corrupted, of course, was because of money manipulation, Federal Reserve, and collusion with foreign nations and foreign interests and just corporations, which is all stuff I'm against.
Okay. Well, how much, do you actually know about what the founding fathers were intending? What it is that they set up and the different things that they stated?
Well, I've read the Federalist Papers. I've read the personal writings of a lot of the founding fathers, and I've tried to study history, but history is just in the eye of the beholder. It's just so hard to understand history. What was the real history? But I've read the Federalist Papers, and I've read the Constitution, and I've had conversations with people about them in the Bill of Rights and things of that nature.
Did you read the part where Madison said that the wealth of the nation should govern the nation?
Yeah, but what did he mean by that?
Well, I can get into that. It pretty much revolves around another thing that the founding fathers believed, which was that private property could include other human beings.
Okay, well, that was actually, if you actually read their own personal writings, while they themselves owned slaves, they recognized that you can't force
hundreds.
You can't
hundreds of
slaves. Yes, but they also recognized that people may decide that slavery would be wrong under the Constitution. They gave a window. They created a window for people to make that decision for themselves. We're not about dictating, telling people what's right, what's wrong, this is the way it should be. Everybody owned slaves back then. Everybody who could afford slaves owned slaves back then. So you're talking
That's
about...
That's not true. Well, not at all true, actually.
Slavery was widely accepted all over the world for as long as history, goes back. I mean,
okay.
It is actually
hold on.
But it was widely accepted.
Let me give you some more information about the Constitution. Okay, my tutor was Senator Mike Gravel. Okay, and the reality of the situation is that, as most people are aware, governance was generally done through town hall meetings where everybody had a vote. There was a direct democracy system in place. And because of that is how they wanted to ratify the Constitution. And they could not ratify the Constitution so long as it had provisions to allow slavery in it, because there were several states that opposed slavery during the drafting of the Constitution. And in order to eliminate that, because obviously the wealthy were the ones who were the most interested in this, they drafted the concept of delegates, which was essentially the skeleton of the representative government system you were talking about earlier. And what that allowed them to do was to ensure that the rich people basically got elected as those delegates, because only rich people had the money to wage the campaigns to get themselves elected to be the delegates to go to the Constitutional Convention. And so what that ensured was that they had a bunch of rich people sitting in a hall and they got to approve the Constitution. And, well, lo and behold, you'll never guess, oh, there was slavery in it. Because they couldn't get a union.
Slavery is not in the Constitution, though. Slavery is not like it's not like Amendment Number 3. You have the right to bear slaves. It's just not. It's not there.
No,
if anything,
but it did not get made illegal.
Clarified and gave people a window to address the situation of slavery at a later date, which we did.
No, actually, the Bill of Rights had nothing to do with that. Up until the point that we made slavery legal, there was no mentioning in the Constitution about it one way or the other, which meant that nothing actually stated that it was ever existed that could have done anything about it. I mean, states' rights, individual may have been able to make it illegal, but overall, the notion that it was ever optional to anybody that owning another human being was ever a possibility means that they were not as enlightened about freedom as you think. And that the real reason that they set up the government that they did is because they were the rich aristocracy of the colonies, and they wanted to maintain control, which is why Madison said the wealth of the nation should rule the nation.
Okay, well, I have to say is that what your interpretation is of the founding fathers' intent is just literally your interpretation. The fact is that slavery does not exist. No, excuse me. The slavery does not exist anymore because it's just not constitutional to have slaves. And to argue the fact that the Constitution was written to ensure that we keep slaves when we don't have slavery anymore is just, on the face of it, a fallacy. It's ridiculous. I've also,
No, it's not. Or we wouldn't have had to go to war to stop it.
Well, actually, we didn't really have to go to war. That was the decision of one of the worst presidents of all time. And he was not really interested in freeing the slaves, if you actually understand Abraham.
Yes, I know that.
Okay, so in fact, the war he declared was unconstitutional.
Right. And you know what that means? The only reason that it ever happened was because it was in the interest of some rich people in the North to screw the rich people in the South who were dependent on slave labor. Which brings us back to the fact that the entire system was a plutocracy from the beginning. The wealth of the nation will govern the nation. The wealth in the North wanted to screw the wealth in the South, and that's the only reason we don't have slaves.
Look, in the type of constitutional government that the U.S. Constitution allows for, in the Bill of Rights, people have the ability to run for office. I have the ability to run for office. Whatever I think, it doesn't matter. All right? And I might need money to get elected. Okay? But money can't buy people's minds. Okay? Your values, what you say, will get people to agree with you. Yeah, money helps to get your message out there, and many people donate. Many poor people will donate to a candidate that they believe in best represents what they think. Like, we just had a money bomb for Ron Paul, who hasn't even announced he's running for president yet, and he made almost $1 million in one day from all donations from poor people.
Here, let me ask you a critical question.
Please. Just one
so
thing.
hold on. You're saying that my interpretation of what the founding fathers said is just my interpretation. Would it be fair then for me to say that your interpretation of Jock and Peter is just an interpretation? I just wanted to check if that worked both ways.
No, I don't think it's the same, because when.
Okay.
Well, let me clarify. You don't have to agree, but I don't think it's my interpretation of anything. When you're talking about artificial intelligence making decisions and emergent natures of reality and the singularity and the exponential growth of technology, you have to research that. You actually have to research that and what that might mean. And there's possibilities with that are outright denied a lot of times by Zeitgeist movement members because maybe they don't know the information. Maybe they haven't read Ray Kurzweil's book. I don't know, but to say that, well, this is what James Madison wanted because this is what it says in his writing or whatever, and then you go on and give your version of history. That's
not my version.
That's
history.
It came from your mouth. Did you read it from something? Were you reading verbatim from a history book, or were you paraphrasing your version of history?
Let me just debunk you on the question about books. You may don't know, but when you have a civil war, in the history, if the government wins, it is written as a civil war and only a civil war. But if the people wins, it's called a revolution. Why is that? Because the winners write the history. So when you're reading the history, you're reading about the victorious perspective. So your thing about books, it's debunked now. But if you want to go further on debunking books, I can go further. The physics in the past said man will never fly, and you have an airplane today to fly, and that's a debunk on books too. So books aren't God, aren't a full comprehensible thing of all times. Is not always correct. Is not 100% accurate. It's probably, you see, that's a huge word, probably a good proof that will happen or will be, not that is. This is a big difference. And science defends that tomorrow the things we know today maybe are no more have no more value, which means science understands its own purpose. Please don't mention books or don't ask about books if you just basing on books, because books are also wrong. That's why you have entertainment. Don't interrupt me. That's why you have also entertainment books, because you can have everything on books as long as someone thinks about it and write it down.
My only point about books was if Neil was reading from a book, or if he was coming up with that version of history off the top of his head. Therefore, that would be his interpretation.
No, I did read it.
Where?
I told you, Senator Mike Gravel, who studied all of this because he was writing what he wanted to be a new amendment to the Constitution, that's where it all comes from.
Okay, so you took Senator Mike Gravel's interpretation of history as fact, when I don't agree with everything Senator Mike Gravel says at all. Therefore...
So is it possible then that Jock and Peter don't agree with everything that this guy you were talking about says, this Kurzweil guy?
When you're talking about technology...
no, it's not different. Don't try. Well, it's not going to happen.
Technology is not history. You're talking about interpreting past events.
It is
You're talking about predicting trends in technology. They are two different subjects.
Okay, no. Let's look. No,
they're not different subjects.
Your facts.
Oh, you think? Wait.
Hang on a second. You're basing your facts on the past of the history to predict the future. Technology, it's doing the same, and you're saying so. It's the same thing. You're saying that it's different, but it isn't. When you come to see the past, to analyze and make the probabilities to find what will happen in the future, you can also do the same thing on technology, and it is what you're doing. So please, don't say that it's different when it isn't.
Okay, look, you're comparing you're comparing someone's version of history that he was told by someone else
to your version of the future.
No, it's
that's
not my
conjecture.
They're
and interpretation.
No, they are trends that are measurable today through science that show the exponential growth of technology, and you can't deny it, that exponential growth of technology is occurring. That's a fact. That's not an opinion. That's not an interpretation of data. That's what's proven through.
No, it's not. It's not proven. It's a theory. You said that yourself.
No. The Moore's law is it Moore's law?
No, it's not Moore's law. No. Okay, you are making an interpretation of what you think might happen, and you're trying to tell me that I'm giving an interpretation of what I think might have happened. It's the same thing.
No. When you look at if you're looking at scientific data, that says here's the trend in technology that we can measure today, and look where it's going, to an exponential shoot up singularity moment, okay? That is a fact. And if you're saying that that's not a fact, then I would like you to prove that the exponential growth of technology is not actually happening. I would like you to prove that. But until you can prove
exponential growth of technology does not prove that spontaneous AIs will exist at all. It doesn't prove that at all.
If the trend continues, it certainly does. Yeah, it certainly
No, it
does.
doesn't.
If the trend continues, yeah.
That's a theory.
Everything.
Well, no. If you create a machine,
wait a second.
That can that
Wait
if
a
you could
second.
create
Wait
a
a
machine
second, please.
that wait, well, let me
Wait
finish.
a second, please.
Don't interrupt. Let me
You're
finish. Let me
cutting.
address Neil's point. Let me address
Wait
Neil's
a
point.
second. It's quick. It's quick. Have a look at this. You're talking about that there are trends. Economics have trends. You look at the past, you compare the state of today, and you say probably tomorrow will be like that. That's how we explain that probably we will have a third world war. It's like looking in the past. Trends are made looking at the past and looking at today and making a comparison and say, okay, the trends are. And technology is just the same thing because all goes back to the history. You look at the history to make a comparison on the evolution, and you can say in the future, constant looking at today's and looking at what happened in the past, the probabilities are this based on history. So trends, when you talk about trends on technology, you have to talk about trends in every single aspect because every single aspect has this. You have to look at today and the past and make the trend then to the future. You can't do without both.
Can I weigh in here real quick about it, about comparing historical? All right, okay, cool then. When we're looking at data, when we're looking at these things in history, we have to take into relevant amounts of areas. There's a certain interpretation that we need to follow, which is referred to usually as a method in history. We have to take into account like cultural, political, etc., all these types of things really, and then we have to sort of give a sort of interpretation based upon the relevant data that is given. Now this is really no different whatsoever in any way, shape, or form than interpreting trends based upon past and current technology to make a prediction in the future. The only real difference that we're doing here is we're projecting is that we're interpreting something that may happen in the future, or we're interpreting things in the past. That's it. The methods are the same. That everything is the same. That's the only difference really. For you to claim that there's some sort of grand difference that makes everything completely, that changes the game is just pure bullshit. We need to read how these methods and these interpretations are actually done, which obviously you haven't.
All right, look. To say
I can
that
point out.
no, wait. I could read tons of books on history and get a different interpretation of history from tons of different books. I mean, I have The People's History of America by Howard Zinn sitting right over there, and his version of history is not what you're going to read here or see from some other place, some other source. So to say that Senator Mike Gravel studied history, so this is the history that he told me, and so this is the same as you saying that, well, when a scientist looks at data, empirical data that says this is the trend in technology, and you can measure that,
that's actually not the point.
It's
not the point at all.
I can actually point out using your own words how a trend is not a fact just by the mere fact that you said if the trends continue. When you were explaining how a trend is a fact and what Neil said is not, you said if the trends continue, this will happen. But the fact that you said if means you don't know. It's not a fact.
There's nothing to indicate. Well, the fact is that Moore's law is demonstrable. It's a demonstrable fact that technology is currently growing exponentially. There's no indication of it stopping. Now, there is an indication that 20 years from now, technology will reach the smallest that it can go. All right, so then at some point there will meet some level of resistance, but there's also plenty of scientific indications that well before then, that barrier won't matter because of the advancements they're making in nanotechnology, which are demonstratable scientifically. You can't demonstrate scientifically that, well, maybe you can, but you haven't yet, that this was the intent of the Founding Fathers, and this is why your system is corrupt. The Founding Fathers created
This is a different comparison. That's not what I suggested. No,
Not
what
all
I
the Founding
suggested
Fathers
was
agreed.
that you
Madison didn't
insinuated.
agree with all the other Founding Fathers.
You
And so to say
insinuated.
Madison said this
It's
doesn't
not
mean
just
anything.
Madison. There was a lot of
Venus,
people
are you-
involved with all that. Now hold on a second. Let me make my point, okay? Because you're going off. This is actually now you're moving in a different direction. Okay, I didn't say to you that the comparison was as legitimate. I said to you that as far as science, I said that you have an interpretation of what you believe Jock is insinuating and of what Peter is insinuating based on your interpretation of things that you think they said that are not even anywhere close to as obvious as the wealth of the nation should rule the nation. Not even a smidgen of close. You said there's a picture of the singularity behind him, and that must obviously mean he advocates this.
No,
So
I
what I
didn't say
said to
that.
you...
You're putting words in my mouth. Neil, be honest. I never said that he advocated. I said that I used that example as a way to show that what I'm talking about, the theory I'm talking about, is based on relevant facts when I was accused of making up science fiction stories. That's what I said, so please understand that.
So let me ask you 2 questions of yes or no. Are you a scientist?
No.
Are you a programmer?
Nope.
So therefore, in your point of view, you are no relevant about talking on the subject.
Right, but my talking on the subject comes from a scientist, a programmer, a researcher, and one of the top leading...
That you cannot understand what they are saying.
Is definitely a relevant person in the field of AI and nanotechnology. So I'm just repeating to you what he says in his book.
Okay, physics in the past, I will come up with this all the times it's needed until you understand. Physics in the past were relevant on physics. They said that man will never fly, and we fly today. So that's the point I'm trying to make. That doesn't make him God. Being a leader mind. Please, Visor, stop that. Being a leading mind on the subject doesn't make him God on the subject. Please. You must understand that first. You are addressing a question that is a probability and not a fact. And you're talking like it is a fact.
Well, you're talking about in the Venus Project having interdisciplinary teams of experts, people who are leading fields in their field of study to run this system basically in the way that you guys want it to be run. So to say, well, just because he has a lot of knowledge on this subject doesn't mean anything. Well, and I also said before, I read other people in this field too, like Werner Vinge and Hans Moravec, and there's plenty of others. There's plenty of free articles you can read, and they all debate each other on this subject. All the leading fields and scientists in this field. There's no scientific consent, but they all debate each other on these things. So I don't
there's
see
debate. You know why there's debate? Because it's not proven fact.
It's not proven. Well, it's not proven fact that. Of course, it's not proven fact. I never said it was a proven fact. I said that these are predictions made by the leading scientists in the field, and they all admit the singularity. It's gonna happen. I mean, maybe there's some out there that don't, but I mean, all the researchers I've read, all the prominent ones, agree that Moore's law is correct. Nanotechnology will be created, and we're going to reach that exponential point. They debate on its effects and what will happen, and there's different theories on that.
Leading scientists also, and physics, and also whatever you want, also made propositions about the Big Bang, things you study in school. And in the past, there were leading scientists at the time and philosophers that said that the sun was rounding around the earth, and it's kind of against the opposite. The earth is going the sun, around the sun. And so there is no law about that. Please stop making that assumption that is a law and that is a thing that must be followed, because
Moore's law is a law. I'm not making that up. Moore's law. Look up Moore's law, Mini. Look it up.
We have already debunked the fact that Moore's Law is not relevant. Moore's Law does not prove that there's going to be uncontrollable AIs.
No, I
It
didn't
proves
say
that
that.
computers
What I
get
said
more
is that it's
powerful.
a possibility. I never. If I'm going to go back in this conversation and actually, because I'm recording the whole thing, and I'll point out all the different times I said I'm not saying this is going to happen. I said it's a possibility, and that all I wanted was you guys to admit that it's a possibility instead of lying to people or just outright just disregarding people's concerns that are based on valid arguments. Okay, that's what I've been saying. So please stop creating straw man arguments because I'm recording this whole thing and
We don't care that you're recording it. The straw man arguments that you've erected over and over and over and over and over and over again will be all there.
I repeat things because you don't obviously understand them because you.
No, we understand you. We understand you. We just don't agree with you.
So do you think I'm saying it's a fact that this is going to happen?
You've actually allowed that slip a few times.
Is it my main point that it's a fact that it's going to happen? Is it my main point that it's a fact?
I wish to ask some questions if I can.
I would like Neil to answer that question. Have I said that it's a fact, undeniably, it's a fact this is going to happen?
You have said that a few times, yes.
Is it my intention to make that my point? I might have said this will happen in a slur of the moment, but the integrity of my whole argument is that this is just a possibility predicted by many of the main leading people in this field.
Many now?
People.
As I said, there's many other researchers who agree with Ray here as well, and many others who don't.
They agree with his opinion.
Singularity.
His unproved opinion.
People, calm down.
It's also an unproved opinion that the Venus Project will be able to do all you guys say it will do.
No, we've been over that. Went over that. We're talking about technology that actually exists. We're talking about technology that actually exists, and you're talking about technology that doesn't exist.
You may have been over that in your own mind. You may think you've been over that or debunked something. Okay, that the Venus Project is proven fact. That we have the technology now to do this. Well, that's debatable too because I listened.
No.
Do you want me to show you?
Just because I'm tired of doing this with you over and over again. We're talking about technology that already exists, and you're talking about technology that doesn't exist. They're not the same thing. Trying to say that he could just debunk the Venus Project based on the idea that it's a theory, when we're talking about technology that does exist and studies that do exist right now, is not anywhere near the same ballgame as you suggesting that these things that may happen based on what these other people are talking about, including nanotechnology that doesn't even exist yet, is relevant. It's totally way off the point. No, the reason you're repeating yourself is because of the fact that you don't have sound logic, and you're hoping if you repeat it enough, then maybe eventually we'll all go along with it. It's a filibuster. You haven't offered any new information this entire time. Why should we unmute you? You're repeating yourself. Are you going to say something different than what you said before? Because I'm a little tired of the round and round. Okay, so I'm looking forward to this because I'm done with the filibuster. We had a guy do this to us once for 11 hours. I'm suddenly invoked and I'm thinking about his plan. For those of you who are veterans of Ventrilo, you'll know what I'm talking about. I don't want to go on this for another 12 hours. Please bring us new information. That's what I'm asking you.
Yes, I would like to point something here that is exactly what VDV talked about. I came here, there's about 1 hour and listened to the whole discussion. And I see it getting circles. Why? Because people do not present facts. Both sides are presenting their interpretation on what they read about some guys. And let me say something about specialists a little bit. I study a lot the books of Michael Shermer, of James Randi, and I watch videos. I'm studying right now conjuring, as you say, what you call magic. I'm studying, I'm making a course on magic. And what I can say is that a simple trick using some simple objects can fool even the highest PhD into the science field. So you do not have to forget that we are all humans. Even the PhD that wrote that book is a human. And we have to acknowledge the thing that we can be wrong. Nobody knows what the future will be. We can only take what we know now and extrapolate in the future so we have a picture of what it might be based in the current technology we have today, based in the scientific knowledge about psychology of the human, the environment, biology of humans, the earth systems, the biomes, understanding about human and animal behavior at all. And all this science, they they got into a point into this civilization now where they show us that our ancestral, old, outdated, and medieval ways of thinking and organizing society are all not just outdated, but counterproductive, counterproductive to our species. They are just leading us to the wrong path because one day we will run out of the very basis of the sustainability of the very life of all forms of life on this planet that is resources. And so what is the biggest point of the Venus project? Is it going, this is a prediction, supernatural prediction of what the future will forcibly be? Of course not. It's just a model projected from the current understanding we have now proven in all fields of science. This is what the Venus Project is. It doesn't mean we will live as we will see in the sketches, as in the models, because tomorrow can happen that a new technology will be discovered and changes everything. That is what happened in 2010 with graphene, with carbon nanotubes, with all this technology. So we don't know. That is a projection, that is a model. It doesn't mean it's a correct prediction of what it will be and that will be forced into everyone to follow that. Okay? So let's not take the word of some scientists as a fact, as the truth, the truth. It's a truth, but it's not the truth. Because you're basing yourself into a scientist. Try this. Base yourself into science. Use sources. Use facts. Use evidences. Especially, do not, especially use evidences that has some kind of validity. Because there's, for example, esoteric people like to say that I felt something, so this is my evidence. So use some real, experimentable, falsifiable evidence. Follow the scientific method, please. Okay, I just talked too much and some people lost my point. My point is this. Even the biggest mind in the world can be fooled. So do not follow what a scientist said.
Silvio? I actually can't understand you, man. Something's wrong with your mic.
Yes? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's cool, man. Just you've been talking for a while. Let's let Venus talk again.
Okay. I may have repeated some of my message before because you clearly distorted the message of what I was saying before when you said that I was saying this was a fact. Okay. All I said was that they were predictions made based on scientific observations, on technological trends by the leading minds.
Right.
Okay, so that's what I was saying. And
Okay.
that I wasn't saying it was a fact, but that it was a possibility.
But it's a
That's
theory.
That's what I want to make clear.
An opinion.
Well, I just wanted to make clear that it was a possibility based on those with great knowledge on the subject.
Do you acknowledge that it's quite possible that the reason that you Freudian slipped and said that it was a fact several times is that you seem to put an awful lot of value in this theory?
Actually, I never said it was a fact, but I did slip up and say that this would happen when it's created. Okay, that was not what I meant to say. It could happen. Okay.
Okay.
So that's just a simple slip of the tongue. That's not the main point of my message. Clearly, time and time again, I've said it's a possibility. It's a prediction based on real valid concerns. And
we're not scared.
Okay.
It's cool. We've been over that.
Again.
Okay, so please don't say again 10 minutes from now that I'm saying all this is definitely going to happen.
Okay, just don't slip and say that it's definitely going to happen anymore, and that'll be easier.
Okay, maybe if I said it once or twice in the conversation out of 100 times that I've said it, if you want to hold on to once or twice, that's cool, but I've explained myself.
Actually, Tank Top poses an interesting point. You cited nothing to support your claim that Venus Project would make it more likely and that the free market would make it less likely.
Okay, let me address that. Let me address my view on that. This is my view, okay? My view. If you're giving the machines control over decision making and you're centralizing all the resources of the planet in control of some huge computer grid or whatever it is, all these machines are in charge of resource allocation and stuff like that, and things are created by the machines. All right, it's all centralized to the machines, and the whole world, all the world's resources, and the whole world is in on this. That poses more of a threat in that type of society, in my view, because there's no boundaries, there's no limitations. In a free market, if a free market existed, coexisted with the Venus Project, which I don't think it can, but say if it did, there would be at least one part of the world where the machines don't have all these decision-making abilities and the machines aren't in control of all the resources of that area. Therefore, it would act as like a safety net for those people to have a chance to...
Venus Projection. Can I first ask your name? I don't like call people by their nicknames.
My name is Joshua.
Oh, hello Joshua. I'm Silvio. I'm from Brazil. I don't have any passion into any kind of flag, so you can talk freely with me. And so I'd like to point something that you said now. You told about the Venus Project having centralized machinery. And well, it's not like that. I think that people have a romantic view of what machines are. First of all, a machine is the computer you are using right now to communicate with us, the microphone and everything, the internet, everything. This is machinery. Technology is a more broader concept. And technology is the clothes you're using, is the chair you're sitting, if you're sitting at all, is what engineered your house and everything. The computer is also a piece of technology. So when people say that it's a danger that the Venus Project will control all the world's resources using a centralized web of computers, it's a projection based on fear and based on a myth, because you can only have how can I say, a dictatorship maybe of machines if you actually create machines that are conscious as us and that have what we call, quote unquote, emotions that we do not even know what is, very rationally. And so imagine you create this type that is not the case of the Venus Project. You create this type of web
of computers that control the resources, and someone take a computer and breaks it, and all the computers of the world will go there and choke that guy. So this is the romantic projection many people point.
Silvio, you're becoming incoherent again.
May I ask you something,
Why?
Joshua? Venus projection, and I apologize if
I don't know what you're talking about. I first would like to ask you when I am correct. Sorry, incoherent.
Because I can't understand you. Because your microphone, for whatever reason, I cannot get what you're saying, because half of the time your words are indistinguishable. Like, it's just the sounds are all slurring together. It's not your fault, but you're going on for a long time, and most people in the room can't even understand you.
Oh shit! My.
Are you saying?
Can someone?
Are you saying, Joshua, Venus projection, that you are concerned that perhaps the central computer might go haywire and destroy resources, or go Terminator on us or something?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
But it's
Okay,
close,
I'm
right?
trying to understand, like, what is it? What is your? I mean, what is the fear or the
Where's the
concern,
danger?
or like what is the? Yeah.
Okay, the danger lies, in my view, when artificial intelligence evolves to the point where the machines can improve themselves, their own programming, or write their own programs exponentially at a rate that cannot be controlled by humans anymore, because the machines are just that intelligent. And this is
we would know that.
and then the machines, since they're in charge of decision making, and everything is all linked together through communications and machines and stuff like that in the Venus Project all over the world, would have a great deal of leverage in then assimilating things.
Well, let me ask you one thing.
But I mean, what do you think the danger is?
Well, one second. Are you interested in stars, in the space? Yes or no? Just yes or no, please.
Sure.
You are? Yes or
Yes.
interested in stars and space?
Yes.
Okay. The machines could also be interested on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why the hell they would be here with these primitive rays if they can go outside?
Well, they will. That's a process. That's a process. Well, they could. That's the process explained in Ray Kurzweil's book. Is first they'll merge with man. This is what Kurzweil says in the book. I'm not saying this is a fact. That and then we will go into the stars and at light speed or whatever is the most fastest speed possible is, and just assimilate matter around us and reorganize it and make it more efficient, and basically turn the whole universe into an intelligent machine.
But since it's a machine, you agree that it will be powered by sunlight that is highly more efficient than food, right? Can you agree with that?
Well, the machine could potentially power itself, so it would require no more food. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so what's the problem to the humankind itself? Because the resources to build a central machine to go out of space doesn't take all planet resources. It won't travel the world. It will travel the machine. That is correct, right?
I'm not sure what your point was. Could you just repeat that?
Okay, you have a machine that it's building itself to go out on space. Can you agree that a small machine can pass better between planets without getting attracted by the gravity of those planets, so can travel faster and better on space?
Oh, I got you. Well, actually,
please, could you agree, yes or no?
Well, I can agree, but I need to preface it with a little explanation. Let me explain a little bit.
No.
Well, hold on, guys. Don't try to force him to do yes or no. Let him extrapolate a little bit. As long as he doesn't go on for an hour, this is not a court of law.
No, I won't.
One second. I just said yes or no questions because when he made all his base theory was on yes or no, so I'm leading him on yes or no, so he can see how easy it is to explain things on yes or no basis. And by understanding that, he will understand, probably he will understand at some point that that's how its point were made, and so on. You can just see that you can talk about projections without explaining the all context, and that's the thing you are doing. You're not explaining all context because you don't know what will happen in all points of the world in the future. That's why a projection is always a projection.
Okay, if it's a projection, it's an extrapolation on what we currently know today and see the trends in technology. That's exactly what the Venus Project is. My answer is yes. It would be more feasible, I think, for a small machine to travel faster than a big machine. I don't know that for certain, but what I'm saying is if this was a machine that potentially assimilated or merged with the resources on Earth, including humans, and became an intelligent machine.
Current technology, not the same.
Okay, current technology. Is he specifically talking about current technology?
I'm not even sure what he's talking about.
Minnie, are you talking about current technology or the technology that I'm talking about that could very well be available within the next 50 years?
Okay, but that's not current, right? Current is today, right?
You're talking about current technology, what's currently available?
Yes, today.
Okay, well currently you would need like a huge rocket to propel you into orbit, and then after that you drop that because that's dead weight, and then you just use that momentum on the small remainder of the ship to go as fast as you can through space. Yeah.
Okay, but the thing just answer you about the question of being small and big ships. It's because a small ship, when it's more easily to go out of the circles or the orbits around the planet. However, a bigger ship can also attract more meteors and more dust, and therefore brings more problem. But it can also enlarge and have more food supply, for example. That's just about science itself, not anything else. But the thing we are talking about, you're saying Venus Project is also a projection, but Venus Project is based on what you have today, not tomorrow. You have today. If you had the possibility of the space and resources to do it right now, you could do it. The limitation here, it's the human mind at this moment. The democracy that is implemented, that is a fake democracy. It is a capitalism hidden. So this is the main question. It's the human mind, not the technology. What is stopping Venus Project at this moment? It isn't the technology. Understand that first.
Okay. I really want to nail down this free market thing, and since that's like what the channel says the topic is, I'd like to go over that. Because we've kind of, I mean, I know there are new people who are here, and no offense to any of you, but we've been doing this for like 4 hours, and a lot of the questions you've already asked are already asked. So don't take offense if for some reason some of us don't want to continue to talk about it. I'm sure if you PM him, he'll be more than happy to continue to argue about the same thing that we've been in a circular argument about for hours. So that being said, though, I was kind of going somewhere with a specific point, which was that you don't believe that we can regulate what people can do with their money, but you do. Because that was the question I was asking you before we got interrupted again. Because there's a point I'm trying to come to about that.
Sure, I'm not for any regulation of any human activity as long as that human activity does not lead to other people being harmed or other people's rights being infringed or just laws that are constitutional laws being broken.
So the problem is the question of harm is of course subjective. Would you consider invasive advertisement that might do something like, say, convince women to smoke? Is that harm?
No, I don't think so. I think that that would be their right to advertise something that would be like smoking. But then also there's plenty of information out there that shows smoking is bad, so it's up to the individual to make the responsible choice for themselves.
Okay. How much do you know about propaganda, public relations, things of that nature?
It's hard to give you a number on that, like say I know this much or that much, but I've researched propaganda, but I mean I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Okay, well, have you watched The Century of Self?
No, I haven't.
Have you watched Psywar?
No.
Have you watched Consuming Kids?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good. Then we do have a. I was a little worried there for a minute. Just because we wouldn't have had any.
I remember, dude. I used to watch your VTV, and you would show all these movies and recommend stuff. I mean, I used to be in the movement. I mean.
Okay. No, it's cool. No, I wasn't trying to put you down. I was just like, oh, great. I won't be able to explain this to him just because you wouldn't have any background. Now, consuming kids, putting brain scans on children to determine whether or not it's, like basically what sounds to use, what colors to use, things of that nature to cause them to want products that they wouldn't have any other rational reason to need. Is that harmful?
I believe that might be something that that could be brought up to the Supreme Court. I mean, honestly, if someone has the case to prove that it's harmful, I wouldn't be against that being debated.
Now, because of the fact that it's in the interest of those who make money that we continue to make any kind of advertising techniques that facilitate that good, do you honestly feel that the constitutional government that essentially always turns into a plutocracy if there's money is going to facilitate that? Is it going to be able to make that go away? Do you feel that that aspect of it is there? What guardian do you have in the way essentially to stop corporations from continuing to use these brainwashing tactics, particularly considering since we've already been over the fact that money elects politicians, and you don't feel that should be stopped. Why would politicians elected by the corporations ever rule against brainwashing tactics for advertising?
Okay, I don't think that corporations choose presidents. I think that
Seriously?
Voters.
Seriously?
Yeah, I think voters elect their their leaders, their officials, the people that they want to see in office, people that best reflect their values.
Do you think that well, considering the fact that George W. Bush was actually like below 30% approval rating through most of his tenure as president, do you think that the system was effective in giving a representative that was adequately representing us?
Well, I think the current system is completely corrupted through manipulation of the monetary system and government collusion with corporations. But government should never collude with corporations, and the level of market manipulation and
Explain colluding. Explain
colluding. Government, certain members in government working on behalf of corporations or giving corporations unfair competitive advantages and loopholes.
Sure. Okay, well, if that's how you get a company to give you campaign contributions, then how can you allow people to give campaign contributions and expect that not to happen on its own?
Because the type of collusion that I'm talking about would be illegal. It should be considered illegal. It's not right now, but we don't have a constitutional government right now. You can't.
It would be illegal. It would be illegal.
Well, I think it's illegal for government officials to use their power for the benefit of a few corporations. I mean, the government's very restricted in what it can and can't do.
Who can give the most amount of money to get somebody elected?
A corporation could give money to campaign, to provide campaign funds for an election or to advertise a certain candidate they're choosing. But people can also vote with their money, and they can choose not to support those corporations.
How well is that working out?
Corporation?
Well,
No, do you agree?
Right now, because we have manipulation in the markets and manipulation in government with colluding with corporations. As I said, this is all stuff that people are waking up to and want to change. So when the collapse happens,
if you hold on, guys, I'm coming to a point. If you have a system in place wherein it is not illegal for corporations or even just rich people, even if we get rid of corporate personhood, it is extremely, I don't want to say naive, but it is not practical to assume that you can in any fashion prevent collusion between government officials who are elected by campaign contributions, that they're not going to collude. It's actually how people get elected. The system has proven consistently over time, and switching to sound money wouldn't make that any better. So that's what I'm trying to get across to you, is that so long as you have a system in which money can purchase the government, you will always have collusion. It is not possible to get around it. If you give me a few $1,000, campaign contribution, I'm going to be inclined to represent you because I want that same contribution in 4 years. This stands to reason.
Okay, I understand that, and that makes perfect sense in the system we have right now. But what I'm saying is people are rediscovering the Constitution, and there needs to be a debate on the intent of the Constitution, the role of government. And we're having that debate in this country right now. And that's going to be a process, an ongoing process. It might not happen in this election cycle, but maybe the next one. But the point is that if we reverted back to our constitutional roots and understood and outlined indefinitely what the role of government is, government officials would be so limited in their power, it would be of no consequence what they did for these corporations. They wouldn't have any control over anything, because anything that they would do for the corporations would be unconstitutional.
Do you know
No, it
the
wouldn't.
existence?
No, it wouldn't,
Do you know
because,
about?
hold on, you can elect Congress, and that's all you need to make legislation within the Constitution. Have you read the Constitution?
Yes, but
Are there, hold on, are there any provisions in the Constitution that make it illegal for given rich people to get somebody elected? Is there any provision to stop this?
No.
The reason there isn't one is because of the things I told you earlier about the aristocracy, the wealth of the nation to rule the nation. And unless you're going to make that illegal, you're always going to have a plutocracy, ruled by the rich. You have not been able to provide an actual reason. Hold on, going back to the Constitution is not going to eliminate the plutocracy factor. You have not given me any explanation of how going back to the Constitution is supposed to eliminate the power of money to elect representatives.
I'm not arguing that we should. What I'm saying is that what would be the incentive if the government was severely limited on what it could do and was forced to follow the Constitution? Okay, forced to. Even if the corporations wanted to get people elected, what could these elected officials do? If they tried to do something that was unconstitutional, Congress could say, all right, we're going to say this and this is unconstitutional. Then it would be found unconstitutional because you have the judicial section. So
can congressmen pass laws?
Congressmen can pass laws, but if those laws are then found to be unconstitutional, they can be repealed.
Okay. Well, the Constitution can be amended by elected officials too. Is that still going to be in there or not?
It could be amended as long as the amendment doesn't override something that's already in the Constitution. Like, for instance, we have the free speech, right? You can't make an amendment that outlaws free speech because it conflicts with the First Amendment. So certain amendments, like the amendment, the Federal Reserve, to enact the Federal Reserve, that's unconstitutional, and that's why it should be repealed, because it's unconstitutional.
Okay, so then how did slavery ever exist within the Constitution? Because the Bill of Rights obviously makes slavery illegal just by its existence.
But that was up to the people to accept the idea that slavery was wrong, and you can't force those opinions on people. It has to be accepted.
Therein you've kind of explained the reason why things like the Patriot Act happen. People accept it or they don't. And in any system wherein you have corporately elected officials, you're never going to have anything short of a plutocracy. That's what I'm trying to get through to you, and I still haven't heard anything from you saying, even if as long as the congressmen are allowed to vote on laws, and as long as congressmen can be elected through campaign contributions, we're just going to be right back to where we were.
No, if you have, this is why you have checks and balances. You have the right for a certain state to secede. You have the
what checks and balances? What checks and balances?
What you have the right for people to bear arms and to protect the nation from enemies, foreign and domestic. So these are provisions in there.
Do you think that works? Do you think that works? The whole right to bear arms, do you think that empowers us to stop the government?
Well, yeah, I think it does, and I think that's why the government's so anxious to grab all our guns from us.
I don't think the government's really worried about our hunting rifles. The only reason that Waco went on as long as it did is because they had to pretend that they cared about the people inside. If they were really fascist, they'd just roll the place and be gone in seconds. The idea that your hunting rifles or whatever threatens the government is silly. Anybody who knows anything about technology knows that. But that's not the point.
Well,
This is one of the reasons why I said, however, the Constitution needs to be, if you're going to rewrite it, you're going to have to rewrite it, because the basis of what was going on originally, it's just not relevant to today's society, especially not the right to bear arms, unless they're going to let us own raptors.
Well, look, well, I don't think you can limit the type of the weapons we're supposed to have. I mean, I'm not saying people should be able to have nuclear bombs in their backyard, but that's a little extreme. But you raise a good point. The military would have superior firepower. So what could a few million armed civilians do? Yeah, they could have robot terminators. Yeah, you're right. That's why it should be debated what type of it should be decided among the people, like what type of weapons is the government making? I mean, it's our money. They're going to spend it on creating weapons. We get to decide what type of weapons they're going to have. Secondly, I'm not saying we could take on the U.S. military, but what I'm saying is a lot of the U.S. military are sworn to uphold the Constitution, and if their elected leaders are not following the Constitution, like say there's a corporate coup of the system and they elected some congressmen who are enacting these laws that give all power and control to the corporations, there would be an uprising, and the military wouldn't support, at least the vast majority of the military, I don't believe, would support going in there and murdering their own people.
No, I'm fairly confident that you're right, but
with the Patriot Act.
Well, no, you're right.
Act out there that's unconstitutional. You have people out there fighting people in Iraq, getting oil and Halliburton building up the land out there that we went out there and destroyed. So what you're saying will be prevented by those provisions that are happening right now. And I don't see any because so there's a part of the Constitution that says that the government becomes it doesn't uphold its aim of protecting the people or so forth. We have the right to abolish it or change it, but I don't really see that happening. So I don't really like that. What you're proposing will work in the future is right now, and it's not working. So clearly we need something else.
And you come up with these ideas. Hang on a second. You come up with these ideas about reformulation constitution, talking about all that stuff and changing. Do you know what will happen if you go alone on that? Do you know? Economic hitmans and that stuff, and you're gonna be vanished off the map. Try, please try. And when you disappear, I will be obligated to say, I told you so.
Okay, let me get back on track.
Wait, let me just respond to that guy. He said, yeah, all this stuff is going on right now. Yeah, it is unconstitutional, but people are waking up in America. All right, and that's just a fact. You can look at it, and people are talking about the Constitution and with the role of government, all over the place, even in the mainstream media. Libertarian voices are getting airtime, even though, freaking Saudi Arabian oil barons own the media. They still let Ron Paul on. So I do think that there's a movement towards a smaller government, and it's our duty. I'm not saying the Constitution's perfect. It's just a lot better than, say, in my opinion, a scientific dictatorship run by, smart scientists and robots.
So it's better that we have profit-motivated politicians? Hold on. Profit-motivated politicians would be better?
What would be the incentive for the corporations to line the politicians with money if they knew they wouldn't be able to get away with looking out for these corporations? What I'm saying is that the people understand. We're going to have a revolution in the country. That's what I believe. If the people go back to constitutional understanding and will literally call something unconstitutional when it is, there would be no incentive for the corporation to try to buy the politicians, because that guy would get voted out in the next cycle by all the people who know better.
Yeah, well, that's presiding, of course, that the people know better. Even with the deregulated media that we have now, they're already controlling the majority of popular opinion. People are waking up in this tiny percentage. I know, I get it, what you're saying. I was part of the whole Ron Paul revolution thing at one time, and I recall very clearly how much of an utter failure it was overall. He did accomplish some other things, don't get me wrong, but...
It's not a failure, it's just grown.
Okay, well, we'll see. And if he gets elected, I'll buy you a beer. But I don't see it happening. I think if the system that you're talking about worked, then we would have been choosing between Ron Paul and Dennis Kucinich in the last election cycle, and we weren't. We were selecting from one corporate shill to another one.
Well, we're not in the system I'm advocating.
And that wouldn't have been a big outrage.
Okay. So you think that the reason that corporations won't continue to bribe politicians because the politicians won't have any authority? That's why I asked you if congressmen would still be allowed to draft laws, because that's what's in the Constitution. The constitutional authority that already exists for Congress and the Senate and the President is more than enough motivation for any corporation to want to own that. And this is one of the reasons why I say, sometimes free marketeers in particular like to try to separate the two. They're like, no, the fault is government, as if they're just pretending that the government isn't already owned by corporations anyway. Getting rid of it wouldn't really change anything. Deregulating everything means that they would be allowed to control everything with money anyway, especially if you go all the way to anarcho-capitalism, which is basically just fascism to the highest bidder. In the system that we have now, particularly since the media can be privately owned, they control public opinion, and you have a lot of wishful thinking there based on what the consumers were supposed to be allowed to do. There's another funny little contradiction that usually comes up, is that most people who advocate a republic based on the Constitution do not advocate direct democracy, yet they also think that the same consumers that they don't trust to vote on referendums and direct democracy are somehow going to keep all of the corporate barons in line, even though that has never been true ever in history. Not once.
I think that the way the current system is, and the system that Venus projection puts forward, is simply another system of division, because you still have people that are in power in one way or another, whether they're elected officials or what have you, and it seems like that invariably goes sour. Like in the Venus Project way, I see it as having everybody as equal, and I remember Venus projection mentioned something about a technology-controlled, a technology-dominated society. I mean, it's not something that where technology will be ruling us or will be necessarily in control, as if we'll be disempowered. We'll be empowered because we'll be free from having to do a lot of mundane things. Like nobody seems to object to, a mechanical system regulating the temperature of their home, or a mechanical system regulating the temperature of the food in the refrigerator. Or nowadays we have computers in cars that regulate the temperature of the car and could even cruise control and keep you going at a certain speed. So nobody objects to those things. The Venus Project is simply extending that same technology or that same idea to other areas, so that man will be free to utilize his mind for other things more than the mundane things that we normally do. So and again, in that society, instead of having, that's the way the society is now. We're counting on elected officials to do things for us, and then in certain terms. So then we have to wait another 4 years to elect this person out. I mean, why do we have to tell politicians that the Patriot Act is unconstitutional? I mean, they shouldn't have put it in the first place if they really cared about us. I mean, the very fact that it's there proves that these people are not looking out for our best interests, or constitutional best interests. Like Neil was saying, there's a plutocracy. So, I mean, I don't really see how any system where that compares to anything that we have today compares to a Venus Project system where everyone is equal.
Okay, now, yeah, the current system we have, the current, prevalent thought in politics today and in culture today is just totally corrupt. I completely agree with you. The Patriot Act is unconstitutional, but a lot of people now are saying that the Patriot Act is unconstitutional. I mean, it's that.
Did it get re-ratified?
It actually almost got stopped when it was up for renewal just last week. And if you saw that, a lot of Republicans and Democrats both voted to not extend the Patriot Act, and it actually stopped it for a little while.
Right.
But so this is a process, and eventually it will be reversed as more and more
any
people.
system.
The point is, though,
hold on. Any system that allows rule of law that violates the Bill of Rights is a failed system. If you were to apply the same logic to a machine, that we're going to have to wait until the next time that the Patriot Act comes up for vote, I think it's several years, I'd say that's a failed system. That's a terrible machine.
But the system hasn't run its course yet. Okay, it's not like we've reached a point of no return yet. So there's a possibility of a revolution. There's a possibility that more libertarian-minded candidates will get elected in the next cycle. And Ron Paul is winning the CPAC polls 2 years in a row. You know, and in a dead heat with Barack Obama for the presidency shows that there's a lot of support to go back to take a step back, to limit the size of government and limit the ability of the government has to just become so corrupt and overhuge and just overstep its boundaries every day. This is one thing I take issue with the Zeitgeist movement in particular. Peter, Zeitgeist Addendum seems to almost specifically target the Ron Paul crowd and detract and try to pull them away from supporting him, like saying, don't worry, you know, this is a failed solution, it's not the right answer, come with us. And, you know, I was supporting Ron Paul and I switched, and Neil, I know you supported Ron Paul and you switched. So I think, you know, this movement does more to hurt the fact that we could change things.
I don't want to. Hold on. I don't want a free market, corporate-run government. I don't. That's not freedom at all. That's actually what I've been demonstrating through this whole conversation. Go ahead.
VTV. I never said corporations. Wait. You said that.
No. Hold on. You just said that we're not gonna make it illegal for people to give campaign contributions. So that's plutocracy.
Okay, one second. Venus, wait.
If it was made a crime.
Venus, wait. Let me talk.
I want to let me speak to Neil, and then you can go, because I just want to respond to the last thing you said. Is I don't think there's any incentive if everybody if you know if the prevalent thought after the crash happens is that, you know, government got too big for its britches and we need to go back and follow the advice of the founding fathers, which is what I'm advocating. Then there'll be no incentive for the corporations to try to corrupt that system again, because people will have realized, people have woken up, and they'll be teaching these values to their own kids, and it'll be a huge debate. And that's what I'm talking about. So if Congress can't get away with writing laws like, well, we're going to give this company this kickback or this company this kickback, there'll be no point for the corporations to fund these candidates. And even if they were funding those candidates, the people would stop supporting those corporations, and the corporations only have the money that we give them. They rely on our money.
Okay, let's look at this point. You're talking about that you rather prefer be waiting until appears some democratical or some guys with good sense and good ethics to go on power, because you can elect them. Let me say that in nowadays, every single president or every politician that has tried to make something really good for the people got killed and disappeared and was on betrayed, and all the shit you can imagine happened to them. Do you expect that after after something going wrong with this system, people will still want to see the same system doing the same thing again? Sorry about that, because you're just focusing on one solution that has been proven that every single one that tries to change it disappears.
Okay, let me pin down the key question. Hold on. Let me, because like we keep deviating. It's like I'm getting somewhere and then we're moving around. So I appreciate what everybody's saying, but just let me finish this so I can go to bed. Okay, so in a baseline constitutional system, congressmen can still propose laws, vote on those laws, pass them to the Senate, who then can pass them to the president. With that authority, that is essentially therein lies the ability for the government to just recreate the system that we were in previously. It also puts us in a position where, as pointed out, the Constitution could be amended. And as long as you have a system wherein those who have more money can get politicians elected, this is the main point that I keep coming back to. As long as that's legal, you have a plutocracy. You have rulership by the rich. Nothing you have said will prevent that. Going back to the baseline constitution, congressmen can still propose laws that are then ratified by the Senate and then moved on to the president. As long as they have that authority, as long as they have any authority at all, and people with money can get them elected, we'll come right back to this.
Okay, you're forgetting two or three things, I think. One is, even if an unconstitutional law was voted on by Congress, gave to the Senate, and then handed to the president, and he signed it into the law, there's another branch of government. I mean, are you aware that of that?
Yes. Who appoints the Supreme Court?
Right. Congress appoints the Supreme Court, but
the Congress does not appoint the Supreme Court.
Committees signed by Congress.
No committees do either.
So who are you saying?
The president.
The president. The president doesn't. The president nominates the individual, but it has to be sworn in and voted on. Okay. So the president nominates who he would like to be in that position, but
and all of those people are elected, right?
It goes through a committee. Okay.
Right. All those people are elected, right?
The views of the Constitution are debated. Now the corporations.
Are all of those people elected? Answer the question.
Yes, they're elected.
And they're elected by people who have more money.
Okay, no. See, this is the disconnect here. You're saying that more money equals elected. I'm saying that
because it does.
No, I'm saying that ideas get you elected, and money is a part of running for campaigns, so you can spread your message. But it's the message that gets you elected. It's not the money. And if a corporation is funding some crazy warmongering candidate, general opinion is, well, we need to, that's what got us in trouble the last time. We've moved away from that. People will stop supporting that corporation, and they can waste all their freaking money trying to get that guy elected because no one would vote for him.
People are going to stop supporting a corporation based on that? You really think they have all of that in their heads?
Well, once you educate people on liberty,
you ever run for office?
Free markets. What I'm saying is people are learning about these things now. I mean, I've never run for office. I've been around people who've run for office. I've helped people with their campaigns.
I've run for office.
Okay, well, good for you. I mean,
you know what the average citizen thought about the unconstitutional stuff that my opponent Candace Miller did? They didn't care at all. Not even a little.
Right. Right. A lot of people don't care, but a lot of people are starting to care. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. It's a process. I'm not saying everybody thinks this way now. I'm saying
who
that
didn't care?
Look, we both agree there's going to be a collapse in the current system. Okay, and then people will look for other ideas. All right, they'll lose faith in the old way. All right, so we have that common ground. No, we have that common ground already. So all that's pretty much going to change, considering the message of personal liberty, small government, and people who are advocating that position are also talking about this event is coming. This is unsustainable. So there are those two opposing factions. Basically, Venus Project people who are, I would say it's more like almost like a liberal type of viewpoint, and some limited government type point.
We're a limited government type point too, actually. But okay, hold on. The people who didn't care about the constitutional provisions that were a problem were actually the wealthy people in my district. That's what I got out of my experience. The people who made all the money, they didn't care.
We have crony capitalism. Okay.
That's because that's what happens to capitalism whenever you have it. Inevitably turns in that direction.
Well, I don't think it's inevitable, but rich people get their money from poor people. Okay. So if poor people stop supporting people who they don't agree with, especially in a situation like, say, Coca-Cola, people will stop buying Coca-Cola. As a political message, if Coca-Cola is like, say, supporting Barack Obama in the next election and he's running his face on all Coca-Cola, if someone's a Republican, they're not going to buy Coca-Cola. Yeah, I believe
that. You think that works?
But the donations
really works?
are secret. So in this point, you don't even get to know which corporation is supporting who. Actually, Google supported more than one elected leader supported more than one president. What that means, it doesn't matter who you pick, because the Google supported both, so it can win. If it is one, it wins. If it is another, it wins. Go check the money that Google, for example, spread. And I'm mentioning Google because Google is too big, but you have another company that made the same thing. They supported both candidates, so both people be able to be competing and they have more probability of winning because they have more chances than the others that only supported one. And corporations receive your money in a daily basis. You buy things on store, you buy food on store, you buy clothes on store, and corporations own a lot of stores. Can you figure out?
Okay, if a corporation is funding a certain politician, okay, um, I would not support that corporation. Now, if you're saying that these donations would be a secret and I wouldn't be able to tell which corporations are supporting corporations, well, at that point, basically, just because a candidate has more money doesn't mean that they're going to win. And I'm sorry, it's the message of the message that resonates the most is the candidate who gets the most votes.
But being
the change you can believe in, that resonated. Unfortunately, the statistics are not in your favor.
Well, in the current system, but people are going to realize that they can't keep voting welfare programs for themselves and huge government. That's what I'm saying. When the system collapses, people are going to lose faith in the old way. The huge government is going to be the reason that we got into this. All these unconstitutional things, programs, the Federal Reserve is the reason that we're heading up to this tipping point right now. So, people are going to lose faith in that direction and say, well, we're not going to go back to that way. So, any guy who comes on saying, I want to make it like it was, change, is not going to resonate anymore.
Right. Okay, so you believe that you're going to be able to convince the majority of the populace that is on welfare that they should vote against welfare and therefore not have any food?
No, I think that the people who've paid into welfare, Social Security, and are receiving Social Security, will receive what they have due to them. But I'm for phasing out Social Security or things of that nature eventually by incrementing the retirement age, and then also just eventually eliminating Social Security
entirely. That's not what I asked you.
Okay, well, I answered the question is saying those people will vote for their Social Security if they want to, but those are old people who are eventually going to die anyway, and the young idea is the idea of freedom.
So,
but you don't agree that we are victim of culture? That's why we are on the place we are today?
It's not even that complicated. Look, okay. So you think that the way of freedom then would mean not having welfare and therefore starving to death? Because I hate to break this to you, but there are a lot of people on welfare who don't have any choice but to be on welfare. Because the free market system, the free market system that has essentially, as we deregulated a lot of things, including, the things that stopped things like outsourcing, is creating more and more poverty as time goes on. It's not making things better. And the more we deregulate, the more they will be able to take advantage of people in other countries that are even more desperate than we are and force us to be desperate. This is what they do. The system is inclined to move towards profit. So with no regulations at all, corporations would be free to exploit workers in any fashion they wanted. The reality is the poor can't generally rise up to do anything, and the utter failure of the labor movement to do anything about outsourcing is a perfect example of that.
Look, if I'm working for a company that treats me like shit, I'll go work for the guy down the street who won't treat me like shit.
If there's a job. If there's a job available down the street.
Right, and what I'm saying is in the free market, you'd have
there usually isn't anymore.
A more level playing field. Well, you can talk about what usually is, but we've never had a free market, okay?
Yeah.
So you're talking in the context of a free market. Your viewpoint of a free market is not a free market at all. I mean, you're saying we've deregulated. Well, we have way too much regulation. Even where we've deregulated, there's still tons of regulation. So we've never deregulated to the point that I'm talking about right now.
Right, because the more we've been deregulating, the worse it's been getting.
You can't have a deregulated system when you have a private corporation in control of printing the money, all right, and that they could do whatever they want without any oversight.
That's not relevant.
No,
you could be on a sound currency and the same thing happen.
I don't agree with you.
So you're saying there were not huge pockets of poor people and small amounts of rich people running the government before the Federal Reserve?
Well, before the Federal Reserve, we still didn't even have a free market. We had a lot of turbulence. Those are turbulent times. A lot of stuff was going on back then that contributed to those poor economic conditions. Not the least of which was a lot of things the government did, which was unconstitutional. So, I mean, yeah, you're not making a convincing argument because you're not, from my view, you're not addressing what I'm talking about. You're talking about past history, past history. Well, people allowed it to devolve to a certain point. But at a certain
I'm
point,
also
people
talking about the present. The present.
You're talking about the present system. Okay, the present system is not what I'm talking about. All right, the present
Right,
system is
and as it gets more deregulated, the rich get more and more powerful, and the poor get more and more poor. That's what happens. That's what deregulation is doing. NAFTA, for example, deregulating what allows people, like where people can go, open manufacturing, elimination of any kind of penalty. In fact, tax breaks for them moving out of the country, because tax breaks. Well, that's part of the free market too.
Well, no. Look, I'm not for tax breaks to ship jobs overseas, and I'm sure as you as a Ron Paul supporter
free market
know
means no
that.
tax.
Look, that no one would no, Ron Paul doesn't advocate tax breaks for companies who want to send jobs overseas.
He doesn't advocate any taxes at all, and would just let companies go wherever they want, even if it destroyed the local economy.
Okay, well, if a huge corporation, one corporation or two corporations leaving a certain area wouldn't destroy the local economy because other options would crop up.
Where do you live?
I live in America.
Okay, what city? State?
Silver Spring, Maryland.
You live in Maryland. Okay. Well, I'd like you to come visit me in Michigan sometime, where everything that I'm talking about is the truth and is already happening. It's going to keep happening.
You have an extremely socialist, anti-business market government in your state there, and so I think you would learn a lesson that liberalism doesn't work. Social welfare programs have bankrupted your state, and actually there are some jobs that are actually moving to your state now, like certain jobs like television production. So
that's
yeah,
not going to solve the problem at all.
Well, I see your point to a degree, but what I'm saying is that's in the current system. You have
actually, the reason people left. Hold on. The reason people left is $1.43 an hour. That's why they left. It's not more complicated than that. It has nothing to do with regulations. It has nothing to do with taxes. It has to do with $1.43 an hour and workers who are willing to accept poverty living situations. That's why they left. It is not more complicated than that.
Okay, a corporation.
Is that your minimum wage, $1.43?
No, that's what Mexicans were willing to work for when they shut down the refrigerator plant in Greenville. The unions came to them and made all kinds of concessions and said, hey, we'll take pay cuts, we'll take this, we'll take that. And they said, will you take $1.43 an hour? Which is a rhetorical question because they couldn't offer that because there's minimum wage. And they said, of course not. Well, sorry, we're moving to Mexico. That's what they told them. $1.43 an hour. Go to countries where people are desperate, offer them jobs on your terms, and then most people are in poverty and some people are rich.
When some consumers in America find out a company did that, they're not going to be likely to support that company. And what's wrong with people from Mexico earning a living? They have a right to have jobs too. I mean, if they didn't have that $1.40 whatever an hour, they wouldn't have anything. So they're still providing people with a way to support themselves. And for people who are constantly talking about the poor people who don't have anything and don't have any opportunity, when the corporation offers people an opportunity to have a job, you bash it.
Hey,
And yet at
just
the
one
same
second.
time, you
One
have
question.
Walmart hiring illegal immigrants at illegal wages, in fact, and abusing them all the time. Everyone in America knows this, and yet Walmart still gets support. Yeah.
Well,
actually, Walmart's
let
in
me
a lot
do
of
your
trouble
question.
right now financially, and they're losing support. And those things, as you said, are illegal. So government should do their job in that case.
Where are they losing support? Where are they losing support? I want you to substantiate that claim.
Check it out, man. Walmart's too big for itself. Just go to Google, type in Walmart financial, and just search the news, and you'll see that Walmart's falling on some hard times right now.
Let me just tell you something, Venus. You just recommended Google. Google is your search engine? Your preferred search engine? Is the one you use?
I use Startpage, Google, other search engines, but Google's the most common one, so I just said Google.
Okay, Google is a corporation at this point is supporting a lot of bullshit. So, are you boycotting Google? I don't seem. It doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, but I don't give any money to Google.
No.
So I use it
No.
for free. No,
You think
don't.
you don't give them money, but you by visiting them, they actually get publicity and they win a lot of money by that. So you are giving money
I
to
don't give them
Google.
anything. Other people give them
Yes.
money for whatever reason they choose to. I don't give them any money. I don't support Google. Like I said, I also
No.
use Startpage. I said
No
Google.
one will
revenue interest
No
by
one.
search engines do actually. By searching an engine and by using the search engine, you're actually giving them revenue service, which gives them money. Regardless, whether you're giving them money physically or not is irrelevant. You actually give them money just by using the search engines.
That's the point I'm making. So you mentioned about boycotting. What are you doing about it? You're just projecting. And saying that people will and people will and people will and will is not doing. You must start by yourself doing things instead of just talking about them.
Well, look, I don't give Google my money. Just like I don't buy Coca-Cola products, and I don't go to Walmart.
I just told you it's actually irrelevant whether you give Google your money physically or not.
Let
You
me
use the search engine
I'm
to
gonna respond to
generate
your
search revenue for you. That gives them money.
Hey,
Period.
that's
End of
enough.
story. That's irrelevant.
Look, I would like to respond to what you said. Basically, without you interrupting me, I don't give them my money. Now, maybe me going there causes someone to say, well, hey, people are going there, we're going to give them money. Look, I can't dictate what other people do with their money, and I don't want to, all right? So me going to use a Google search engine to see the latest news story happens to be convenient for me, and it doesn't cost me anything, all right? And I don't give them my money. I don't vote for Google with my money. I hate Google, all right? So, and it's like I don't buy Coca-Cola products and I don't go to Walmart. So you could say what I'm saying is irrelevant, but what I'm saying is I'm not for dictating what others should do with their money. If they choose to give Google money, hey, that's up to them. And as long as I can use Google for free, I'm going to use it. So they're not getting anything from me.
So you don't care about
Okay.
you're just saying that everything you said about worrying about people is just bullshit because you don't care by the consequences of your acts because you don't really care. So you're making a fake assumption that people will that you worry about other people when practically you don't bother if that affects that those
So how
are
does
people
me
that you
use
mentioned.
Like, how does me telling him to look up Walmart's financial troubles on Google lead to the fact that you're coming up with that I don't care about people? You have no idea how much time I spend down at local kitchens helping the homeless or through my local church group on missions. You have no idea what I do with my money to help
Oh,
people.
Okay, guys, stop.
The fact that you need to take a look at the consequences that you do with your actions.
Okay, guys, the Google thing is a really weak point. Let's not hammer that, okay? I want to get back to the idea of, okay, so you feel that politicians will not, basically will serve no purpose as far as to be bribed in a system that's based on the Constitution. And I asked you if congressmen would still be allowed to pass legislation because that's what the Constitution states. And you basically are, hold on. So what you're suggesting then is a more educated populace will always vote for the right people no matter how much money is spent on a given campaign. You think that we can actually overcome that?
Well, an educated populace would be not necessarily always vote for the right people, but they'd be more likely to vote for people who will adhere to the Constitution. And if Congress can pass laws, it doesn't mean they can pass laws that's not within their jurisdiction to do. So the Constitution severely limits what types of laws that Congress would legally be able to pass. I'm not saying that stops them from doing it today, but I'm not talking about the society today. I'm talking about once the collapse happens and we take the country back.
Okay, so you're banking on the idea then that the tiny minority of people that believe in personal liberty and the definitions that you're using are going to somehow take control of the country after a collapse?
Well, I'm suggesting to you that that tiny minority you're speaking about is a growing minority, and you don't need a majority to get a candidate elected. You don't need a majority of the people. You just need to convince enough people that this is the right direction.
No, that requires a majority.
No, you don't need a majority of the people. In Virginia, for instance, um, I mean, like, you can have a majority of people in Virginia. It doesn't go by popular vote, okay? It goes by the Electoral College, okay? It goes by
Right. The Electoral College that tends to be appointed by the people who uphold the establishment, which is why it's there.
but it has nothing to do with the popular vote. What I'm saying is,
Oh, okay. So our votes don't mean anything then.
no, no. So say a president gets the popular vote but doesn't win the presidency. That doesn't mean those votes don't count. That just means we have a republic, a democratic republic. So I'm not for mob rule, and I think those checks and balances are there purposely to protect the integrity of the governmental system.
Right. So it's better than for us to have a representative government wherein essentially we get to pick from a few different wealthy individuals who will then go in turn make all of our decisions for us. And if we don't like any of their decisions on an individual basis, we have no power to recall them. They get to serve their 2 years no matter how much damage they do, like say the Iraq War resolution.
Okay, well, it's not necessarily choosing from wealthy people. I don't know if you know this, but in the last election cycle, several 18-year-olds with write-in campaigns got elected as governor across the country. So your position is flawed. Oh, look it up.
Wait, so
Look it
show
up.
me an 18-year-old governor that got elected in a write-in campaign. I want a link for that right now.
Go to Google, type in 18-year-old governor. And there's several of them, actually. They just went door to door and told people, "Hey, write my name in on the ballot," and he won against the incumbent governor. So, your broad assumptions.
Where?
Let me double check the link because I was just checking it out the other day. Hold on.
I'm seeing runs for. I'm not seeing anybody elected. And not that a state governor is really relevant to federal, but yeah, I'm not seeing it, man.
Oh yeah, dude. Let me just look for it because I was seeing it the other day and I saw that there was several other ones that were elected. It's out there. Trust me, I'm not imagining this or making this up. Let me just look for it.
I thought all states had a lower limit in the age
For being on the ballot. Yeah, for being on the ballot. That's why it was a write-in campaign and he won.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm finding too, Calvin. Wisconsin governor went door to door for signatures, but was not elected.
Yeah, there was one elected, and he served through while going to high school. So let me just get this guy's name if we can find it. I don't know why I'm having trouble finding it right now. I was just looking at it a couple days ago.
You'd think something like that would be easy to find on Google.
Well, I'm sure you're implying it's not true, but I will find it and I'll show it to you. And it was actually on Wikipedia too, where it had the information about this kid. I just wish I had his name. I saved the link.
Go check your history browser.
Well, yeah, Dr. Scudin, as I was pointing out, you don't get into a federal office that way no matter what, but governor is not anywhere near as monitored as far as what the establishment wants. That's how you get guys like Jesse Ventura in.
Well, my point was that you can't just say that it's you have a choice between a few wealthy people. I mean, you ran for some governmental position, and you're not rich.
And I didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell.
Well, maybe your positions, or maybe you're just the area you're in is just very, very screwed up. But I'm telling you that it's possible in other areas, and it's possible.
I was a libertarian. But the vast majority of areas, there's a reason why libertarian candidates are never elected, and it's extremely rare that they ever are. The only reason Ron Paul does as well as he does is he happens to be in a rare situation where he's very well known by his constituency. It's the only reason.
The governor, I found an entry that says Governor, United States, Wikipedia. The youngest person to ever serve as a governor in the United States was Stephen T. Mason of Michigan County, of Michigan Territory, elected in 1835, having just turned 24.
Okay, well, I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna show it to you guys, and then you guys can talk about it. But I'm very close to getting it. I'm just retracing my steps as to how I came across this information. So I'm just saying that it did happen. It happened with several candidates. If you research Young Americans for Liberty, they train children of that age, young adults of that age, to run for positions of government. So just look up Young Americans for Liberty. But I'm gonna actually get this in a second. Hold on.
I think some person need to learn two simple things. Is the sentences I don't know and the sentence I am wrong. Is that difficult to say this?
Well, he can have made a mistake, and we won't hold that against him. We all make mistakes. I read things.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
have to find out later.
I don't want to condemn him for it. It's kind of the basis of his argument that that only rich people get elected, and saying that I'm wrong about that, even though I can't think of a single poor person
pretty obvious, isn't it?
Elected. Well, that's kind of my point. It's you either have money or you swear your soul to corporations that have money.
Okay.
You get elected.
Okay, it wasn't the governor, it was the mayor. Okay, he was elected mayor. And there were several mayors elected who were 18 years old. So I'm sorry, it wasn't governor. That's why we couldn't find it. It's the mayor. So look up 18-year-old mayor.
Yeah, mayors are pretty inconsequential, though, dude. You can get elected as a mayor anywhere, depending on the city. It's not that big a deal.
What you said was you can vote for people running for office. You have a choice between a few rich people, and normal people don't have any chance to win elections.
Because that's the truth. In the vast majority of mayoral elections, it's wealthy people who win.
Name one that wasn't wealthy that won.
Oh, well, I can't name one off the top of my head. I'm not saying that there was or wasn't. What I'm saying is that it's not the money that gets you elected. It's the message you are bringing to the table. It's your values. And yes, money plays a role in campaigning. And I'm not saying that you don't raise a valid concern. But what I'm saying is freedom is popular. Okay, the message of freedom is popular, and it doesn't matter if you're rich. No one cares if I don't know how much money Ron Paul has. I don't care if he's rich. He doesn't have coffers blowing up Liberty PAC with special interests like Mitt Romney or Newt Gingrich do, but he relies on the donations of just common everyday people, and he raised a lot of money for president. So you don't have to be rich, and you can have support. You can have support from regular people, and that message has grown. He didn't win, but
which means he had to work to get the money to be a wealthy person to be in power. So you give us right.
And even if that was the case, really, you also have a problem with the corporate media, with media industries and whatnot. How exactly are you going to get your word out without actually pandering to medias that are essentially owned by people like Rupert Murdoch?
Well, they have a state-run media in Iran, and they almost had a revolution not too long ago. We have state-run media here. I mean, corporate-run media, state-run media.
You're saying you want state-run media?
No, I'm saying that the state-run media was filled with propaganda for the state, but there was still almost a revolution in the nation despite all that, despite the fact that their media was tightly controlled and only told what the government wanted them to know. The people still almost rebelled against the government. It doesn't matter who controls the media.
Right.
It matters who has the right ideas, and there's alternative media now through the internet and through meetup groups and through Facebook and all sorts of different things and tea parties. So you're not relying on Fox News or CNN or anything like that as much as you were in the old days.
No, relying on it, absolutely not. But the vast majority of the populace does, and they're the ones that are voting, and they usually are also the ones with the money. as I said earlier, if you think this is the first time we've had a major political revival, that would be an inaccurate statement. These things, they ebb and flow with time.
Do you remember that radio show you did where you shown on the subject of sheeple?
Yeah.
That you came to those persons and asked them, why do you vote for Obama? And the guy said, oh, because I saw it in Fox News or something like that. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite. Actually, that is my favorite radio show of all time. Was on the subject of sheeple, and it's proof positive of why the media cannot be privately owned. It shouldn't be state-run either, but I'm kind of the opinion that nobody should own the ability to manufacture the truth. And I don't feel the consumer is in any way a successful arbiter of that, because it's too easy to brainwash people on that level. That's why in all the Orwell movies, we got a television screen programming you all day long. And that's the state of the culture. I think maybe after collapse you might have somewhat more of a chance, but unless you're going to take the guns and the money away from the people who have it now, if you're going to have another system wherein people can continue to influence government with money, we're just going to be here again. That's the point I'm trying to get across to you, is that the money is the problem. Any kind of monetary system. I mean, if you wanted to have any kind of fair, real democracy, you would have to eliminate money from the equation entirely. All campaigns would be waged in a free fashion, like things like the internet that don't cost money. You would make it illegal for any form of advertisement to be utilized other than under one strict circumstance, and that's unfortunately the only way you could do it is through control. And the moment that you did that, it's not a free market. You cannot have a free market, you cannot have a monetary system, and not have a plutocracy in any form of government. It will always become a plutocracy if there's money. That's why the communist system failed. It's why the capitalist systems fail. And the reason that the capitalist system is even more insidious is that at least in the communist and the socialist, like National Socialist systems, everybody knew the government was fucking evil and was controlling them. In the capitalist system, people are stupid enough to believe that the free market will make the media, fair and balanced, which is dumb.
Look, a lot of people have misconceptions. All right, a lot of people have misconceptions, and a lot of people are disempowered through the way the current system is and what they hear people tell them and what they, think and stuff like that. But the fact of the matter is, I have a job. I can choose to work where I want to work, where I have the ability to get hired. I make a certain amount of money, and I can donate my money to the candidate that speaks to my values. And I might not have as much money as Shell Corporation or whatever, Microsoft or Google or whoever it is. But see, I can do more than that. I can do more than just write a blank check for a jillion dollars. I'll get out on the street and I'll talk to people and I'll meet up with people who support the same candidate, and we spread the message. We help spread the word. And when you talk to people, you find that they're disempowered. They feel like, well, I know the government's corrupt, but what can we do? Oh, only the rich people can win and blah, 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 blah. It's that type of paralyzing mindset, the one that you're describing, that keeps people from actually taking back the system. So while you may believe what you're saying, it's those types of people who are saying that are working against, inadvertently or purposely, against empowering people to enact change that's possible. Because we have a democratic...
Let me state for you a fact. I am Brazilian, as you can see in my flag here in Teamspeak. And here in Brazil, our last president, if you look in the internet, his name was... And this guy is trying to become president since 1980s. He never even get close to be president. Why all of a sudden the guy got president? Because the bankers and the plutocracy of Brazil, the oligarchy of Brazil, start to support him. Why? Because his message was more towards the workforce of Brazil, the poor people, and he had that popular language, almost like Obama was in the United States. Everybody pissed off war of George Bush, and you take a black man to talk about freedom as you can. and all of a sudden he got elected. It was the same thing in Brazil. He only got elected because he had the support of bankers. And what we had the most corrupt government in the Brazilian history. It was not even, they do not even did it hidden anymore. They did it explicitly in front of everyone. We have videos in YouTube here showing the mayors of cities just walking around, people screaming at them, and they just smiling and walking all powerful and send people to die. The mayors send in front of the cameras people to die. They say, go die. Just because they were all supported by the bankers, no one could do nothing. If I hear you saying that money doesn't win elections. No, at least in Brazil, money always won the elections. It's who have the more money, the biggest support behind, is the one who have more time in TV, more flyers around, that can buy more people to vote to them, that they actually buy the vote of people. And here is very common in Brazil. And there's no, you can argue as much as you can, but this is fact. Come to Brazil or at least study our history.
Look, he may have a lot of money, but the reason he got elected is because people voted for him. If people didn't vote for him, he wouldn't have gotten elected no matter how much money he had. It would have been wasted money.
No, people
your point
didn't
that
vote.
money wins an election is not true, because money doesn't get you elected, votes do. So people are complacent with voting for corrupt people, and that's their fault. And I'm talking about an educated populace with emphasis on personal responsibility, and it's our responsibility to support the Constitution.
You're getting too much into your hypothesis. Let me show how it happens in Brazil. You have money.
Election, and I'm saying no, people voted for him. If they voted for him because he had money, they were stupid. Simple as that. Simple as that. You can't tell me that because a banker gives a guy $1 billion, he's automatically going to win, because he still relies on people to vote for him.
Because
how do people learn about a candidate?
The machine where people the federal police. Listen to this. You have to come to Brazil. The federal police caught an airplane filled with what's the name of the place where you put your vote in? I don't know it in English. So they caught an airplane filled with manipulated, how can I say, bots? What's the name of this? The place where you put your vote in, what's the name of that?
Polling place? Polling box?
It's the ballot.
Yes, the box, the ballot, yes, the ballot. So they caught an airplane filled with manipulated. The guy took the ballot and manipulated that. So no matter how many people voted in other persons, he will win with no second term, no matter what. Another thing that happened here, everyone knew and did nothing, because Brazilians tend to do nothing. And it
That's
was
your fault, guys. Sorry.
in the internet.
If you have proof that this guy rigged the election, it's your duty to call him out on that. If you guys do nothing, I don't feel sorry for you. Grow some spine, grow some backbone, stand up for your rights, and don't just say, oh, it was the money. It was the money, when you just admitted to me that it was voter fraud and everybody knows it, but they're not willing to do anything about it. You don't need money to have protests in the streets. All right, so
yeah,
and
but
you don't
police and military. Yeah, but there are police and there are military that force you and that make you restrict your protest, so your protest doesn't appear at all. And then you see all that on TV. They're shooting rub bullets, and then actually coming to real bullets after. So what's your problem? What's your problem? You're just talking about that you can protest and you don't need money to protest. But how the hell can you fight against a corporation that comes up with a security company that have a force and it's provoking you to become more aggressive on your protest?
You
Please,
fight back. You have revolution. Do what you got
fight
to
back,
do to
yes.
take care of yourselves, and stop relying on other nations to bail you out or to get involved in your political system.
How well is hold on. How well is that working out for the people of Iraq?
Yeah, well, we've intervened in Iraq so much that that it's just ridiculous.
No. For the people of Iraq, how well is their insurrection going? You think they're succeeding? I guess they should stop relying on other nations because they should be able to do this themselves, right?
Well, I'm not sure what you're getting at here. Basically, we have a regime.
What I'm getting at? No. What I'm getting at is that sometimes people can't just choose to stand up and stop tyranny. It's not just that easy. And if you don't feel sorry for people who are being bullied by other people, well, then you've essentially fallen yourself down to the narcissism of capitalism.
No, dude. Look, if someone,
I had a friend from Guatemala
if someone is claiming
his
that
whole
this guy got
family
elected,
was held hostage by soldiers when he tried to protest the genocide there. You do not understand. You're incredibly naive because you're only seeing your ideology. The reality is serious. And sometimes protest helps, and sometimes it doesn't. The only time protest tends to really help is if everybody is involved in it. And a majority of the time, it isn't everybody.
Dude, look, this argument started where the guy said the reason he got elected was because he had money. Then he admitted, no, the reason he really got elected is because he had money and because he rigged the voting. And then he said, oh, and everybody knows it, but we're not going to do anything about it because people in here just tend not to do anything. So look, that goes to personal responsibility. I'm sorry. People need to be in charge of their own destiny, and that's what freedom and liberty is all about. And it seems to be a concept that escapes a lot of you guys, because you think actually
Look, I'm based here in Brazil. I'm Brazilian.
you actually think that teams of experts will handpick other experts to run interdisciplinary teams that will run society is better, and that's not
non sequitur. Ad hominem.
No. You're saying experts.
No, dude, we're not talking about the Venus Project right now. We're not talking about the Venus Project right now.
Well,
you're trying to bring that up. It's an ad hominem.
Example. I'm just making the example.
No. You're trying to red herring, dude. It's not going to work. I'm not going to let you get away with that.
Well, if you can try to derail my point, I'm making.
No. You're trying to derail the point. You're trying to bring up something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
I said it's up to personal responsibility.
Right, okay. And I pointed out that personal responsibility doesn't always work when there's tyranny.
Well, guess what? Tyranny in that section will only last so long. Okay? So some people are going to die. Some people are going to die. That's just the fact of life, man. That's just the fact of life. Some people are going to die. Some people are going to be evil. All right? But to say that we all saw it, he rigged the election, we have the proof, but we're not doing anything about it because we're afraid of the police. Well, look, if I was a policeman and someone ordered me to shoot my kids in the head because they're protesting in the street, I wouldn't do it. All right? So I'm betting a lot of the police would stand down and say, well, look, you know what? We got the guns. We're the police.
Look,
this,
guys.
And this guy
You're
stole the election.
talking about Brazil. You're talking about Brazil, but I am the Brazilian in the room. So, I know what I'm talking about. I live here.
Okay, so do police in Brazil have guns and training? Do police in Brazil have guns and training?
Look, you're saying...
I don't know much about Brazil. Do they have guns and training?
You're saying we are doing nothing to prevent the corruption in our, in our country.
You said that.
I said
he said
that.
people tend to is not is or not doing.
Mind you, please. Look, what I am doing in the Zeitgeist movement, I am doing exactly this because I know, everyone knows here. If you go to the street, you do not get shot by police. The police here are not like United States. They shot you. It is with you
They
all
shot to
the
kill.
sudden get shot like what's the name of the guy? Like Kennedy was. They shoot you down. They silence you. This is the correct word. They silence you. They have so many power, and I'm going to prove to you that they have. Look, there is a guy called Rudolf Elmer. He was a banker in Switzerland, in the Cayman Islands. This guy, because of the crisis, was fired from the bank. He then, angry, decided to write a book called Bankenterror that is only in German to this date, but is being translated. This guy is now arrested because he was caught helping WikiLeaks. But his book is out there, you can get in the internet and read. In his book, he states that one of the oligarchy families that actually controls the entire country here in Brazil, that is behind all the corruption, that is the Sarney family. He states with clear words that they take the money, the public money of Brazil, and use for private reasons into this bank. And they have about 150 million of our currency stored there in private accounts. How you think in this earth can we do something? I live in the poorest state of my country. People here, there are places where I live that people do not even know what electricity is. They do not even know electricity. Many of the people do not even know that a sea exists. So there are almost like tribal people, very rudimentary and poor and ignorant people. How do you think that these people are going to revolt against the Sarney family? Do you know why how they buy their votes into these places? They go there and give you a packet of rice. This is just what they do. They put the hand in, they hug the guy and say, vote for me, and they vote. They are completely ignorant. They do not know even what electricity is. Many of them are illiterate. So how do you expect Brazilians have personal responsibility to fight against these people?
Well,
do you understand what I'm trying to say?
This is my
Let
answer.
him answer you, dude.
This is my answer, dude. Okay, if you wanna, if people decide to do whatever they want to do, that's their decision. All right. If people are willing to take bribes of a bag of rice to vote for so and so,
No, it's not a bribe. No, let me correct you on that. You gotta start at this point. There has been proven scientifically, medically, philosophically that when a human being is in a position of scarcity and its own life, it's on the risk, it's on the line, he do whatever it takes to vanish with that concern. He do the best that he can to provide the best for itself as a human. That's an animal instinct. Okay, we are talking about animal instinct. So not having food and you're supplying me food, for me it's an instinct accepting, not instinct to vote to you. It's because I need to vote to you if I want to live. If I want to see a change, if I want to live, I need to vote to you. So that point it's irrelevant that you're making. Please correct that.
My point is this: if you could choose to stay there and accept the bag of rice for the vote, but you understand that if conditions are that bad, that there's many other countries that will offer you political asylum, you could leave the country and go to someplace better. I mean, there are programs to help people like this. I mean, they exist.
You do realize that some people are in an economic position where they cannot even do that. I mean, currently I cannot even leave for Canada, even though as much as I would like to, because of my economic position. I can't afford to travel. I can't afford to leave the country. I can't afford the traveling expenses to do so. Some people just don't have the expenses. So you can understand this type of concept.
Dude, I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is to say that we have no choice, we have nothing to do but to take the bag of rice is wrong, because there are other options available. There are systems in place to help people like this. Now, if you're saying that because you can't travel somewhere, you can't claim political asylum and flee the country under such conditions, I'm sorry, but you could learn to hunt, live off the land, and travel. People walk. What do you think people did before? They scavenged and hunted and survived without social institutions for millions of years. In the early days, people walked across the desert for 40 years and lived off of nothing and ate bugs. Okay, so you could.
Do you realize how ridiculous and
that
absolutely you sound? I mean,
Dude, it's not.
I cannot live like that mainly because I've lived so long the way I have. Okay, if I did
It's
that,
your choice
my body
to
would
live the
shut
way you
down
want to
and
live.
die. You can only live in a certain condition for a certain amount of period of time. If I went to forage off the land, I would have to actually do it in incremental times in order for me to gain those processes and in order for me to actually gain those skills. That would take years for me to do, and during that time, I would still actually be suffering. You realize how ridiculous this argument is, right?
And there is one other thing that you can add to that. In this system, if I want to do something like that, you have to remind that land have owners, so I can just take food from that land. And other land, I consider it a, government property, a state property. So you can just grow food, and most of the time there is just law. There is just plants that don't give fruit, don't give food, so you can't eat that. So actually, you are forced to live in this system. In being forced to live in this system, even if you go try to do that kind of trip you mentioned, you have roads all over the place, police patrols, and all over the place. You can sleep at the street. You see most of the times people that are sleeping in the street being kicked by policemen. So please do not say that it's possible to do that.
I think it's possible. You may disagree, and someone can just say,
Yeah.
Listen, okay, I'm told
The
not
law
to interrupt,
doesn't
and then I
mean
get
you believe in
interrupted.
the law,
I'm
right?
told not to interrupt. I let you speak, and then I get interrupted. All right, let me address a couple of the points the other guy made, and you. Basically, you can say that claiming political asylum is ridiculous. They have no choice but to take the bag of rice and vote for who they tell to and get kicked in the face and not do anything. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I do not believe that people are controlled to that degree. There is always a way. All right. So you can stick together. You can travel at night. You can find a way. People leave countries with horrible dictatorships all the time. They escape. It's possible. If you tell yourself it's not possible to do it, or you believe that it's impossible for me to do something, and you don't even try to do it because you think it's impossible and ridiculous to even suggest it, well then, I'm sorry. That's your decision. That's your decision.
I gotta ask you a question.
Responsibility.
Have you ever had a gun pointed at you?
I've had a knife pointed at me.
Okay. Have you ever had a gun pointed at you?
No, I had a knife pointed at me.
Have you had a gun pointed at your children?
No.
Have you had a gun pointed at your wife?
No.
Okay. Well, until any of those things are true, I think you should probably reevaluate your arrogant stance on what choices these people are making.
Look, if someone is traveling, walking by foot, you telling me the cop's going to come and shoot him in the head if he doesn't stop walking? Is he going to say that? You're going to say, where are you going? I'm just walking.
That's
what
happens.
Tell me where you're walking or I'm going to blow your brains out, man. You tell me that's what happens on a daily basis there?
That's what happened in the frontier when you just across the frontier without permission. So it's kind of the same thing. Until you receive the support you need, you're dead by hungry and other stuff, because near the frontier it's a small desert there, so you can pass on. Did you ever see some? You don't even need to go there. You just see a movie and about some people trying to migrate, and see a movie. You will get the point. And that's a movie, entertainment. If you want to see the real thing, go and try by yourself, please.
All right, dude, look, I want to address this guy says, Sandman says, I've never known poverty. I'm sorry, maybe I've never been to Brazil or been to any other nation where it's really bad, but I've been about as bad as it could possibly be in this country. Okay, so so I've known poverty. I've known poverty as far as poverty in America. I definitely have. So saying,
Homeless?
yeah, I have been homeless for long stretches of time. So yeah, I've been
Homeless
look,
is in on the street, or homeless is in sleeping on someone's couch?
No, homeless is in sleeping on the street. Okay, so you guys can say that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm ridiculous. I don't know what poverty is, but I've experienced the bottom that you could possibly be at in this country.
Okay.
And so then my other point is this. All right, look, I'm for you advocating whatever system you want. If you think the Venus Project is the answer for you in your situation, and better than say just trying to get out of your country and go to a country where you might have a chance to have a better living, that's your decision. And I'm not saying America can solve problems in another country. I don't think we can. It's up to you to choose your way.
This is also why capitalism doesn't work. But that brings me to another point. Let's say that Africa was a completely free market. Do you think that the average person over there could, well, get out of poverty?
No, it would depend on the form of government they have. You can have a free market, but I mean, is their constitution going to be like what's their laws? What's their form of government? I have no idea.
Well, I'm just saying, pick up your circumstances and set them over there. This is one of the reasons why capitalism is a problem, is that you can reach a bottom that is not, there's nothing you can do to get out of it. That's kind of the way things are in large portions of Michigan. But
you can move to another state.
Have you ever tried to move without money?
You can, yeah, I have. You can move without money. Trust me.
Do you have a family?
I have a family that didn't offer me any help to move. I moved.
No, that's not what I asked you. Do you have kids?
No, I don't currently have kids. No.
Okay, so you don't know then what it would be like for me to try to move out of Michigan with no money. I don't see how you're gonna move without money, unless you're not gonna bring anything you own.
Well, kids makes it harder, but what I'm saying is, yeah, I think you could move without any money. I mean,
out of state. No money.
Yeah, well, I think you could make money. I think you could earn money.
Oh, okay.
Even in, yeah, you really could.
You really could.
You're talking about stealing or talking about working?
You could cut lawns. You could go.
Ignorance is bliss.
Dude, you could go rummage through some guy's trash, find an old lawnmower, pull lawnmower, and mow people's lawns for money.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you realize.
I'm just saying. Dude, I'm just saying.
Hang on a second.
That's one ridiculous example. I'll admit that, but I'm just saying, in a capitalist society, it offers you the ability to offer your services as a service and get paid for it. That's what's good about capitalism. It offers you the opportunity to dig yourself out of it.
It offers nobody any opportunities. It offers people with money opportunities. The only way you can get charity?
You get donations through your website to help fund your radio show and stuff like that, because people.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because people who have money tend to give money to those who need it, and there's charitable organizations that will help you move.
Really?
And here's the thing.
Yeah, that's why all my stuff got left behind in a building that was burned down. Yeah, that's right. All my mementos, everything that meant anything to me at all was lost. You really are so naive. You really should rethink everything, because you have no idea. I had a friend whose whole family, his 6 children, were slaughtered in Guatemala. His youngest daughter was picked up by her heels and slammed up against a wall to kill her.
Well,
and you keep saying this incredibly naive stuff, and it's really hard to say, so I'm leaving again.
All right, well, you're just angry. You have a fucked up government in Guatemala, and the people let it get to that point. In America, we're trying to stop it from getting to that point, okay?
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, yeah, there's charitable organizations that will help you move. You could go to the church.
Really?
There's plenty of
charitable organizations that help you move? What the hell are you talking about?
Dude, they won't say, they're not going to say, oh, we're all going to chip in and buy you a moving van and move you and your whole family. No, but you'll see there's a lot of places where they help people in need. That's what I'm saying. So you could, I'm sure you could move. with little to
Getting to
no
the point of
money. And
getting a
I
word.
still think you could earn money. You could earn money. You could find a job somewhere, somehow, and make some money. And I know the unemployment rate is ridiculous right now, but that's not because of the free market. That's because of crony capitalism.
Because in a free market, companies wouldn't pick up and outsource to third world countries.
They wouldn't get kickbacks and incentives from the government. They wouldn't get tax breaks from an incentive from the government to do that.
But as I've
Their
already
incentive
pointed
would
out,
be the cheap- their
that's
incentive would be
nowhere
the cheap
near as relevant as you think it is. Not
Their
even
incentive
close.
Their incentive would be cheap labor, but those companies that you're saying are very bad for going into poor nations and offering them jobs. Well, at the same time, you're saying, well, people in poor nations don't have money and don't have jobs is just retarded.
No. Those people that they're offering quote unquote jobs live in sweatshop slavery conditions. That's not doing them a favor.
Okay, and eventually they the quality of living increases. I mean, look at China. I mean, China's standard of living has increased. And I'm not saying there aren't sweatshops in China. Well, I'm just saying that eventually you have to start paying the people more, or else the people go on strike.
No, you don't. Yeah, right.
No, you don't.
Like those kids in Mexico, and I went down to that factory, who are working in a tin shed at 110 degrees, all cramped together, making electronic components for pennies a
Mexico
day.
is run by
who were
drug
dying
lords.
from the lead poisoning from the solder.
Mexico is run by drug lords.
Opportunity.
Mexico is run by drug lords. They don't have a free market. They don't have a free market. No, they don't.
Freeing their market would not fix anything.
I'm not saying the free market. I'm not saying just the free market alone is the answer. I'm saying a free market coupled with a constitution like the American Constitution or very similar to it. So you guys are making straw man arguments. You keep talking about the current crony capitalist system and saying that's the free market, or that
you have yet to in any fashion demonstrate why outsourcing would cease to happen in a free market. You have failed to prove that at all.
I'll say it before, but I'll say it again. All right, look.
Please do.
Okay. If a corporation, a manufacturer, like in America, we manufactured a textile or something like that, and then the textile industry, well, that's automated, but let's just say people who want to make a pottery. All right, there's a pottery company in America, and they make pottery. And they say, well, we can get people to make pottery for real cheap in Mexico, so we'll go to Mexico and make pottery. Well, then people in America will be like, look, we just lost our job because it got outsourced to them. Please don't buy pottery from that company because they don't support American jobs. Even if that pottery company left this country, they could find a job doing something else. If you create a free market with economic conditions that are more prosperous than they are right now, there's going to be plenty of opportunities for all sorts of jobs. Not to mention that the free market has served America well, even as crony
You're not
capitalism.
answering my question.
No. The question is this: the answer is this. As I said, people will not support that corporation that is sending jobs. If they don't agree with the way that corporation is run, they won't support that corporation. I mean, that's that.
Think
They
so?
have other options. They have other options.
How's that working out?
Question.
Well,
No, hold on.
You keep on
How's that
saying-
working out?
Well, you keep on saying that in the current system, you're
Okay, no. You're trying to go down that again. Okay, I asked
are
you
saying, how is that currently working out?
how.
And I'm saying currently we don't have a free market.
Yes,
So
and
keep on
you know
saying
why?
currently, how is that working out?
Wait. The consumer issue is not changed in a free market. You're bringing up a non sequitur. The consumers are in the same circumstances they would be in a free market. They are failing to do this.
There's more choice and competition in the true free market. There's more options available to you. The way we have it right now. Well, you can say that, a blanket statement.
No. It's because I know what I'm talking about. The issue is you can't offer competition.
You know what you're talking about.
Yes, I know what I'm talking about. You can't offer competition that's going to outdo sweatshop slave labor in other countries. It's not going to happen.
Not every American businessman wants to get sweatshop labor. I mean, there's plenty of American businesses.
Nobody wants to, but they can go out of business. That's their other choice.
There are still American companies that haven't done that. I mean, if I'm opening a company, I'm opening
Not
a
too
small
many.
business. If I was opening a small business, I would open it in America, okay? Because
Right.
that's where the most
And
people
1 in
spend
4 small businesses fail in the first year, and then 1 in 4 of those fail in 4
You're
years.
using stats from crony capitalism to say
No,
that the
it wouldn't be any different.
Well, that's your projection.
No.
That's your assumption.
Explain to me how you're going to compete with a company that utilizes products that utilize slave labor. How are you going to compete with that?
Okay, because the quality of those goods probably won't be that good compared to quality goods that maybe cost a lot more money. Look, you have the choice. You have the choice. You can
Nikes.
buy the low. You can buy the low grade. Yeah, Nikes suck. All right, you can buy.
No,
the
they
low
don't.
Grade, yeah,
That's considered one of the highest quality shoes on the market.
First of all, the wages in the Nike factories have gone up since I was a kid in China. So they're like I said, their wages increase over time. So it only spreads wealth
To what?
to people in other nations where they can have an
Are
opportunity.
they getting even the equivalent of $3 an hour?
It's better than what they had before.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Well,
so you know, they could make rice on the side of the road, and for rocks
That's
and
not the point.
stones and stuff, or they could work in a factory and make $3 an hour.
No, or they could be given a fair wage for their work and, be compensated justifiably rather than being taken advantage of.
Would regulate what a fair wage is. The market
No.
would regulate what a fair wage
Now,
is. Not
here's where I'm going to tell you where you're wrong, because I had a Mexican fellow on my show some time ago. His name is Al, and what's happening in Mexico right now is the companies are packing up and going to places that are even more desperate than Mexico. They're outsourcing out of Mexico so they can find places that are even more desperate and offer even lower wages. That's what happens. Wages go down, not up.
You can buy a low-grade quality computer made by some foreign company with cheap parts because they're cutting back because they want to increase their profits, and that's the low-grade thing. It's still the cheapest available, but it's still overpriced for what it is. Or if you would want something with more quality, you would have the.
You haven't established that outsourced means low quality. You said that, but it's not true.
Why all the support of tech, the most of the support of tech, when you call it, you receive an Indian guy answer to you. Do you know why that happened? Because they actually understand what the product is, because the product has been made there. Can you understand that concept first? And let me do you one question, just one question. You said that you've been in difficulties, and which institution helped you out? Because you said a lot of times that there are institutions that help out, help people to move. So you said that you've been without house. So tell me, what was the institution that helped you out?
Sure, there's plenty of generous people who will.
No, institution.
Okay,
Please.
I said there's you can go to churches, and you can receive help from churches. There's different groups. There's different nonprofit charitable organizations that help people in need for a variety of reasons, and you can get money from people. You could in America, where we have better living conditions than a lot of places in the world, you could just stand on the side of the street with a cup and make money. All right, you can do that. You don't, and you can do that for several days and for a long, however long it takes to save up enough money to move. All right, I mean you can do it in America because of capitalism.
Hell yeah! All your life.
Look, I'm speaking from experience. I mean, I've done that. That's what I did.
Hey
All right?
guys, stop for a second. Brujo wants to ask a question.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Brujo.
Got to enable his mic, I think.
Where is it?
I don't know. He was going to ask a question.
He is muted.
Why is he muted? Let me find him. Oh, dude, I think that's on his end. Oh, no, here we go. You should be able to talk now, dude. Ask your question.
Sorry, thanks. I don't know what the hell was going on. Now, I need to ask Venus a question because I was born overseas. I was born in Argentina, South America, and I've seen a lot of ugly shit. Even my own family was experiencing things. even from the marketing point of view, from commerce and everything, the same philosophy applies even in Australia where I live here. So I would like to ask Venus, have you traveled? Do you have the chance to travel overseas sometimes?
And no, I haven't.
You know why? Because that could be a very enlightening door. When you open that door, you see a different
Yes.
world with different eyes, because you start talking to people, observing what's going on around you. You know, how do those people live. You know, even just going on a train, looking through the window on a train, how those people live. And then you ask yourself, shit, I don't know. Sometimes you need to open the door, you know, and instead of looking through the keyhole, because what happens is the vision that you have through the keyhole is very narrow. But you need to open the door, my friend, and you need to jump into the river, get connected to the world, but talk to the world, not through Teamspeak here. And then you can have a marketing view that probably that marketing is not going to work, you know. It's a different perspective when you go around and you have some experience, when you walk on somebody else's shoes.
Well, I'm for anybody in any other nation to do whatever they want to do, to propose any type of solution to make their situation better. Okay, but in America, where I live, and the views that I hold is that we should let other countries handle their own business, and that's my view. And I think that America is too much involved in propping up a lot of these dictators in these countries that oppress the people. I mean, that has a direct correlation to our interventionist foreign policy, which is something that I'm totally against and think is unconstitutional. So I'm not saying that America is the cause of all the problems of all the other nations, but I'm saying is if you guys want to advocate a Venus Project society, I'm all for it. But I just don't think that it is compatible with a free market society coexisting with it. You can't claim all the world's resources as the common heritage of all mankind if there's a whole bunch of nations that are not on board with you. It can't work that way.
Okay, well, hold on. I don't think the Earth is compatible with capitalism for too much longer. I think that we'll die if we go in that direction. Unless you feel that we can continuously produce endlessly on a planet with finite resources and destroy its ecology until the planet is uninhabitable.
Well, no, I think that would be a violation of individual rights because you can't damage someone else's property. You can't cause damage or harm to someone else.
But you're already doing.
If a corporation, well, what's happening in this system right now is not what I'm talking about. This is not the system I'm advocating for. So in the system I'm advocating, if a corporation was causing irreparable harm to the environment, they would be held responsible for that, and they would pay a price for that. I mean, they would probably go bankrupt and be shut down because if they caused that much harm, or people wouldn't support that company anymore. A lot of people stopped buying oil from gas from BP gas stations after the oil spill. I'm not saying everybody
It
did.
doesn't happen, guy. It doesn't happen. I cannot. There is a movie called The Yes Man Saved the World. Watch this movie and you see why it doesn't happen. It's based on very, very real documented facts.
Before we get too off before we get too off topic on this, but I wanted to go ahead and point out to Venus here that you should try to read a lot of the self-written biographies and a lot of the self-written books on some of these people who actually admit that they propped up a lot of these so-called dictators and whatnot, because they don't actually view it as them popping up dictators. What they do is that they actually view it as them actually helping the country. Many of these people who supposedly pop up dictators, they don't actually believe that that they're actually oppressing the people. They actually believe that they're helping them by bringing them what they would view as capitalism. You see, this is a problem. You seem to think that these people are actually inherently, knowingly thinking that they're doing wrong. They're not. They actually justify it, and one of the many justifications I keep seeing over and over in all the writings is that they actually believe that they're doing good. I mean, just read David Rockefeller's memoirs, and you would pretty much see that he actually justifies what he's doing is actually a good thing for a social society. It's not just them being greedy or them being corrupt. It's a social value disorder that they actually think that they're doing good when they can't see the harm that they're doing and engaging in cognitive dissonance.
Well, I totally agree with you on that. I do think that they think they're doing good, but they're misguided. They're causing more damage than they're actually helping. So that's why I say that all these foreign aid programs and all our interventionist policies are a detriment and cause a lot of problems in other nations, and that's why I'm not for that. I think that the people of those nations should be able to choose their own destiny, personal responsibility, and outside influences, as a lot of people have said here, have made that difficult for people in certain situations. But this is what's been allowed to happen on a number of levels. And it's something that once the collapse happens, I'm talking about once the collapse happens, we'll have a chance to reevaluate all that. And if you guys want to go into a resource-based economy, good luck. But you're not going to be able to create the abundance on a worldwide scale without and have things work the way you hope it will turn out when not everybody is going to agree with you, especially not in America. You're free to try whatever system you want. I mean, you can try it on a small scale.
What I can say to you, the fact that many people like you do not agree that the Venus Project is the most logical solution and is based on evidences is because or they were not educated into the scientific facts or they don't want to. In your case, you actually don't want to now. But maybe someday you will starve or you'll be just bored at your house and you will start researching something. Or maybe you see on TV or someday the coin will fall in your head and someday you notice that this is just a reality. And how we expect to get the people on board of this? Educating them into the facts. We are not going to force anyone to quote unquote believe in this because this is not a matter of belief. The Venus Project is a matter of pure logic. You take the trends of things, you take the scientific knowledge you have and the technology we have and put this into society. You apply the scientific method into the society and see what happens. What you have in the end is a resource-based economy. It's not because we like Jack Fresco and he is our idol and we follow him and we believe in him. It's not about this. It's because we take the science, the trends, the technology, we apply to society, and what we get in result is the resource-based economy. It's like a mathematic calculus.
Okay, well, something you said during the text track, and I want to go ahead and address that. First of all, trading with other countries and trading with whatnot, with the resources and the goods they provide, if it's actually bringing a company money and they decide not to engage in them, when it comes down to it, that company will actually try to influence U.S. politicians in order to invade that country, either subvertly or just openly. And in other cases, of course, they will end up actually sending, people like John Perkins and whatnot, and trying to fabricate statistics and all that to try to take on loans for governmental development, that kind of stuff, and try to corrupt the leaders actually taking on loans from businesses, etc. That's what actually would happen. That's what actually happens in social systems, okay? What you have to address is that you have to address how things are now and how you're going to put fail-safes on from people from doing stuff like that within your system that you might advocate later on. And you haven't addressed that thus far.
Okay, okay. What you said there is we would do this. We would try to corrupt their leaders. We would try to invade them. Corporations would levy influence over elected officials to enact these policies and to get this stuff to be done. That's what happens in the current system. And one of the things that leads to this is the fact that we don't have a constitution. We don't have any respect for the Constitution and governmental authority in this nation, but we're starting to wake up to that. It's not easy to invade another nation unless you have a private entity printing up the money to fund it, or you have to borrow it from somewhere. And those are all things that I'm not advocating for that we do. I'm talking about going to sound money, and I don't want to borrow money from any other nation. So my solution would get rid of all that. I mean, you guys would just be able to take care of yourselves, and we will trade with you if you want to. But if you're saying that, well, we would reject capitalism, and we wouldn't want that, well, then that's your choice, and I'm not trying to force you to do that. People are in the current system, but that's where confusion comes in. I'm not advocating for the way things are right now, and I think they could be much better if America just took care of itself, if the free market works, and we show people that it can work, other nations will follow suit if they choose that direction. If it doesn't work, well, then we'll work on something else. But we should give a free market a chance, and the Venus Project doesn't offer a clear transition plan for me, and I'm confident enough to go ahead and support that among many other concerns I have about it.
One question. What happens to the free market? What happens to the free market when we run out of hydrocarbon?
You find a replacement.
Okay. I gotta go to bed soon, so I'm gonna hammer out a couple things. Okay. So we've been over the fact that you think that despite all of the various points that I brought up, that everybody else in the room I think grasped that you can't have any kind of even a minarchist system wherein there are elected officials if you're going to still have money. You seem to feel, even though I asked you a couple of different times, give me a reason why that wouldn't matter anymore as long as there was still money. I guess you feel you've answered that sufficiently. I don't really feel.
You just don't agree with my stance, and I don't agree with your stance. Just because you don't agree with my stance doesn't mean I didn't answer the question. I said money doesn't get people elected. People elect people, not money.
Okay, so the fact that history proves that isn't true is irrelevant?
If history doesn't prove that isn't necessarily true, people, if you ask why did you vote for that guy, they don't say because he had the most money. It's just because their message resonated with them. Okay, the fact that they had more money allowed them to campaign better and get that message out.
Who determines what message is spread?
Yeah, it helps them spread the message.
Who determines that?
Guarantee their election.
Who determines what candidates are seen and which candidates are not?
Okay, money and support.
Right. So,
support from people
if they don't have any money, they can't get their message out.
More money than all the other established candidates from private donations. So
that didn't do him any good, did it?
Well, it actually did do him some good. He didn't get elected, but it kind of was a bushfire right there that got started in the minds of people, and it's kind of spreading. So you can ignore that fact. You can say it was a waste or something, but that's not true because he started the Tea Party, and look where it's going. And this message is growing and resonating with people now.
I can tell you where the Tea Party's going.
It's all because of Ron Paul.
Tea Party actually has a lot of corporate sponsors.
Well, it's been co-opted like anything else that
Okay, well, maybe bringing that up wouldn't be such a good example because that's actually an example of money ruling politics again.
Well, if you were involved in the Ron Paul election, then you know that the Tea Party started with Ron Paul and had nothing to do with corporate sponsors or lobbyists. Okay.
Right.
It was just an expression of liberty. Okay.
Right, but money owns it now.
It doesn't own anything. They're trying to co-opt it, but the message the people are still saying is the same. I mean, certain people have different views, but we can all agree on a certain set of things. I'm not saying that the Tea Party is our savior. I'm just saying that what Ron Paul started hasn't finished yet. Hasn't finished playing out yet. He's going to run again in 2012. So to say that all that money was a waste, it didn't do him any good. Well, Rand Paul got elected. A lot of other more libertarian-minded people also got elected recently.
I can't think of very many libertarians that like Rand Paul very much.
Especially considering the fact that he is more or less against gay rights, and along with being a misogynist, along with being advocating theocracy.
Jesus Christ. You don't understand. No, he's for all private associations with people. He's for getting the federal government out of dictating what is acceptable or not. So you might say he's just fallen for a lot of propaganda there. I mean, I'm sorry.
I don't really care to get in any of that. I think that him sponsoring the theocrat Chuck Baldwin last time around was a pretty lame idea.
Well, look, you're talking about the political process is going to be corrupt in nature because of money.
Right.
Okay.
Because it is.
Okay, it is right now. But it's not completely corrupt beyond repair. People, with honest people, with true integrity and true values and a message that resonates with people, still have a chance. Okay, and for you to say, well, they don't have a chance, is a defeatist attitude, and it's
it's a realistic attitude.
Well, I'm sorry. I think it's a defeatist attitude. I don't believe it's a realistic attitude at all. I think you're buying it. Look, this is what people on Fox News tell you. He can't get elected. You saying the people on Fox News are just telling it like it is all of a sudden?
Because Fox News has a hell of a lot more power to determine who the president is going to be than you do.
Dude, they're saying that because they don't want people to get into the idea in their head that he can win. Okay? Just like, so because they know. Because they know
because they have money.
People donate to Ron Paul more money in one day than ever before. So
yes, and he still comes out at like less than double digits of the vote.
As I said, it's a process that hasn't played itself out fully. Okay, and I'm not saying that. Well, out of the blue, one candidate who's saying all different things that people aren't used to hearing is automatically going to be able to just sway everyone's opinion and get elected overnight. All right, that's not the way it works. And I've never insinuated that that was the case. All right, I said that after a collapse, people are going to realize that big government got us into this mess. In America, that's the general consensus right now. Big government is causing this. And so to say to them, well, we're not advocating government. We're just going to let scientists decide who runs things, and we'll supply everything to you, and you
we're actually kind of
hold on. Your ideas are unrealistic.
Sylvia, let me go here for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
So are we going to get Ron Paul elected, or is there going to be a collapse because you abruptly changed the subject?
Well, there's people trying to get Ron Paul elected. I don't know when the collapse was going to happen, but yeah, the collapse is definitely going to happen at some point. It might not be before 2012. We might have a couple other election cycles in before it really happens, but I really don't know. But it doesn't mean you can't try it. And to say, well, Fox News has it right because they're saying Ron Paul can't win, and they're just telling it like it is. That's reality. Reality is he can't win because Fox News says so they must be right. It's just retarded. All right? You're buying into propaganda. Because he didn't win the last time.
I'm not buying into propaganda.
Well,
I know why he can't win.
Well, you think you know that he can't win, but I think that you're wrong. And I think that a lot of people think you're wrong. And if enough people think you're wrong and enough people support him, then enough people can chip in to give him enough money to get elected. And that's my point. So you can't say a corporation funding an empty suit with a message that's not resonating with the popular thought of the day, or the side that has momentum, the young side, okay? The new conservative movement in America. If their message doesn't resonate, they're not going to get our support, no matter how much money they have. So your claim that money gets people elected and not people is just ridiculous.
No, you haven't proven that at all. That's bullshit. You know whose message resonated?
You haven't proven shit either.
You know whose message resonated? You know whose message resonated? You know whose message resonated? Change we can believe in resonated.
Yeah, change we can believe in resonated, and people now are realizing that was a bunch of bullshit, so now they're looking for new answers, okay?
No, they're not.
Well,
You're not going to get another neoconservative in
like
office.
Obama's approval rating was 80 something in the beginning, and it's like half of that now. So yeah, I'm sure a lot of people realize that that change was a bunch of bullshit. Okay, just like I think the change you guys are offering is a lot of bullshit too. So that's
right. That's another non sequitur and an ad hominem.
Non sequitur.
All right, so back to Republicans.
No, that's okay. You see, the reason that you're making fun of me now is because you're losing this argument.
Actually, no, it's because you repeat the same.
No, it's because you're losing this argument. It's because you're losing this argument. That's why you're making fun of me.
Neil, I've listened to you for 2 years on V Radio. 3.
It's because you're losing this argument, and now I'm muting you because you've moved on to ad hominem and personal attack. So, as I pointed out, and the reason I brought it up is because the statistics in question do not favor your point of view. You talk about pies in the sky, and then you're talking about Ron Paul getting elected. Well, I think those are about the same. So, I'm afraid that I'm done with you now. You were going pretty long there for a while, but if you're going to start making fun of people and attacking people, we were really nice to you this entire time, so that's going to have to be the end of it.
I can't realize in the end of this, how can you living miserable and poor in the streets of a city with a cup in your hand, begging for coins for you just to barely survive, is better than live in a world of abundance where the entire planet is your home. You're free to go to every place in the best transportation and safe transportation and fast transportation system ever designed, and have food and shelter wherever you go, and are free to access information whenever